up, everybody? My name's Aaron Ciotti. Everybody calls me Ciotti. Look at this guy. It's TBird. He's here. We're going to build him a glide. I'm going to move over to this camera, like, pretty much right away. But thanks for coming. Super impromptu. Like, I asked him when he walked in the door, like, hey, you want to stream this build? He said, sure. So that's what we're going to do. Anything fun to say?
Let's get to it.
That's what the fuck I'm talking about. So this is going to be a Fiverr build. I think we're going to switch now. I think you're going to come over on the left, and we should be good. So this is going to be Fiverr life. Those of you that have been paying attention have heard me mentioning to you that I'm moving the mic. Hold on. Everybody, nobody breathe. Because if I drop the mic, your ears will all explode. Yeah, if you've been paying attention, you've been hearing me yapping about Fiverr and how I would like for it to be a part of sort of my career in FPV. I love the idea of working on your guys' stuff in addition to telling you how to work on it yourself. And hey, look at this fancy new mat, guys. It's purple.
Yeah.
It's on Amazon. I don't know. I'm on brand, I guess. If I want to cringe a little bit. So yeah, this is what, 5-inch glide or 5mm glide?
Yeah.
So standard glide, this is the one that I prefer. Oh god, I forgot. Yeah, Fiverr. Ciotti.com, CiottiFPV.com rather, has a link to Fiverr. There are a bunch of gigs on Fiverr. If you book one of those gigs that's close to what you need, we will work together, and it'll be awesome. And that's what TBird and I are doing right now. So let's get to it. This is a glide frame with some fancy-looking hardware. This is hardware from the Stark, right? The FPV Cycle Stark, or not FPV Cycle.
No, actually, I got it from Power Drone.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Very cool. I think they use really similar hardware on the yeah, the monthly subscription box, FPV Crate, Stark. Very, very fancy. Chat, what's up? Pedro Tomei was first. Kaiser Soze tagged me and said, can I send you a quad to tune on Fiverr? Absolutely, Kaiser. Jump on Fiverr. I have it all set up in there. You can message me on there because you're probably not going to know how much time to book. So yeah, message me on Fiverr. We'll talk about how much time to book. And absolutely, I would, like I said, I want to work with all you guys. I want to eat, but I also want to work with all you guys. You know what I mean? So let's build from center out. I know it's always really tempting to put the motors on first, but once the motors are on, they're kind of in the way. So I've been building center out lately. Tyler, please jump in when you have questions. Actually, Tyler, say my name is Tyler and I like quads.
My name's Tyler and I like quads.
All right, so your voice is good. So yeah, don't talk any quieter than that. But that was plenty of volume for the mic. So yeah, I'm just gonna pop these motors off. I do the same thing. I put the motors on like right away because I need to see what it looks like with motors. And then lately I've been taking them off. You know, the other option is to pull the arms off. It's actually less screws to pull the arms off. What are we doing, Tracer, in this?
I'm doing Tracer and a Vista.
Look at that, guys. Both Tracer and a Vista. We're in completely uncharted territory. The Tracer antenna, what's it look like? Let's see.
It's mini T's.
Oh, they are small. So what I was wondering is,
I think it's 2 per.
Where we're gonna put the antenna, because is it 2?
I think it's 2.
Wow, you have to run 2 of them. Very cool. So what I was wondering is, are we gonna put the antenna in the middle? Because crossfire antennas, you can fit perfectly in between these 2 plates here, the base plate and the sandwich plate down the bottom, and it's a really cool spot to mount your crossfire antenna. The only problem with mounting it there is the signal's not great. So I'm almost happy that these guys don't go in there, because yeah, it's a handy place to put it. Look at how small that is, and it does take 2. I'll be damned. two little mini Mortal T looking antennas. All right. So I am going to pull the arms off. And then the last thing that we'll do is put the arms back on. The only worry about doing that is we need to make sure ahead of time that we have enough clearance here. And it's looking a little tight here. So let's do this. Let's crank these down to make sure that this ESC is gonna clear. And I don't know if it is. I don't know. So let me do this. These little, are you using these as risers?
Yes.
Because you need the extra height?
Yeah.
What are these, 20s?
Those are 20s, and
the problem with using these as risers is it's not, see how it doesn't slot on there?
yeah, kind of.
I hope you guys can see that. This is cupped, and then this is a little bit too big. So using these as risers, it's not gonna sink down in there, and what's gonna happen is it's gonna crush the little thin outer part. So I don't want to use these as risers in this same way, but we can switch to regular hardware to use as risers. Do you have another set of hardware by chance?
Yes.
So we can do one of two things. We can not use these risers and just use these 20 mil spacers. Problem with that's going to be 20 mil spacer is really rough with a Vista camera, and I don't think it'll actually fit. So let's take a really quick look. I'll show you guys what I mean. I'm pretty sure that a Vista is going to require 23 millimeter standoffs, and the way these risers are now, it would probably work, but the first crash would crush these wide risers, and it actually won't work. Wow, the CADDX camera is really big. So if you guys can see, the CADDX camera is actually too tall for this little setup here. So I'm kind of glad I noticed that now, because we need to go to 23 mil standoffs. Luckily, I have tons of those. So you're not going to get orange for the time being, Tyler, but yeah, it's going to be all right. So let me just throw this motor back on, because it's fine that it's on there. We doing race wires on the arms?
Yes.
All right. How confident are you in doing those? Because that's like an hour of work.
I can do it at home.
You want to do those at home?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So I'm going to direct wire these up. You know what I do? What I think I didn't do this for the first time ever recently. I wire them up like this, and then the first time that I need to switch a motor or do anything, I put them in one by one. All right, cool. Yeah. So what I'm concerned with on these standoffs, and what put me on this whole thing, is if you guys look in there, the standoff. Wait, I gotta move this out of the way. The standoff is really close to this ESC here, and on that corner, let's give it a second to focus, block out this part of it, and in theory it'll start focusing. There it goes. Yeah, it's just it's awful close here. So the regular standoffs are actually going to be a little bit thinner, so let's move to those. That's not the right driver. All right. And this is also going to allow us to get these arms out of the way so that we can build from the center out. There are some problems associated with building from the center out. You got to just kind of pay a little bit more attention to things like this, because what you don't want to do is get it all built and then the shit don't fit and you got to pull it all apart. Although it would just be the ESC not fitting, and we would notice that at the last moment. But that's all right. What's going on in the chat? What are you guys talking about? Hey, @tag me. Oh God, excuse me. @tag me if you want me to see your comment. Basically, you're gonna write my name, CiottiFPV. You can put an @ symbol in front of it, but you don't have to. As long as you don't misspell my name, it'll light up in orange for me, and I'll know that you're talking to me. Otherwise, I'm gonna assume that you guys are talking to each other. which you should do because there are a lot of really smart, really cool people in the chat. We've got Don Ladd says, you're early. Yeah, Don. Sometimes I wake up before 4 p.m. Not often, but, you know, when there's cool people coming to hang out, then, you know, more than willing to wake up early. There we go. Plus, I actually need the encouragement to wake up early. To be real honest with you guys. All right. So, let's get the standoffs out of here because, again, they're sort of just in the way. Yeah, this is the new way that I'm building, guys. Center out. ESC goes on. Basically, all the electronics other than the motors all at once, just on the base plate. And then the last step is arms and X-plate. And yeah, because the way that these glide frames are built, there's tons of access. I would probably not want to build a rig like this that has two 30x30, that has a 30x30 ESC and then a 30x30 flight controller on top, because in that case you have a lot less access to the solder pads on the ESC. So, yeah, let's get rolling. CADDX, huh? Let me get rid of this too. So this is going to be our first CADDX build here on this channel. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. So those guys do sit down on the little things. But you know what? Now it looks silly because we're not using them anywhere else. So, you want to use them or not use them?
Let's not use them.
All right, fair enough.
Since you're already tearing my rig apart.
This thing's going to be all purple, man. It's going to look like one of mine. Jesus Christ. I'm going to get this rig. I'm going to bring it over by my shelf and get it confused with one of my broken rigs. Be like, here you go. This one's yours.
Along with the purple TPU. And...
Yeah, right. Is it really? Nice. Yeah, I don't have anything that works right now. Joshua and I went out and flew some Atlanta spots yesterday, and I grenaded everything. So, yeah, I kind of, that's sort of not the point, but I don't have a problem doing that. Like, if it's kind of it was not on purpose, but sort of like leave it all on the table, right? When somebody cool is hanging out, flying with you, especially somebody from 4 hours away.
I think there's a nut in between the...
Yeah, I was about to take it off, and then I thought, you know what? There's kind of no reason. I mean, the only reason to slam this flight controller down a little bit lower is if there are issues with it running into the camera. So let's actually take a look at that. Once the camera's mounted, it's going to be somewhere around there. And see, so it looks like we should have just enough space. What's kind of... so the width of the camera... Okay, cool. So the width of the camera is not so wide that it won't fit in between the standoffs. So we're going to be fine. One of the things I really like about the dual mounting hole setup is you can move the camera front and back, right? If you mount the camera with 30-degree up tilt on the top holes, it'll sit a little bit farther forward. If you want to mount it backwards a little bit, you can use the bottom hole. And then you just move your TPU camera mounts up and down to sort of adjust. So,
well,
CADDX straps on.
And go under the ESC and then over the...
Yep. I like to do that. I like to run all the wires under the ESC. Oh, you're thinking run this over the ESC?
No, under the ESC,
over
the
good.
5.
Yep.
FC.
Yep, for sure. Perfect. That's what we're gonna do. So CADDX Vista drops down. I'm sort of tempted to put a little bit of, although CADDX Vistas haven't been breaking, right? They've been plenty durable. Cool. I need 4 metal M2 nuts for that. Happen to know where those are? Oh, this is all that stuff.
Yeah. It's either in there.
If you don't have them, I have a million. But usually, These are plastic. That doesn't do us any good. I'm just gonna grab 4 of mine. Do I hear them? I hear them. Are those metal?
I hope so.
Where'd you get that kit from?
Amazon.
Hold on, this is metal, right? Oh shit. Can you go on that computer, find that on Amazon, and drop a link in the chat? So I've never seen one of these kits that comes with metal M2 nuts. I've weirdly had trouble finding metal M2 nuts. So yeah, that's a pretty good. This is a pretty slick kit if it comes with those. I'm down with that. Right. CADDX Vista being bolted down. Although, hold on, let's think about this for a second. Well, might not need to think about it for a second because the cable's not long enough. Okay, so we can only mount the CADDX. We have to mount the CADDX like this because the cable's not long enough otherwise. Even mounting it sideways, this cable just isn't quite long enough. When you're speccing out a build for the first time, always take your components and rotate them around. There might be like a hidden way to mount it that works a little bit better. My initial thought was if I could mount it like this, it would protect this antenna a little bit. It would protect these wires a little bit, but alas, the camera cable isn't long enough. And I think did you buy this longer cable? This is the FPV cycle cable. Yeah. So this is the longest cable available. So yeah, on a glide frame, there's only one way to mount this, which is fine. I mean that's pretty normal. It's probably the case with most frames. What else is going on in the chat? License to Drive says, I missed the beginning. Who's that who broke into your house? This is Tyler, TBird FPV. Oh, the goddamn limit on... tell them what... just copy and paste the name of it. DY Whiskey 4020 piece. Yeah, Tyler's going to drop the what you need to search for to find this on... Amazon because the link is just too long. All right.
Wow.
And let me just check one more thing. When I tighten this down against that, let me make sure that the nuts that are already on here are tight. And they're not. Alright, I'm glad I checked this. Just get these a little bit tighter here. That one's good. Wait, maybe they are. No, they're just ever so slightly loose. Okay. Alright. What's up, June Loco? What's up, Athix? There's Don Lads. Tiago Ramos is here. Can you show the screw sizes for each spot? Kebab FPV sent me a lot of extra screws. Don't know where each size goes. It really varies. Are you talking about the arms? For the arms, Tiago? I recommend you guys actually go longer. The screws that Kebab sends are fine. Don't get me wrong. But they will, after you take them in and out a bunch of times, they will strip. They'll either strip the standoffs out or they will strip themselves. So I actually recommend you guys go 2 millimeters longer than everything that Kebab ships. Easy, camera, easy. No trapeze. No trapeze. So yeah, whatever Kebab sizes are, like I said, if you're going to crash, go 2 millimeters longer and you'll get a lot more strength. Believe it or not.
Where'd you get that at? The nut driver.
This is WIHA 265. WIHA 265, WIHA, Amazon. This driver is great. You can't just buy this driver though. You got to buy a whole set, which is really frustrating. But not the end of the world. It's so handy though for these stupid little M2 screws. All right, I'm gonna move this up so I don't knock it off the goddamn table. And I'm gonna watch as that falls off the goddamn desk. I'm going to fight the rage that comes along with things falling off the desk. And all right. Okay. Hey guys, back's feeling acceptable. I was out all day flying yesterday with Joshua, and a leave helps a lot. For some reason, I thought you could only take like 2 a leave per day. I think a leave has the same active ingredient as
Tylenol.
Oh really? I thought a leave was muscle relaxant. I thought a leave was oh, for fuck's sake, I forget the name of the muscle relaxant that I was prescribed when I hurt my back.
I'm saying when I broke my thumb, they told me to alternate 2 Aleve, 2 Advil every 4 hours.
Yeah, when I hurt my back, they gave me 800 milligram tabs of ibuprofen, and then it's not Scalaxin. It's somebody will type it in the chat. But yeah, now that I'm taking 3 Aleve at a time, my back works again. So that's a good thing. So we're not going to use this. Did you give any thought to how to mount this guy? Oh, cool. Okay. Sweet. So that's going to come up like that. So let's take this silly plastic piece off that they attach. Let me do that. Well, let's see. So these wires are not going to be long enough. Yeah. Okay. So... interesting.
Could you just space it up and run the wires?
I'm gonna go under.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
they're just 30 gauge.
So somebody put a 1 millimeter rubber.
I don't know why I didn't check that before cranking this thing down. That was stupid. I'm actually gonna have to take this Vista apart, I think, to really get to those pads. All right. The things that you learn installing a Vista for the first time. Let's get this thing prepped. So, I guess I don't. I guess I can just solder in the side here. You guys aren't going to be able to see it all that well, but I think I'm just going to sneak the soldering iron in the side there. That'll be totally fine.
Well, I think you still got to take it off to change that, put that antenna holder on too.
Really? Oh yeah, look at that. They, I see what you're doing here, CADDX. I see. Okay. Although it looks like this cover is not that hard to take off, so that's good. Tiago says arms and standoffs. Yeah, Tiago, hop on FPV Cycle. He's got the hardware kit, which should have like, 4 of this size, 5 of that size, and then yeah, although I will say this, the outer arm bolts. There's 2 arm bolts that you use on the Glide. The outer ones you don't need to go longer on. Because they don't jack into standoffs. It's the inner ones that if you go longer on, you get more threads into the standoff. And, yeah. So that's what you want to do there. So I'm going to take this off completely. And... look at this. I mean, it looks like I could pull this whole PCB off. Well, off it comes. All right, so that'll make it a lot easier to solder to. So let's get that knocked out real quick. This aside. This aside. And yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I've always heard blue stuff.
Guys. Yeah, it's I'm sure it's some sort of heat transferring. I don't want to touch it. God knows if the oils on human hands will make it get all angry. Soldering iron is at 720. I'm playing around with a little bit more temperature nowadays, just to make it go a little quicker. All right, so that's white. I'm just going to do these one by one so I don't have to look up what the pads are. And that was just removing a little bit of solder from that pad. So we need some pretty long wires. We're going to need to run these wires from all the way back here at the minimum to here. Realistically, I think there's one pad that we need that's up here. So we need that much wire. Let me see what I have. Unless you have like spools of 30 gauge wire.
I do not.
Okay.
I gotta put it in my pocket.
I've never bought 30 gauge wire because it's always come with stuff. And I'm hoping that I have long enough. I'm not totally sure that I do. Worst case, we can just use like all black 30 gauge. I know that I have long black 30 gauge, but that would be kind of annoying. A little bit annoying. Not that annoying, but, you know. So, are you long enough? Red wire? Oh yeah, this red wire is long enough. That will not be long enough. This... Ooh, boy, not quite long. I'll be damned. Where else would I have long 30 gauge wire? Wow. I have a feeling that they all ship the same length of wire. So like,
there's the buzzer I was looking for.
everything. Tyler's over here finding things he's been looking for. Holy cow. After 3 years of building, I might not have something I need. Oh, sure I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. All right, we're good. So, RDQ, actually, to the rescue. This is, and I think you can get this elsewhere, and it doesn't come in this nice case, but you can get wire making kits, JST wire making kits, and I always wondered what, they give you 3 different lengths, and these have the little thingies crimped on them, and I always wondered what I was going to do with these big long ones, and now we know. We're going to use these to, we're going to cut the crimped ends off in order to make a cable for this. So we want red, we want black, and then they used yellow and white. So we'll just stick with the... you know what? No, I have a whole bunch of these blues. Let me use blue.
Yeah, I chose those wires.
Did you? Okay, cool. Blue and... What else do I have a bunch of? There's a bunch of white. Okay, cool.
I robbed that Vista off of my tiny trainer.
Really? Nice. All right, sweet. So, crisis averted. Yeah, highly recommend you guys get this kit. Again, it's not going to come in this nice case, but yeah, it's a... Hey, can a moderator drop a link to this kit? Tiago, I think you know of that kit, right? I think we talked about that kit at some point. If you can find that on RDQ and or Pyrodrone and or CiottiFPV and or Endor. Anybody catch that one? And or Endor. Only the Star Wars nerds. This is a hot mess over here. Let me get this straightened up. For the record, if you have me do a build for you and we stream it, there's going to be some leniency with the total time because the streaming is going to take up time. Like if I build not streaming, I'm going to build a lot faster. So like Tyler, for example, this is going to be 3 hours. Like this is going to be 3 hours total on Fiverr or less. But realistically, 3 hours is about the amount of time that it would take me to do a scratch build like this. Unless there's some wild requirement or some crazy custom shit that you guys are looking for me to do. So, even if this, even if we keep going and going and going here, yeah. I understand that when I'm streaming, I'm going to talk a lot more and work a little bit slower, and I'm not going to penalize you guys for that. And that, so, and yeah, like Tyler and I talk outside of the streams, so we are friends, but this is not me just doing this stream for him. It's an option that I have on a lot of the Fiverr items, which is I'll stream it. And yeah, so we'll talk. If any of you guys, if that's something that any of you guys want, just ask me, and I will. Unless I'm like super busy or there's some weird extenuating circumstance, I will probably be willing to stream your build or your editing or our sim session, right? Like if you want some FPV instruction. And we go into the simulator and do a half an hour or an hour of me instructing, I can very easily hit the button for OBS and stream that if you'd like. So, yeah.
And I live like an hour away, so it's easy enough for me just to run over.
It's true. Yeah, it's rare that you guys are going to be able to come here, but yeah, if you're local and I don't hate you, you know.
Hell yeah. He doesn't hate me yet.
Ah! Get out of here. All right, let's do some tinning. Always try to batch this shit, guys. Don't just tin one wire and then connect it to the board. Set all 4 of them up and then knock all 4 out. Tyler, what's going on in the chat?
That's what I was trying to do. Yeah. A lot of talking back and forth.
All right, fair enough. What are they talking about?
Abraham's giving you Advil advice, Aleve advice, and
what's the advice? I need to know.
Let's see here.
Does he know what he's talking about, Tyler? This is great. I can just blame everything on Tyler. Tyler, is Aber a good person?
Yes, he is somebody at a hospital that does something.
Oh, all right, we can trust his advice then. What's his advice?
So generally 220 milligrams per tablet, so you should take 2 of these twice a day. Max of them out.
Aber, what's the active ingredient in it? I can't think of what it is. I know it's a muscle relaxant, but I can't think of what the hell it is.
And
what am I doing?
You should not take ibuprofen, ultra Advil at the same time.
What? Really?
As naproxen.
Naproxen, that's it.
Yeah,
naproxen. That's it. Naproxen. Yep. That's weird because when I hurt my back, they literally prescribed me naproxen and ibuprofen.
Yeah, that's what I've always been told, is to just alternate basically every 2 hours, taking it every 4.
That's crazy. All right, well, I'll just keep taking them both. Actually, I haven't been taking the ibuprofen. Let me... Do these have... Oh, they have the little...
Hey, double A.
The little side things. Okay, let's take a different... Since we're running these under the CADDX, I'm going to use the little... All right, I love when they put pads on this side, which is great, but they also put those little side half-hole things. You guys know what I mean. It's where the side of the PCB has the little scallop in it, and it's a part of the pad, and I really like using those, so we're gonna. And the main reason I want to use those is because I'm gonna go down under this CADDX Vista with the with these wires, so that is gonna route it. That's gonna route the wire straight down, which is a good thing. And you're gonna see what I mean in a second. Oh, look at that heat.
You got blue gunk on you?
Heat stuff rubbing off on my hands. Yeah, interesting.
Abram, he hasn't, mainly just because he's forgotten.
Abram says, don't take ibuprofen and naproxen. Is it really bad? I don't think I have. I think I've been either... Well, I was taking ibuprofen until either Kristen told me or I forget how it came out. I realized that I was doing the wrong thing, not taking muscle relaxants. because the problem that I was having, being back spasms, the problem is the muscle's tightening, right? So taking a muscle relaxant makes an awful lot of sense, right? So yeah.
He said really bad on the kidneys.
That makes sense. Isn't everything bad on the kidneys, though? So yellow, which is probably video, we're going to put on blue.
Okay.
Yellow is going to blue.
I guess you're telling me that, so I'll remember.
Yep. Blidio. Okay. It makes more sense than white. White is always used for, not always, but often used for RX and TX. RX and or TX, I guess I should say. So yeah.
I don't even know if this thing fit. I never did try it.
What's that?
The antenna mount.
Oh, really?
I just printed it and grabbed it and ran out the door.
I actually have something that'll work if it doesn't.
Yeah, it's not going.
Alright, so there's two.
It seems to be one of the biggest things I have with Thingiverse. Everything's just like
it's
a
almost
percent
right.
too small.
Yeah. Alright, red on the outside, black on the inside. Remember that.
Okay.
Actually, you don't need to remember it because I'm about to put the ground wire on right now. And it's not cooperating, so let's get some of this solder removed here. Alright, let me take it out of here. Always give the ground pads a little bit of extra love, guys. They're going to be more of a pain in the ass. But don't... Damn it, I got more of the blue stuff on me. But, you know, don't take it out on the poor ground pad. It needs friends, too. Ground pads need loving, too, guys. That's what you need to remember today. It's today's lesson.
No, I didn't tell you today's lesson was not to use a sketchy battery.
Yeah, that's right. Show the people what happens when you don't. Show the people what happens when you don't. When you ignore the telltale signs of a battery that's going to explode. Show the ladies and the gentlemen.
There's that.
That's what happens to the bottom of your CADDX Vista. Hopefully it stinks so bad. And then that's what happens to your poor Beta FPV 75.
And then in the poo bag.
Shit melts, man. There it is. Oh my god. Oh, it was a 3S. Wow, okay. So that probably did make some interesting things.
I'm getting this stinky thing box back up.
Cool. Yeah. Alright. We're going to go ground and then 5 volt and we will be good to go here. Alright. Ground pad going on, or ground wire going on. Ground pad cooperating. Hey, look at that. If you give them a little bit of love, they might just cooperate. Just like my ex-wife. I don't have an ex-wife, guys. Fair warning. And there's our 5 volt. Alright, the only thing I like to pay attention to when I'm doing these is don't let them get, like, try to have it as perfect of a 90-degree angle as possible so that you get the maximum sort of contact. And I just wanted to redo that last one because of that. So, there you go. That's, that way they're going to face downwards and it's going to save us a little bit of cable. And they're also nice and strong when you put them into those little, what are they called? I keep calling them crenellations, but I'm sure that that's not the right word. What's that called when they scallop the? I guess that's the other thing I call it is scallop. Anybody know? Anybody know what that's? And that's all the 4 that we need, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Sweet. So I think we can kind of put it back together. Although, so this is not going to work.
Right. So we're going to use your.
Oh yeah, that's way too... Well, what about... Is it just this little blob that's...
I think that's why
fucking the game up?
Yeah. Get rid of it.
Yeah, fuck it, right? So now it'll work. The question is it going to be long enough? Chat, I turn to you for the response to that. It is. Wow. You want to use it?
Sure, if you got it on there.
Is it strong? Yeah. I'm going to do one thing, though. So these, always pay attention to the layers in the TPU, because that's where stuff fail. Like, the layers will separate eventually. In this case, the way that these layers are, I'm worried that when this thing bends down, it's going to eventually separate the layers. But watch this. What the 3D printer is doing is melting shit, right? So it doesn't look... It's not the best looking thing in the world, but who gives a shit about that? We want it to be strong. So yeah, if you just add a little bit more heat with a little tiny torch...
So the Texaco right down the road here,
right?
They have a nice lighter.
Do they really?
Yeah, about... I would have grabbed one, but I
there you go, guys. I have not had a recommendation for you on tiny torches, but our very own TBird does.
The head shop gas station.
So yeah, you just add a little bit of extra heat. It makes it kind of bubble up a little bit. Don't add too much heat, because then it'll start to deform. But yeah, if you just add a little bit of heat, you're just gonna sort of connect the layers on the outside, and it makes it a lot stronger. Also, when this inevitably fails, as TPU does when it takes a lot of abuse, you just melt it right back together. I only buy TPU stuff once, and then I just melt it back together forever. Now it's hot, though. We got to give it a second to kind of relax. So put it aside for a minute.
So C-Lab says, Barbell says use the 5th ground.
5th ground, okay.
Or the... I guess it's
there's
really
an extra
2nd ground.
Okay, so there's an extra ground here. So that is 1 pad over. Cool. Right. You know, it's funny. I remember, for whatever reason, I remember him saying that at some point, to use the extra ground on the CADDXs. The collective hard at work, being awesome. Alright, so we're going to tin this extra ground here. And I'm going to grab one more ground. Well,
do you need a long one this time?
Yeah, I mean, we could ground it to the ESC.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that. What the hell? I mean, connecting the entire ground system together is not a terrible idea. Although, you know what? I don't know if I necessarily want the... Do we want any connection whatsoever between the VTX and the ESC? Usually I would say no to that. Usually I would keep the ESC as far away from the... Yeah, I'm going to err in favor of staying away. Although this is a really clean ESC. Let's keep everything connected to the flight controller.
And go to the flash. Okay.
I think this this should be just long enough. So, are you tinned, little friend? Yeah, you are. Look at that. All right. Extra ground being used. More grounds are always better than less.
Thank you, C-Lab.
There you go. Yeah, good call. Okay. Extra ground. Who knew? I wonder, did C-Lab, did Joshua make it, did he basically say, like, do this because it takes almost no work, and if it helps, then that's a good thing. If it doesn't, then you only wasted a minute of your time? Or was it like, do this because otherwise you'll have a bad time? You guys know what I mean? Is that the which is the case?
Did he give a reason?
There you
or
go. That's the
just
question.
To do it.
Did he give a reason? Yeah. Cool. So CADDX Vista going back together. It looks like it's just a plug header. Oh, yeah, look at that. So now I can kind of see how and why people do the naked Vista thing. It doesn't actually seem like that big of a deal now that I'm seeing the way that it's built. I would just be so scared of it getting too hot and blowing up, though, with how expensive they are.
I know that 75 I had to reflash the firmware a couple of times because I kept overheating and having to start over. But it was my first one too, and I know, put a fan and an ice pack on it.
Yeah, right.
Especially being in the South.
Cool. So even though I melted that, the stuff still fits through it, which is a good thing. Right. So we're gonna go here, and man, this is gonna be a stout antenna setup here. Cool. So now I can pop this on, and then I can put the top plate on with the little protector, and we will be CADDX Vista ready. Get in there, you little friend. Okay, cool. Hey, chat, do you guys want more zoom, less zoom, or the same amount of zoom on the current camera, on this camera? So I guess that goes like that, right? The other alternative would be it going like this, which makes no sense. Nope, so it goes out like that. Okay, cool. So we put that there, and this little fella comes down on top. Get back on there.
It's all good on your Zoom. Guillermo says hello.
Guillermo! You better...
He said, read it, hat boy.
Guillermo, who you trolling today? Do you ever like schedule it out? Do you ever like pre-plan it, or does it just kind of like happen? You just kind of fall into it.
He has a content calendar of who he's
Kristen says, "Do you have a content calendar?"
Just so you know, he spelled your name with R-O-N, Aaron.
What am I gonna do with you guys?
I love Guillermo so much.
Yeah, I try to live my life just kind of falling into stuff. Are you the same, Guillermo? Is it just like, when the feeling hits you, you
He said hey to you too.
Of course he did. Fucking the dynamic duo of attackers that I have to deal with.
The abuse.
The abusers. My fucking abusers have arrived. Abuser number 2 has arrived. Abuser number 1 I live with.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Fuckers. Alright, let me get myself a little cleaned up here. I'm feeling a little claustrophobic.
That thing is, she's not ashamed of it either.
Oh, yeah. I mean, every couple on Earth. What's this? Oh, this is that stator I fucking jacked all up. This is kind of... Oh, I'm taking the bearings out. Put that on the left there for me. I gotta pull the bearings out of that. Cool. CADDX is good. We can drop it in and see if the cables are gonna be long enough. So here we go. We're gonna run it right underneath there. No reason to not run it over top, really, to be honest with you guys, other than just being super, super clean. I guess in like a really vicious crash, if you had them going up over the top, it could they could get moved around a little bit, but that's going to be pretty rare. So look at that, they're long enough. Oh my god, happy days are here again, except for the one that I was wondering if it was going to be long enough. It is not long enough. So I guess we're going to ground to the ESC.
And do that one to the ESC. And
it should be fun. I mean, it might be a good thing. I don't know enough about electricity to know if it's going to be good or bad. But hey, it's got 2 different grounds, and it is digital. So in theory, none of this actually matters, I guess. Yeah, so that's going to set up like that. Cool. Mamba 722. Where are your pads that I'm going to use? So we're going to put them like that. And what do we got? On the back, we've got ground 5-volt TX4, RX4, ground 5-volt TX5, RX5, ground and VCC. 9 power port. Okay, yeah. So there's so what do these want? Full voltage or full voltage? Okay, cool. So we're gonna get full voltage from VCC, and we're gonna put one of the grounds right next to it. Let's get that figured out here. Okay, so those two are gonna go there, and then wait, no, ground, not blue, dummy. Blue is gonna go over here. Okay, so then on the side we've got, where the hell are the camera pads? Inverted. There it is. Camera. Where's the VTX pad though? iFlight. Where'd you put it? iFlight. Where'd you put it? What? Where is it? Number 2. Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
it's right in the middle. Okay.
Yeah.
So it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 pads from the bottom, I think, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 5 pads from the bottom is VTX out, and then right next door is TX3. And I'm assuming this is an RX, right? Because it's this oh shit, what did we say blue was? Blue is video, we said, right? So white is what? When you put the white wire on here, what was it? Do you remember? Is it RX or TX? It is URTX. Really? It's transmitting? So this is transmitting to the flight controller. It's not receiving like a regular VTX.
It's a 2.
Why the hell is there an S bus? Hey, CADDX people in the chat, help me up. Help me out. Oh my God, why is there so much orange in the chat? Aber the Ham.
Basically, Guillermo controlling me, but
Have Guillermo. Loon FPV says you require additional pylons. That's a. I didn't play the game, but I know the game that joke is from. I can't remember the name of the game. Espander says going digital. Nope, Espander. Look at the title of the stream. This is TBird's build. C-Lab says noise. He just says noise. Loon says remember no Mamba flash bangs. Remember the alien and that's charred arm motor sniffs yummy. Did you have one blow up, Loon? Is that what you're saying? Blizzard says.
I was talking about my build earlier.
Oh, right, of course. Blizzard says analog life, and then Loon says you fool. Those are standoff holes. What are standoff holes? Where are standoff holes? The outside ones? Go up. C-Lab says go up one more. Oh, perfect. You should consider connecting the 5th wire. It's the signal ground. So we already did that. Provides the ground loop for the TX and RX if connected. Otherwise, it uses the main power ground line, which can have more noise. Interesting. Vista uses TX and TX for the OSD and commands and S-Bus for the remote. Loon says you should remember the speed. I tossed that pack after the crash. Kill the BRC, but no more. C-Lab says that's the reason for the second ground. Got it. So hey, do we need to use this? It's starting to sound like we need to use this S-Bus pad as well. But you guys tell me. I trust you. Yeah, I was wondering about that. There's this S-Bus pad here. And the other question is, so Yeah. What am I hooking up to the TX or the RX on the flight controller? What's the Does the flight controller talk to the Vista, or does the Vista talk to the flight controller? I guess is the actual question that we're asking. I assumed that
It's both.
that the flight controller would talk to the Vista, but God knows with digital, right? Like, it's a complete mystery. While I'm waiting for that, though, we can start tinning these pads up. So what did I say? 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We definitely need to tin that one.
Remo says TX to RX, RX to TX.
Yeah, all right. Wow. So the flight controller, or the CADDX talks to the flight controller. I would not guess that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to tin that one.
We're using tracer for the controller.
And then... so wait, so I need an RX on the flight controller then, not a TX. Oh, that's funny. And what's interesting is all of these flight controllers are set up to have TXs next to the VTX because they want because normally the flight controller talks to the VTX. But yeah, not in this case. So is there an RX3 pad somewhere? Because if I can put this onto an RX3 pad, then the wiring diagram and whatever will... Oh, no, I guess it's... Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter as much. Interesting. There is no RX3 pad on here. There's a TX3, but there's no RX3 pad on this flight controller.
Is it not one set in?
Interesting. It's not. No, those are RSSI 3.3 and TX1 of all things. So we're going to have to take one of these RX pads from the bottom here. I guess we're going to take RX4. Yeah. No. I'll take RX5 because... Yeah. Okay. So now I'm going to... this will be nice and clean. Wow, what is the flight controller talking to the CADDX about?
Well, is it because you can also use it as a receiver?
Can you really? I thought that was only on the air unit.
Well, that's what I was wondering, though. Is
it
just air unit?
I think that's only in the air unit, yeah. Hey, chat, any answers yet on do I need to use the S-Bus pad? S-Bus is for DJI radio. Ha-ha! Good looking at Espander. Cool. So we don't need to use S-Bus. Although, wait a second. Espander, you saying that makes me wonder if you can use the receiver with the CADDX Vista. I didn't think so, but what the hell do I know? I haven't been paying a ton of attention to DJI stuff.
Yeah, I haven't gone that way either because I've been using Crossfire. And
I'm going to take a leap and put these nuts on, guys. It's a big time investment here. If I have to take them back off, it's going to lose us like 30 seconds, so if Spander's wrong, TBird's going to send him a bill for 30 seconds time. Bill for like 40 cents. All right. Vista is cranked down. And away.
A lot of freaking tabs open.
I know. Tabs are my only way of like holding on to shit though. Like if I make a bookmark to something, I'll never look at it again. So like if I'm like not finished on something, I have to leave it open in a tab. Somebody in the chat a while ago was saying that there was going to be a better tabbed browser system soon. Cascading tabs, basically. So I'm excited for that. That would be pretty cool.
Can they look at the porn I'm seeing on this screen?
Yeah. No. They can't.
Okay.
Okay, so this one's going to go to the ESC because it's not long enough. So we're going to pretty much do that last. And then these guys are gonna go over to this side, and then the blue one is gonna go over to the video pad. All right, that's it. So let's get this guy going first. Always leave a little bit of slack, but not so much slack that it's gonna cause a problem. I'm gonna actually do something. I'm gonna go under the flight controller with this one, so that I can come straight up onto the pads. That makes it a little bit easier to have a little bit of extra wire without it being messy. So I'm gonna leave that much extra wire. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna stretch it out to the front. God forbid the flight controller gets swapped. If the flight controller gets swapped, worst case scenario is that it has to reach all the way to the front. So if we cut it long enough to reach the front, then no matter what, I guess unless you switch frames, but for the most part, you're going to be good, and you'll never have to replace this wire. And always strip your wires with your fingernails, boys and girls, because your fingernails will not... 30 gauge wires have 8 strands. I think Joshua looked it up on his last live stream. 30 gauge wires have 8 strands, so if you use something metal to strip them and you nick or cut one of those 8 strands, you've reduced that wire's throughput by whatever the math works out. 12% maybe? And that's not good. So don't do that. Alright, so these 3 are going to these 3 pads over here. So I'm going to stretch them tight, push down in the middle, push down a little bit more. Well, actually, screw that. I'm going to do what I did a minute ago. And hold them up to the front. And then cut them so that worst case scenario, they'll still reach the front of the flight controller. You know what? This white one is actually like the perfect length. So we're going to cut all 3 of these down. And then we're going to spin these 3. One of the ways to hide some of the extra wire. So we cut it like this, right? Which is going to save us if we ever need to solder it to the front of the flight controller. But we're not in that case here, right? We're in a case where we're going to solder to the rear. So like, look at all that ugly extra wire. It can, you know, we have propellers and we have thrust and wind. And don't think for a minute that we don't make enough thrust to like blow in a weird situation the wires out the side and then chop them. So here's a way to hide some extra wire, and that's to get your twist on. So you guys saw how much extra wire we just had. You know, I've always wanted to measure. This is going to be a pretty good opportunity to do that. Let's see exactly how much we save. Not save. Save's not the right word. You guys know what I mean, though. Wow, that's legit. You guys remember how long it was? It was all the way up to here. So we killed like a full inch by just twisting them up like that. Is this... It's still a little bit long. But the ESC is big. The ESC is going to block a lot of it. So yeah, we're actually fine. That's going to be enough. Worst case scenario, what I'll do is I'll take a tiny little zip tie and feed it up through these 2 guys since we're not using them, and then we can just put the wire in there, and then that's going to make sure that it absolutely never, ever, ever comes out the side. Although, here's the test. Hold the wire and see if it'll... See, this is actually not long enough to come out the side and get in the props, right? It might come out the side so you can see it, and I guess technically it could maybe get caught by a branch. So yeah, we're probably going to tie this thing down in there. But yeah, think about that kind of stuff. Think about your wires. Worst case scenario, what if the wire pops out? Is it going to get chopped? Is it going to be fine? Is it going to catch on fire and kill your firstborn child? You never know. You got to be careful.
So no S-bus.
No to S-bus. Confirmed?
Confirmed expander.
Cool.
Since we're using Crossfire/Tracer.
That is good news because that means we can just keep going. Stripping the ground. stripping the V-bat. Alright, so we are going to tin these two and then tack them down, and then we can move over to the video wire and move on to tracer or regular crossfire. What are you thinking?
I think tracer.
Cool.
I got it.
Very cool. Everybody bug TBird FPV for crossfire versus tracer, because he's going to have two pretty much identical rigs here, this and another one. One of them is going to be on tracer, one of them is going to be on regular old OG crossfire.
Do you expect for it to stay on?
It usually does. When I'm using the sponge, you know, that actually reminds me. When I'm using the sponge, hold on. Ah! Oh God. Yeah. When I'm using the sponge, the weller will detect they put a little thermocouple in the tip of the iron, and it looks for the temperature to drop, because that's what happens when you put the tip of the iron into the wet sponge to clean it. And when the weller sees that temperature drop, it resets the countdown timer for the lower the temperature to not ruin the tip of your iron feature. But I'm lazy, and I usually use this instead of the sponge, and there's not enough of a temperature drop in there. So yeah, after whatever the time period is, I want to say it's 10 minutes. It brings the temperature down on me. I wish there was either a little light, or I think ideally there'd be a little beep when that happened. That would be really nice. I would love for it to beep when it was starting to cool down. That would be super helpful. But I think the real solution is just to use the wet sponge. I know some of you guys are of the camp, are of the don't use the wet sponge camp, but my father is a fan of the wet sponge situation, and he's been an electrical engineer for a lot longer than you guys, so poo-poo on you.
I was going to say he's been in the more diverse system.
Yeah, exactly. But although he is 70 plus years old, so you guys could totally be right. He could be operating off of old info. But, you know, whatever. It's not that big of a deal. So we got RX5, ground, VCC. So we're going white first, and then black, and then red. So let's just rotate these in a way that they kind of want to hang out in the right position. All right, and then maybe we can just go 1, 2, 3 right in a row. Let's see. Come on, little friend. There we go. That looks a little better. When there's a big blob of solder that's like going sideways, get that shit taken care of. Don't try to fix it like on the pad. I usually do, but it's always a bad idea. Okay. 1. And what's next? Ground, right? Yeah, ground. Right. And then VBAT. Ground pads are always going to be a little bit harder because they're all connected, so they're going to wick the heat away a lot quicker. Must be patient. And then we've got VBAT on the outside here. Hey, look at that. That's pretty. So there we go. 1, 2, 3, ready to go. And the last thing I'll do is kind of spin this a little bit from the wire. That's just me being a crazy person. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. That's your boy being a lunatic. All right, so now we've got the blue video cable, and always want to move the work to you. Never move yourself around the work. And so what I'm going to do here is, and you know what I should have done? I should have spun the blue wire into these other ones, but it's too late now because they're all soldered down. And the blue wire does go to a different location, so it's not, oh shit, I forgot to tin this one. Alright. Yeah, the blue wire is going to a different spot. Well, you know what I can do? I can kind of half-ass it after the fact. We can just kind of come up and do a couple little rotations. It won't be as good looking, but it'll look okay. So we'll do like 4 or 5 little rotations around its little friends here. And it'll accomplish the same thing, just won't look quite as good. There we go. And push it back out the side. Oops, no. Oh, that's a little hole in the bottom. Come on. Yeah, that looks fine. I mean, you can't see this shit anyway, so it doesn't matter. Get in there, little feller. There it is. Yeah, it looks like it's looks like I did that on purpose. All right, we're gonna tin this guy and move on. Next up is Tracer. We're gonna see what that nonsense is all about. Oh, come on. Stop trying to get away, wire. Come back. Alright, and I only tinned 1 pad, so I know exactly where this is gonna go. And we're gonna get a little angle on the wire here. And all right, it's a little ugly, but it's only ugly on top. Yeah, there we go. So the solder tried to come with the tip of the soldering iron, and that's okay because that allows us to just flat cut it, and now it's perfect. Cool. So our Vista is wired up. Okay. Next up is Tracer, which is in a little box. Oh, sick. All right. So we've got 2. I guess we're just gonna run these out on the arms. 2 of these little mini Mortal T looking guys. They'll work really well on the arms because they're so short, actually. That'll be a really clean setup. The trick is going to be finding a spot for this little receiver where those guys will reach. So, okay, so in my brain right now is basically where can I put this receiver. The number one thing I want to try to figure out is where can I put this receiver that both of these little antennas have enough reach, right? Like, top of your priorities, in my opinion, right now, should be signal strength. So, we're going to think about that for a second, and we're going to just kind of like mock this up. So we've got arms on the back, we've got children outside, yelling and screaming, as they do. And we've got 2 of these little jib-jabs. So, I guess we could mount it on top. What am I doing? This is the front arms. I want these on the back. Alright, so rear arms. And get out of the way, camera. And so if this goes out on the arm, then, oh wow. TBS, make these longer, man. Come on. Really? I'm assuming that the CADDX gets kind of hot. Although, man, this is a really nice looking. Like, I'm tempted to just keep it super simple and just straight up put it on top. Because that's going to give you the most possible. Yeah, I mean that's kind of where I would like to mount it. Although we are putting this on 23mm standoff, so height is not really going to be much of an issue. Let's check that though before we get into any trouble. So let's grab a 23mm standoff out of here. Is that a 23? Is that a 25?
Yeah, I forgot I already had your.
What the fuck? It's a 24? Why is it a 24? Get out of here with that shit. That's. Oh, there's a 23. That's weird. I guess that's a 25. What color do you want? Red or black? Or there appears to be some blue. There's some green. And there's some purple. We're doing purple because everything else is purple, right?
If you don't mind, I'll leave you the orange ones.
Oh, cool. They're 20s, right?
Yeah.
So I'll actually use them. I haven't used 23s. I haven't used these 23s in forever. I don't have quite enough, but we'll throw a couple blacks in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then do I have 2 blacks? I don't.
Yeah, right up there.
Do I really? Yes! Do you want blacks or reds?
Do black.
Cool. 6 purple, 2 black. This purple. This one's fine. This purple is fine. Cool. Another crisis averted. And let me just throw these back in here so I can move this out of the way. Red, 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 red. 23mm standoffs are only available from Pyro Drone, boys and girls. Get some. They are 3mm longer than 20s. I was about to say they're great, but I mean, they're fucking standoffs. Like, how great can they really be? So instead I went with they're 3mm longer than 20s. So that, you know, I was saying something true. What's going on in the chat? Blitz FPV. That's a long comment. Mr. Huggy says 1 vertical and 1 horizontal. Oh, right. Well, shit. That makes it... Hey, those of you... Well, you actually probably know this, Tyler. How hot does the top of the CADDX get? Like, ridiculous burn your fucking hand hot, or...
No, not as long as it's... As long as you're moving, you're good.
Yep. Alright, so yeah, I think I'm going to mount this right on top here. Keep it nice and simple. The whole communications package will be together. Let's just make sure that there's going to be enough room. Oh yeah, tons of room.
Okay, double A says hot.
We could even... Alright, if you guys are saying it gets that hot... I'm going to mount it to the top plate, I think. I think I'm going to mount it... Well, I hate mounting stuff to the top plate.
Alright, so we got 3 hots.
Have any of you guys mounted your receivers to the top of it? I think you guys should know what I'm trying to figure out here. Yeah, I mean, these little receivers, like, typically heat doesn't affect them.
Well, why not on the ESCs? One suggestion.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, is putting it under the ESC. The problem is that starts to eat into our cable length, right? One of the things we've been talking about is how do we get it to be long enough to reach out to the arms? But I'll bet you we still have enough cable length. So let's just see. If I put it dead center, we want one of these things vertical, so that one's perfect. We'll put it vertical on one of those rear standoffs. And then the other one will go out to the arm. Oh, yeah. Done. Under the ESC it is. That was my my other thought. So, cool. We're going to mount it dead center, pretty much under the ESC. That'll let us run a little bit shorter cables, 30 gauge. And then we just need to figure out, are we just going to VHB it? I think I'm just going to VHB it. Because it's so lightweight that VHB will be plenty strong to hold it down. So, yeah, let's go.
That was my original thought in the beginning. I was just putting it underneath the...
Yeah. These, I don't know, these seem shorter than they actually are. It looks like they're kind of just the right length. Tracer wiring diagram. Did they send one? Or do they expect you to go on the internet?
Expect the internet.
Jeez.
But I think it's the same thing as crossfire, of course, is always confusing.
Oh, hey, look at all these black 23mm standoffs.
Yeah, that's the ones that...
Go figure.
Keep your purple ones.
Go figure. Kebab sends a bunch. Okay, so these ports are going to be upwards so that the bind button is upwards. And I am going to use the through holes. And when you're using the through holes, it really does help to use the super annoying arms to hold the damn thing up. So we're going to do that. And I want that facing me. Alright. So that's in a good spot. They gave a bunch of wires that should be long enough, I'll bet you. Go over here. All right. Cleaned up. I sound like Mark Spatz. All right. Every time that guy says all right, I'm like, yes. I say all right all the time, too. If you don't know who Mark Spatz is, get out. Out. He is UAV Tech, and if you don't know who he is, you should know who he is. So go over to UAV Tech and subscribe. And you will learn more about PID tuning than you ever thought possible. We've got a ground wire, we've got a 5-volt wire, we've got a yellow and a white, which we're going to use for the basically in and out. There's going to be an RX and a TX on here. We'll use one for in, one for out, and all will be right with the world. Look, they even give you a little pin header if you want to be a crazy person and try to mount this thing direct with a pin header. I don't recommend that. I don't love the idea of having anything mounted on pin headers to the flight controller, because the flight controller I try to isolate as much as humanly possible to keep vibrations out. So this is ready to go. As soon as we have a little wiring pin out, just hit TBS's website and just look the product up. I bet you they'll have it down in the description. That's usually what I do.
It says channel 1, channel 2.
Oh, you fuckers.
Yeah.
Really? Channel 1 and channel 2. That does me no good.
That's what they got.
Hey, chat, who's done Tracer before? Channel 1 and channel 2. Come on. Wait, that's a Nano RX.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, same thing as a crossfire. Yeah.
My brain.
Albert.
No, who does the website reviews? He does everything on his website. God damn it. Who is he? Hey, chat. Did any of you guys do tracer yet? Oh, I can tin these while I'm waiting. Or are they pre-tinned? Oh, they're pre-tinned. Wow, fancy. Only one side is pre-tinned though. We'll do the other side. Channel 1 and channel 2. Come on. Jeez, TBS.
So the one beside your 5-volt is your RX, or goes to your RX on your flight controller.
Next to 5-volt is RX on tracer.
Goes to your 5-volt on your flight controller. And then your other one's TX.
Okay, so where is 5-volt? Is 5-volt even with the bind button? Or is that ground?
So your ground's
That's
outside.
Ground, okay.
And then...
Alright, ground first. And these are through holes. So how I handle through holes is I hit it twice. I get the wire tacked in there once. Well, I'll show you guys. So tin the tip of the iron. The wire itself is pre-tinned. Get a nice little blob of fresh. Put it on top here. Technically speaking, you can leave that. That is technically enough. But I like to push a little bit more solder into it. And I'm going to show you guys how to do that in a minute. But I'm going to do I'm going to tack all of these in first. And then we're going to add some solder to kind of clean them up. So first things first, though, like I said, we're just going to get these so that they're holding on. And
yeah, we should be able to change them in Agent X anyways.
Oh, you're right. Yep. I totally forgot about that.
So if it is backwards, we can always flip it.
So then what
Thank you, Tiago.
we're thinking...
I'm thinking the first one, the one beside your
is
battery
RX?
goes to your RX, yes.
So what makes more sense for RX, yellow or white? RX and TX. White, yellow, T. Y for yellow is close to T. So we're going to use white for RX. I can't think of any better reason to use them. Didn't have quite enough solder on the tip of the iron. And again, we're just getting these tacked in place basically right now. Cool. And last one. Get in there, you little fucker. This doing it this way makes it so much easier if you're going to use these through holes. One of the problems with the through holes is like it's just like you got to get the soldering iron on one side and then you got to hold it from the other side, and it's always a pain in the ass. So this makes that a lot easy. They're all tacked on. They're kind of ugly, but watch this. Twist this so that the wires are now basically pushing upwards so that the wires aren't going to want to fall out anymore. Basically, you want to get this into a position where the wires don't want to move. They're being sort of pushed up by the table into this thing so that I can come in over top and push solder into these holes. So this is kind of I've only started doing this recently, but I think I really like it. So again, get these wires so that they're pushing up against the desk. You just kind of like tuck them in a little bit, and now the wires are sort of naturally pushing themselves up so they don't want to fall down and out. And let's see how good this works. I've kind of done this before, but I've kind of worked this out in theory, but I've never actually done this before. So now you're free. Now your hand's free. You can put the soldering iron on one side and push solder into this joint. And what's nice is it's going to flow down into the actual hole because it's all fluxed up and nice. And then you're going to get this beautiful little solder joint. What can happen is the wire can be a little bit too high, but these are actually kind of cooperating really nicely, and they kind of sunk down ever so slightly. So you end up with beautiful little solder joints because you were able to use two hands and put fresh solder in there, but at the same time, none of the wires popped out. See how the wires are all butted perfectly up against there? So yeah, that's awesome. That worked exactly as I assumed that it would. And then you can just pull these wires just to create a little bit of an angle. And now it's super clean. And yeah, you've got it's kind of important for those wires to not pull out of there. If you get the silicone of the wire butted up against the PCB, it has a lot less tendency to break. I find when the exposed, so assume that my fingernail is the exposed bit of wire, right? Like when it's butted perfectly up against there, the silicone wire does all the bending, and it tends to not break. But when it pulls out, and again, my fingernail is the exposed wire. When it pulls out like that from the PCB and then it starts bending, the exposed bit of wire does all the bending, and it eventually, like one by one, the tins will break. There you guys go. I'm sure someone was laughing, was pre-laughing at that joke. So
that was just too easy.
Pay it off. All right, we're gonna twist these guys up a little bit, just because I like to kind of keep them together. So we'll give this guy a little twist here.
Double A, there's no hope.
What's the hope?
Teaching you TBS.
Oh, yeah. I mean, shit, wait until I go ghost, guys. I'll really... I mean, you think I don't know shit about TBS now? Fuck. I at least fly it now. If at some point I go ghost, as the plan is, yeah, I really won't be able to answer TBS questions for you guys.
That's one reason I chose to go TBS, is because I already kind of knew Crossfire.
Right. So I'm going to do this in kind of a weird order, but it's going to be fine. I don't think these are... Did these come with it?
Yeah. You grabbed you grabbed them out of this bag, right?
Looks a little small. Maybe it just... Oh no, okay, wow. I never noticed that. It really expands. Tight. Yeah, like the metal's like that, and then it definitely, the metal definitely expands when it clicks on there. All right. That's going to make it hold on better. That's a good thing. And yeah, so I'm going to do this in a little bit of a weird order, I think, but it's because I want to put the shrink wrap on it right now. So we're going to put those on, and then I'm going to look for the clear shrink wrap. There it is. It's the only problem with this crystal clear shrink wrap is it vanishes. So I want a little bit extra because I want enough to hold these two little guys down. And then I want a little bit extra on the opposite side to hold the wires flat. So we're going to cut it a little bit long, but it's actually... And the other thing is this clear stuff does shrink up lengthwise a little bit when it gets hot. So you're always going to cut it a little bit too long.
So could you basically run your antennas back across the wires and run your flip-flop them? Is that...
Yep. So if we weren't dealing with this situation where these wires are kind of just barely long enough, what I would do is run these wires back like this. This is what I like to try to do, because then when you shrink wrap it, you shrink wrap the whole shit on here, and it's just a nice thing. In our case here, if I were to do that, basically we would need to run this wire the other way, and then we just wouldn't have quite as much length on this guy. And what I'm trying to do...
It's going to be tight, yeah.
Right, so one of these... I'm trying to get this antenna as close to the inside, as close to the motor as possible, because when a propeller bends, you know, like sometimes they bend a lot, sometimes they bend a little. The closer I can get this to the bell of the motor, the safer it's going to be. So that's my number one thing. And by cutting the shrink wrap long enough, versus, and so here's our other, right? So we have this much extra space, right? We have the, what's that? And 2 centimeter and a half. So it's a difference of 1.5 centimeters, but I mean, getting this closer to I'll take that 1.5 centimeters, because it's really going to help in durability. In switching these the other way, you're making this more durable here, but you're going to sacrifice durability of the tip of the actual antenna itself. And I can almost guarantee you that the chances of this getting hit by a prop are way better than it getting pulled.
And you also got 2 for backup, and if one goes, you got the other one.
Yeah. I mean, the other option would be to not put it out on the arm and to put it down on the bottom. We could run them both. We could run them like right next to one another, essentially like that. The problem, not the problem, but I don't want to do that because the whole point of like having 2 of something is to have like, you know, that diversity effect and to move them away from one another. I mean, hell, we could almost put this on the front arm, but I don't want anything on the front arms ever. I always want stuff on the back arms. And there's also, you could also argue that, and my initial plan was to put both of these on the rear arms, because doing that gives you a 90-degree angle between both of these, so it completely kills the null that the end of these antennas are creating. But then the problem is you don't have anything facing vertical, and I think for tracer it actually makes more sense to have one vertical, because that's gonna, you know, when you put your antenna on the transmitter, when you're running Crossfire, you always want it left to right, because the Crossfire antennas are typically left to right. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's gonna kill. It's gonna do a better job killing a null having one of these vertical and the other one horizontal. What's going on in the chat? Anything?
Loon says, do like you say, sandwich it underneath the ESC and...
Yeah. Oscar Liang, that's it. Thank you, Tiago. And Loon. Yeah, Oscar Liang, he sometimes has really good little... RX is here, TX is here, run this to that. Like, he just does a good job of just being like, yeah, this says channel 1, but it's the RX. Just do this. I use his image every single time I have to wire up a Crossfire Nano, because he's like the only one with an image that says TX here, RX here, this goes to that goes to this. Everybody else's diagrams, like, for whatever reason, make me second guess it. So, shrink wrap going on. These guys going back. And tiny torch. The other thing that this super clear shrink wrap does is it moves as soon as it gets hot. So when it moves, turn the torch off and move it back. And so now we've got a setup. So putting it under the ESC, you've got carbon below it, which is conductive. You've got an ESC above it, which is got God knows what's going on. So yeah, you really want to get the whole thing, every little piece of metal. You want a piece of plastic in the way. So that's what we've done here with the shrink wrap. And the extra long little bit on the back has already pulled these guys down, so they're nice and solid. If they get pulled really hard, even if they were facing the other way, if they get pulled straight, there's no hope. It's going to rip the wire right out of the connector. When I face them the other way, what's nice is if they get pulled sideways, they're going to be totally fine. So that's the only vulnerability here, is that if these get pulled sideways, it's going to be a little bit less strong. But because of the way that we're mounting this, that's not going to happen. They're not going to get pulled sideways. And there is one of these, the one that's going out on the arm that is going to be a little bit sideways. So here's what I'm going to do to fix that. I'm going to cross these guys. And the one that goes out to the arm is going to be this one, which is to the side. So if it does pull, it pulls straight, and we haven't sacrificed any strength in this little setup here. So now that I pulled it to the side, the shrink wrap can be a little bit more shrink wrappy. A little bit more shrunken.
One thing I like about the clear
there we go.
Is that seems a little bit more stiffer than the black and the color.
Yeah, the clear versus the rubbery shrink wrap, like there's certain situations where I use one, there's other situations where I use the other. It's different uses. But that's going to be about as strong as we're going to really ever get out of something like this. These are not, I'm pretty sure that these are just not antennas that are going to get pulled. Video antennas hanging up in the middle of nowhere, they get pulled. But yeah, this is going to be out on the arm. I don't think this is in a situation, and we'll secure the hell out of it so it doesn't get pulled. Cool. So now we've got to wire this guy up. So we need a TX and an RX. We can probably do it all on the back, and we can probably cut this nice and short. Let's tin some pads first so that we know where we're going to. So we've got ground, 5 volt, perfect. Ground, 5 volt, TX4, RX4. Done. Right on the back here. 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row. Way to go, iFlight. 2, 3, 4. And that last little thing was just me making sure that on the Mamba board here they drill it for a through hole, and they put a pad, and they put the little slot on the outside. So I'm gonna be using the slot. This little fella is gonna be back here ish. So this is a pretty straight shot with the cables, but of course we want a little bit extra, so we'll mock it up like that. I'm going to unspin it or whatever, and then we're just going to cut it a little bit long. That way if it needs to get remounted, it should be okay. Alright, think about this for a second. So Tyler had put this flight controller down, and I didn't fully think through the possibility of rotating it. The only reason to rotate this would be if this plug header was coming into contact with the camera. I don't think we're going to have that problem. I think I like it rotated this way anyway because we've got these cables here. I don't necessarily want to have to stretch these all the way to the front. So I am actually going to leave this here. But I told you guys to always make sure that you spin these things around before you start soldering to them, and I didn't do it on this.
Speaking of that header.
So I kind of got away with it. Yeah, we also want to make sure that plug header is going to be long enough.
Yeah.
We should be fine though.
So
I'm already pretty well. That one's definitely not going to be long enough.
Yeah.
I have a whole shitload of them though, and we can even build one if we need to.
They've actually sent the stuff to build one.
Nice.
But I had one that I dry fitted.
Right.
So I know there's one. I just got to figure out. That's the reason everything's put. Everything was kind of just stuck down on there because I was just dry fitting everything as I was buying parts, because I did some here, some there. And
yeah, dry fitting stuff is a really good idea, guys. Never, ever, ever just start soldering away. Like, always lay everything out and make sure that the wires are going to be long enough, and that it just sort of makes sense that you're putting it one way or another. I'll actually usually spend like an hour just when I first get a rig piecing it together and figuring out like which way I'm going to rotate stuff, where's this going to go, where's that going to go. Yeah. That was a, what's that, a skid?
Yeah.
Alright, so we're going to get these tinned up first, and then we're going to drop them on those nice little pads that are all next to each other, all perfect like. Now that this is shrink wrapped, I also don't have to worry about solder balls falling into it, which is kind of a bonus.
You gotta work your balls.
Alright. And we've got 1, 2, 3, and 4. You always want to try to put the soldering iron on one side of the exposed wires and push the solder through from the other. It's the only chance that you've got in getting solder in between all the strands, which is a good thing. Alright, so we've got that. We got this. And so if I put this like this, and I put this off to the side, I can hold them and put heat down. Alright, so what do we got again? I'm going to go from the outside in. So ground first. All the way out. Chat, what are you guys working on today? What is it, Sunday?
It's
Saturday. Who's flying? Who's going to have to fly? Anybody? Alright, so we've got ground. And of course, I'm going to need to tin the tip for ground because of all the reasons that we talked about earlier.
It's like some people's happy you get building a digital quad.
If it were only mine, I'll get there eventually. I'm to be honest, I'm really just waiting for just like once there's a tiny little CADDX for like tiny whoops, and I don't think that this setup really works for micros. It's a little too heavy. It's a little too tall.
Yeah, that Beta
kind of waiting for a
75.
flat. Yeah, it's tall, right? It's very tall.
That was, and it was still 3S. You know, I mean, I think 2S
3S whoop was kind of crazy.
I think 2S is as small as the Vista can handle.
Right.
CADDX.
Oh yeah, shit, and it won't even run on 1S, will it?
Right.
1S doesn't even have the voltage for it. That's so funny. I didn't even think about that. Right.
That was one reason I did this on Fiverr, to make you build a digital, just to
right. I appreciate it. As
bring
does
you over to the dark side.
Yeah, right. I mean, at some point I'll be able to build a Fat Shark digital, but I need the goddamn long cable to come back in stock. What did we figure out? RX is who and the what? RX is on the inside. RX is... Oh, wait, no. We did the anagram.
Yellow.
T is close to Y, so T is Y, R is white. So then we want T on the board to be white. Okay, cool. So we're good. White is next because of RX to TX. And unless that diagram was saying RX on the flight controller, but I'm going to assume it wasn't. All right, there, and like Tyler said earlier, we can just switch it if we need to. Which, let's be real, that's a big deal. Like that's a really nice feature of TBS, the ability to switch those two ports after the fact, so that you don't have to pull your shit apart and re-solder it. Give these guys a little tug, make sure they're nice and strong. I didn't do that with these ones. They look strong though. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What about this ground one? Is this ground one a little bit connected on the bottom? Nah, the ground one's the strongest of the batch. And then let's try this video cable. Yep, good to go. Cool. Oh, we don't need to... Is that it? Is that an entire build with the CADDX Vista? It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because the camera is powered from that. Wow.
Yeah.
That's really clean.
Yeah.
Jeez.
See?
Okay.
You a DJI guy now?
Wow, that's only 8 solder... I mean, did it come with wires soldered up here?
No. I put those...
So
that's what I had for my...
4, 8... Wow. 11 solder points. And then the motors, of course, but... I guess it's only 3 less. But still, I don't know. It feels so much cleaner not having to...
having 4 wires coming... Or 3 wires coming off your camera. Yeah.
Interesting. All right. I'm down with that. Shit. If builds are going to get easier, I'm...
I mean, this is a 2-hour build instead of a 3?
I know, right? Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see soon enough. All right, cool. So this guy is soldered up. And I want this facing like that. So I think it's basically going to go there. This little guy is going to go this way. That guy is going to go that way. Not that it really matters because that's all just going to lay there. No, I guess it does. Okay, so this guy, let's put this on this side because that'll force the cables to be a little bit longer. So if we put that there, camera wire doesn't really matter, that can go anywhere. So if that gets dropped down there, that goes out on the arm. This guy comes around and goes vertical. We can probably just zip tie it to here. That'll be kind of nice. Yeah. And yeah, cool. And there's even like a little indent, like it kind of like slots in there. We're just gonna VHB it and move on because, like I said earlier, there's not a
So the stuff I got is like an inch thick, and it's a pain. You gotta sit there and just like trim it down.
This is from TBS, believe it or not. So if guys, if you're ever doing an order from TBS, this I really like this VHB. It's like it's a little bit more narrow and it's thin as shit. It's nice and thin. Yeah, that's it's like $5, but I mean, who cares? It lasts forever.
Yeah, that's definitely.
I actually need to use that on the car. I need to get some more VHB. The rear bumper
Hold
is
your car together with
falling off the goddamn car. Not the rear bumper, the rear diffuser rather. A part of the rear bumper is coming off. Yeah, car parts. A lot of like front lips and shit get held on by VHB a lot in the car world. It's a little too big.
Badging.
Yeah, badges for sure. For sure. Okay, let's clean it a little bit.
So on my Gladiator, so I took it has Jeep on the back end,
right?
And I took that off and I found some Gladiator badging that took up the whole tailgate,
right?
And it was 2-sided taped on.
Yep. Yeah, VHB is incredible stuff. Wings too. Car wings a lot of time, little like lip spoilers and shit, they'll just be VHB'd on. They won't even have a single piece of hardware there. If you expect to only use VHB like I am here, make sure that you clean at least one of the 2 surfaces, like you guys just saw me do. And there we go. Pressure is the activator of most adhesives. So make sure that you give it enough pressure, and it's also a time thing. Like give it a couple seconds here.
Except for Gorilla Tape's water.
Really?
Yes.
Nice. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. I remember that from when I had this great big tube of Gorilla Glue way long ago. And it was the weirdest thing ever using water to activate this stuff. But whatever works. Cool. it just feels so wrong that we don't have to solder a fucking camera on. I'm like dragging my feet like I know I'm forgetting something. But I'm actually not. No, I'm not forgetting anything. So ESC is going to go there. Only thing I don't like about the 55 amp Acon is this heat shield because it makes putting the battery leads. Do you happen to have a XT30 floating around? Yeah, you do. And you want to do this?
I think it's better there than because I think you don't have enough room.
I zipped. Yeah, I would. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I gotta find a spot for the capacitor now on a glide. How do you usually run your battery lead? Which side? This side? That side?
Just out the side, whichever.
All right. So I usually do it on this side. So that's what we're gonna do here. How do you mount your battery? Grab a
2 zip ties, or not 2 zip ties, two battery straps.
Wires at the front. Oh god. So when you mount a battery, do you do wires at the front, wires at the back?
Back.
All right. I'm gonna build this for wires at the front, so that you can do that with it, and then that makes this nice and short, and then it's gonna hang out on the side like that. Cool?
Yeah.
And then you're going to put it in between... Well,
your battery strap.
Yeah. So we need to kind of scheme that a little bit. So one strap is here, so we actually need this guy. Well, that's not going to work.
Could you come up through the center there?
You know what? It might actually work better. I try not to do that because then it's I'm afraid of it getting guillotined. So you usually do it out the back, and oh yeah, that's going to be perfect. So yeah, so we're going to come out off of there, and then this guy just needs to sit here. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
So guys, if you're going to do the capacitor on the XT60, it's probably going to be a lot better idea for you to run your battery with the lead out the back like this, so you can kind of wrap it around. That's just going to make your life a little bit easier. I always do it the complete opposite, and then what happens is this is in the way of that battery strap, and I mean, I guess you could run the battery strap over this whole thing and pull it together, but that seems kind of crazy to me. I wouldn't want to do that. So yeah, this is cool because this is the way that you already do it. So that is going to be up here. And so we need roughly that amount of cable. With the battery leads, I actually kind of tend to cut these shorter because it's so heavy and it's just kind of a pain in the ass. So I actually err in the favor of too short on these. Well, that sounds weird, but... So, we're going to put these out the side like that. Hopefully yeah, fantastic. The positive is closest. So, we're going to cut it, though. We want to cut these in a way that they'll sit flat with each other. So, if we kind of go like this, and we look at how far the negative lead is going to be, that then gives us an idea where the positive lead needs to be. And then just cut it a little bit longer anyway. Just don't cut that to be perfect. Cut it a little tiny bit longer because they're going to be they're going to be angled upwards a little bit. That's important. So now, here's how they're going to sit. Right? See that, guys? See, I cut it at the right length to be able to do that. So now you can strip them, and we can get to some tinning. Doing these big wires, I will lightly use these guys, and then use my fingernails to come in after that. So you just lightly kind of like, essentially leave a dent in the silicone with the with your cutters, and then come in with your fingernails and dig. Although it's not that big of a deal with these big ass wires because they have a million. Oh wow, I didn't even. Apparently I went a little bit too deep on that one because it came off with the cutters. I was just about to say it doesn't make as big a deal because there's a million strands of wire in these. So if you nick one of these million strands, you're, decreasing the throughput by 1/1,000,000, which is pretty good. Not a big deal. Time for tin. Right. There it is. So when you're tinning these guys, always use extra, basically like more solder than you think you would ever need, just because they're so goddamn big. And you really want to do your best to get solder in between these strands. I just did something that I know trips a lot of people up, and I want to talk about it. So the problem that a lot of people have with these is if you try to, and see this needs more, always look at it afterwards and make sure that there's not a spot that doesn't have enough. The problem with putting the heat on one side and then feeding the solder from the other on the big bastards like this is it takes them a while to heat up. So you can get into this place where like you just can't push the solder through from the top. And there's a way to kind of help that out. And it's you kind of sneak some solder in from the side. So I'm on the bottom and I'm going to sneak some solder directly onto the tip from the side. And that's going to get the heat transfer going a little bit quicker so that you're not sitting on this wire for too long. And now we got solder all the way around. So let me show you that again on this red one. Get these as flat as you can. And let me do this. Let me give you guys a little bit better of a view, because this is a super fucking annoying thing. Alright, so what do I need to move forward? Alright, so I'm going to try to do it facing upwards like this, so that you guys have a better chance of seeing it. Let's use this. Alright. So now if I do it this way, you guys will be able to see it. It'll be harder for me, but that's fine. I can handle it. So heat on one side, find the flat part of the tip of the iron, and you want to use that flat part. Might as well tin it because it's not going to want to transfer heat right away. Put it on there, and then at an angle, sneak some extra solder like that, and that's going to beef up the amount of surface area between the soldering iron and the wire. And you see I still can't do it, and now I can. And now it's allowing me to push solder directly through, and that's how you get solder in between the strands so that the whole thing is one big blob of solder. And that, I don't think, has any gaps in it. Yep, it's totally uniform all the way around it. So there you go. Soldering iron on one side, solder from the other side, but if it's not, early on when it's not transferring heat, just sneak some solder like this onto the tip of the iron, and then that's going to make the solder like wrap around, right? And then you've got a nice contact area, and that's going to get the strands of the wire hot enough so you can push it from the opposite side. What do you think of that, world? Man, that thing's pulling power from the flight controller. It's getting VBAT and ground there. We don't have to like triple solder wires up to the goddamn ESC. What a treat. What a treat. Yeah. Those of you with CADDX Vistas, what are you guys powering them off of? The flight controller or the ESC? If at all possible, I like to power VBAT shit from the flight controller, but sometimes the flight controller VBAT ports will kind of be in a bad spot, or like...
James Sweet says FC.
Nice.
That's what I've always done.
Yeah, I prefer to power it off the flight controller, but I mean, I guess since it's digital, the biggest reason for me is I'm always trying to put as much filtering in between the power and the VTX, because analog VTXs have issues with noise. Since this is digital, that's really not the case. Like, there shouldn't. It should either work or not.
Yeah, doubtless with the CADDX, you don't need, or I don't use a regulator, 9-volt regulator. For the air units, you do.
Oh, no shit. Oh, yeah, right. I did know that. All right, cool. So now that these are the right length, right, now that we cut these the length, they just kind of drop right in there. Like, there's no real guesswork. So you're just going to hold this one out of the way. And wow, that ESC got hot as hell. The heatsink may be inconvenient, but it works. So I can't do this because we already checked, and that standoff comes really close. Let me actually. There's some. The material from where they print all these PCBs on one big sheet, and then they just break them out. And this little extra bit of material from where they broke it, this is what was actually touching the standoff, the thicker standoff. Now that we're on these thinner standoffs, we should be fine. But I am going to be a little bit of a crazy person and just make sure that this is totally flat. So just take 1 second to do this. And PCB material is like butter to a file, so you don't have to push super hard, you don't have to get all crazy, you don't have to use a big file, use the smallest file you've got when you're filing on PCBs. And always do a little bit and then check, because eventually when you're filing on a PCB, eventually you're going to hit a trace. And it's fine, it's okay to hit a trace, but you don't want to start to take away the metal once you've hit that trace, because it's the same thing as nicking a wire. You're starting to decrease its throughput. And you've also now got a part of the board that's kind of like live. In this case, we did not file so much that we got to a trace. So we're fine. Which is, I mean, that's ideal, right? Like, if at all possible, don't file into a trace. But if you do, you don't have to throw your shit away. You just have to understand that you've hit electricity. And act accordingly. Cool. Battery wires. So again, I still can't put this on here because we know that we're gonna have a standoff here. So I need to put it up here at this angle. So when doing so, I just remembered that I have that shit all zoomed in.
Zoom you out.
When doing so, yeah, if you don't mind, I'm gonna push on this to try to get this as flat as I can. There's no way you guys are gonna see that, but you'll kind of see me doing it. So I'm gonna put the tip of the soldering iron up here against the insulation, because I want to push this piece flat, so that as much of the exposed wire is flat against the pad as possible. And it just started flowing to the pad, so we're going to pull out like that, and I'm also pushing down just enough to flatten this wire out to get, again, a good contact patch with the pad. And that's decent, but I think I might add a little bit more solder to it. Let me take a quick look at what it's doing on the sides of the pad. It's okay to see the individual strands of wire as long as they're shiny, What's important is that on the corners that it's nice and smooth. I have a Snowballs and Chance in Hell showing that to you guys, because for me to see it, I have to use a 5x loop. But this is perfect. So look at the outsides where the outsides of the strands where they meet the pad, and you'll see what I mean. It does this.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the wire, and the pad is under it. You want the solder. So I'm now gonna rotate this up for you guys. Right, this is the wire, and the pad is invisible. You want the solder to do this on the outsides. You never want it to tuck under. If it tucks under, you don't know where the hell it's actually meeting. When it does this, you see that it's connecting to the pad, and then you look all around. You want to see it doing that in the front. You want to see it doing on the inside and on the outside. And in this case, we've got it. Yeah, right. Well, and it also holds the heat too.
Yeah.
So yeah, even though, let me give you guys a really good view of that. Even though we can see the individual strands of wire, and at this point your gut says dump more solder on it. In this case, we don't need to. And from what I understand, from what my father told me, this is actually stronger. To have it so that you can just barely see the individual strands. I remember him telling me that that's stronger. I have no idea how or why. It kind of makes no sense to me. But hey, I'm not the guy that's been doing it for 30 plus years.
I guess if you had it solid, you would have air. You could possibly have air trapped in it.
That would make sense. Yeah, I can see that. So the second one here, I am going to use the tweezers because I do really want to push this one down. But I'm doing the exact same thing. I'm going to put my heat right up here by the insulation, and I'm going to try to push the exposed wires as flat as I can against the pad. This is when having the iron up above 700 degrees really helps, and just having a half decent soldering iron on these pads. Battery pads will really let you know if your soldering iron is any good. So this one is going to look a lot more normal because I do have like extra, let's say, solder on here. But that's fine. I very rarely have them so that you can see. This is usually what my solder joints look like, and they've always been fine. Make sure you stay as still as possible as it's cooling. You'll see it go from a liquid to a solid, and once that happens, you can pretty much come off of that pad, but when in doubt, just stay still. So same deal on this one. Even though it had the extra solder, you still want to check it to make sure there's a nice smooth transition on the outside. And yeah. So this one looks a lot better. Like this is a lot more of what we're used to seeing, right? Where it's just one big ass solder blob. But again, you still got to check it. Still got to check the outsides. And yeah, we're good to go on this one. So let's just push these down as flat as we can. And yeah, so that guy's going to sit like that, and then it's just going to bump up a little bit, and then it's just going to sit like that right in between those two pads, or right in between the battery strap, rather. So that's good to go. We can, I don't know why I keep putting this away. I'm trying to not solder on this so that I don't ruin it, because I ruined the my nice CiottiFPV pad by putting components directly on it and then soldering, and then they melt the shit out of the surface. So we're gonna tin these pads, solder up some motors, and I think that's about it. I think we'll be able to turn off the soldering iron, which will be fun. Chat, what questions you guys have? Hit me. Hit me. Negatives further away might take more stress. What do you mean, Blizzard? It's an interesting thought. I like where you're going with that thought. I just don't feel like I might have missed a message.
Dallas is asking about temperature on soldering for
so
micros.
30 gauge wires. Sometimes I'll come down below 700. Like, if you want to give yourself as much time as possible, you can come down to like, Christ, you can come all the way down to like 650 with 30 gauge wires. If you're in a hurry, you can do 30 gauge wire. Like I did them today at 720. I wouldn't go much high. I mean, there's people that'll do everything at 800, and if you're quick, that's fine. But my issue is when it's up that high, like I'll get frustrated. Like if I'm on a pad, I'm not thinking about what temperature the soldering iron is on, and if I get frustrated and just leave the soldering iron on the pad, if you're at 800, you're gonna lift that pad a lot quicker than if you're at 750 or 700. So 700 is actually a really good number. If you want to set it and leave it alone, 700 is a really good number. I don't know why I'm at 720. At some point, I'll probably end up going back to 700, but yeah, it also depends on the iron. Like this is a Weller 1010, which is like $100 soldering iron. So it's got a little bit more oomph than something that's 20, 30, 40 bucks. That's not always true, but you know, like the TS100 on a 6S battery is 50 bucks, and I guess they're not 50 bucks. Yeah, I don't know. 700 is a good round number. If it's not hot enough, make it hotter. All depends on your iron.
55 amp.
Oh, I don't know the numbers on it.
Hang on.
Do me a favor, look it up on Amazon. Weller 1010.
No, it's talking about the ESC. Yeah,
Oh,
55 amp.
Yeah, this is the
This I got it off Race Day Quads. It was on their clearance sale.
Oh wait. This is the one that I recommend for the bit, like if you're gonna do like a 6 or maybe even a 7-inch build, you're gonna want to go with this Acon. I talk a lot about the cheaper 35 amp Acon, which I use on all my shit, but on my long range rig, I am using the bigger one. Because why wouldn't you? It's a long range rig, for Christ's sake. You don't want to lose it. If you want to be safe, run the 55 amp. It'll put up with anything you can throw at it pretty much on a 5-inch rig. And it's actually becoming harder to find the 33 amp ones.
I don't think they had. Did they have the 33 amp on that clearance sale?
They're starting to go away. Nope. They went away before that.
I think that was the reason I.
Oh, did you get this on that clearance?
Yeah, I grabbed that one off the clearance.
What was this, like 40 bucks?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That was gonna say like 45 max.
What a fucking deal. I don't know why I didn't get one. I got a 20 by 20. I should have gotten a 30 by 30 as well.
I went ahead and grabbed 2 of them.
Nice. I told you guys, man. TBird listened. I told you guys to go get those ESCs.
Actually, I'm the one who told him about the.
Oh, did you really? Fuck yeah. TBird told me, and then I told you guys.
Blizzard replied, battery plug-in and unplug-in in the event of ejection.
Yeah, now's a good time to do that. I usually don't. I usually wait until I'm completely done, just because I've done so many builds. But it is a really good idea to plug a battery in and make sure that shit doesn't catch on fire now. Basically, just so that you don't waste any more time. So we will do that. Thank you for the reminder, Blizzard. It was Blizzard, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So yeah, let's do that. The problem is, the only indication we'll have right now is if it catches on fire. Since we don't have any motors hooked up, we're not going to get any beeps because the motors are what make the beeps. But you know, it just not catching on fire is a good thing. Like, we'll know. That'll show us something. Give us some good info. Oh, can I help you?
Is that you or me?
That's
you got
battery charger. Yeah. Ah, these are all too long. Where'd the short M3s go? They're hidden. There's an M2x4 hidden in here. Where is it? The rest of these must be M3x5s. Well, what the hell? Where is it? Where's the shorter one? One of these should be... Is it this? Is that... Doesn't look that much shorter. 3 of them were fine. And then the 4th one decided to be a jerk. What the hell? Why are they... They're not all spinning, right? No, the rest of these are tightening up.
I got some hardware kits over here for you.
This is silly. It's a screw. Actually, now I'm curious though. What are these by 5s or are these by 4s? They are. Okay, they're by 5. Wait, no, they're not. Oh, it's kind of somewhere in between. That's weird. I'm sorry, 6. 6 versus 5. There's a 5. These are 6s.
Okay, here's the rest of it.
Why is it not?
Is that what?
Those are conical.
Yeah.
What? Why? What? Why? What? Really? Why? What? Why 3 and then 1? What's happening here? Are they different manufacturers? No, they're that. Why? So that would mean that this guy is a little bit more shallow than the other ones.
You want a new one?
Yeah, let's see if just swapping it out. Maybe this one's a little mismanufactured. Yeah, man, it wobbles a lot too. Like it's bottoming out early. Oh wait. No. Thought it might have been a shorter one. Well, if this works, then that's weird, but good.
So I had those spacers on there before too.
Fine. So this one's fine. So this one, something happened to the inside of it. Yeah, it's actually a really good idea.
So grabbing it again and trying to.
Yeah, exactly. Advice from TBird: just throw shit away that doesn't act perfect. Sound ass advice. Because at some point, you're going to pick it up again and be like, nah, this will work fine, and then go through the same thing again.
Or you'll use it and your drone catches on fire.
Or that. ESC. On.
That wire.
But first... Yeah, I wish they put little... I think T-Motor has done it. Put a little light on the ESC. That's a really nice little feature, just to see if it's getting power, to see if it's getting, whatever else it needs to get. I guess just power.
So I'm planning on flying 4S. I know that
Okay.
shouldn't matter right now. But
Yeah. Negative, positive. Black goes to the negative part. Red goes to the positive part. This is powered on. If I flip that, now it's only on 1 amp, so... Let's see what happens. Well, that's not good. It tripped. What? I think red means it's tripped, right? I think it's supposed to just... it might be that I need to give it 2 amps. It might have been too sensitive on 1 amp, so let's try it on 2. Well, it's going red. I think red means that it's tripping. Right? Let's, let me grab a known working rig. And let's see what happens. Plug it in. Yeah, it stays green. Could it be because there's no motor?
Yeah,
that doesn't really make any sense, though.
No, I was just wondering if it's the capacitor.
Yeah, it totally could be. If who put this capacitor on?
It was
pre-installed.
Yeah.
No, it's proper. Yeah, the gold negative strip is here. What? Those are not touching. Is there a solder ball somewhere? No.
Everybody's asking when did you start using a smoke stopper?
I've always used a smoke stopper. I get frustrated if the smoke stopper triggers, and then on my own shit I'll just plug direct voltage in, thinking that that's gonna fix the problem. Wow, what the fuck? Let me look in there, make sure that I didn't get anything between those two pads. Acon separates the pads like by a really good amount, and they cut into the PCB, so it makes bridging these very difficult, but I guess not impossible. Although there's no way in hell that these are bridged. What? Did we finally find a bad Acon ESC? Is this why they were on clearance? Alright, let's take a look. Let's take a real close look at the bottom of this board, because we can't see the top because they put a goddamn heat shield over it. Or a heat sink over it. No, I mean, everything. One of the other things that Acon does is they can formal coat their shit, so like even if I dropped a solder ball on here, it shouldn't really matter unless it's hot enough to burn through the conformal, which I really doubt. Let's try this. Let's plug a let's plug a harness in.
Where did right there.
I mean, I don't know why, but it's I don't know, maybe it. No, this isn't going to do anything.
The pigtail with the
shot. No, of course not.
Would the capacitor being so close to the smoke stopper be a problem?
Nah, it shouldn't.
Cause I got this
so I'm
pigtail.
it in, and then it's tripping, and I have it on 2 amps. I have it up on 2 amps. Hey, chat, does anybody have the ViFly with a capacitor on the flip-flop here? I mean, I guess maybe. What is it? It's a... Oh. Is it because this is only a 25... Oh, you're going to run it on 4S, you said. Okay, so let's try that. Let's try a 4S battery instead of a 6S battery. Maybe it doesn't like that that's a 25-volt capacitor. Maybe it's... I use the 35-volt capacitors,
okay.
So maybe for some reason it's upset about that much voltage into a smaller... shit, maybe I even just blew that... No, I didn't blow the capacitor up because they physically explode when you blow them up. So this is a 4S battery.
Yeah, this is a 35 that came with it.
Alright, cool. I bet you this works. White, blue for 2 amp.
Hey!
Wow! That's super interesting. So it's either because this is a 25 volt, or it's because this is right on top of the, directly connected to the smoke stopper, or XT60. That's super interesting. That is super, super, super interesting.
I tried telling you that.
It's true. Damn. Yeah, good call. Fuck, that's crazy. I'm so curious if it's because it's a 25 volt. Like if a 35 volt would have been okay. Yeah. Hey, chat. Does anybody have a this exact same setup that can with the Wi-Fi that can confirm whether or not the Wi-Fi trips with a 35 volt? Because I'm not pulling this whole shit apart. That's silly. Although you're gonna have to when you switch to 6S, if you switch to 6S, I guess. No, maybe not. How many volts is the 6S? 24, right? 24 point something? 25.1?
Yeah, it's 25, I thought.
Yeah, you'd be at the limit. But I mean, what's the worst that happens? The fucking thing blows up and then you got to do it anyway. Although I guess if it blows up in the sky, then it is a bad situation. It's not necessarily going to blow up on the bench. That's really weird. You know what that is a good show of, though, is how sensitive the Wi-Fi is. Like the Wi-Fi is a... Ooh, hey. Oh no, I gave it away. Shit, I should have kept the regular smoke stopper. Do you have one?
Well,
nice.
I've got... It's not the... I'll go grab it.
I'm very curious. I bet you the regular smoke stopper won't pop because they're not sensitive enough. What a cool little thing to happen. Shit.
Mailbag.
Annoying but cool. Look at that. Who's that from? Get FPV? Oh shit. Alright, pushing this in a little bit. Just because I noticed I don't want it to yeah. Alright, cool. Let's oh. I can put the whole shit back together. Or we can confirm that everything else is working via lights and stuff. Let's see if we can do that. Okay. Yeah, before we go putting the arms on shit, let's do this. So pins are... Oh, I love you, Acon. Acon silk screens what the harness is. And they silk screen it in a way that you can actually read it, which is nice. Okay, so pins up. So we've got ground, positive, 1, 2, 3, 4, current, and telemetry. So current is yellow. Hey, chat, somebody type this in to the chat for me and tag me. Current is yellow, telemetry is blue. Somebody type that in the chat and tag me, just so that I remember. Okay, so then on here... It's the right number of pins, which is awesome. And then I've got this guy. I'm not going to worry about where the motors go. Because we can just fix that in the resources. Okay, so this one's going to go there. This guy is going to be up front. So with this guy up front, the pins are up. So when I put this like this so that the pins are up, what do we got? On the plug header, don't you even tell me that you're not going to tell me what's on the plug header in your little drawing. Really? Really, iFlight? So they don't specifically tell me what's on the plug header, but the pads in front of the plug header should be the exact, like, yeah. And I can confirm that. Nice. With the traces. No, I can't. Well, I mean, I'm sure that they... If they're not telling me specifically what's in the plug header, it must be. So, ground on the outside, good. Then VCC, good. Signal 1, 2, 3, 4. And then RX6 and current. So, current is blue on the flight controller. In the chat, I asked you guys there. Weirdo did it. Current yellow, telemetry blue. Current... Fuck, it's backwards. Of course it's backwards. God damn it. Okay, so this is not the end of the world. Let me just double check myself. Current yellow. So the yellow... Yeah, the yellow is going to... Okay, so we just need to switch to. No big deal. Okay. I'm going to use my favorite new tool to do this, which is these tweezers. Super, super sharp tipped tweezers. You just kind of go under the little tab, try to lift it up a nothing amount because these tabs are incredibly fragile. Lift it up just a little bit, take the wire, pull the wire out. And I didn't quite get it, which is a good thing because it means I was erring in favor of not lifting the piece of plastic up too much. There, I got it on that one. You'll feel it like when you're pulling on the wire. You'll feel the wire kind of like click. That's it, like sneaking past the little latch. You then typically have to give it another little tug. So yeah, just feel for the little pop of it sneaking past the little latch. And that's when you know you can drop the latch back down. There it is. And what happens is on the whatever. You guys you'll do it and you'll go, oh, look at that. All right, cool. So now we want to go blue onto the inside and yellow onto the outside. This happens a lot because we never use like Acon ESCs with Acon flight controllers. We inevitably always like find some other ESC or flight controller from another brand that we like better or is cheaper or is flashier or whatever. So this happens a lot where you won't have the perfect plug header that is just plug and play. But if you're gentle, doing this is not a big deal. The key is to be mind-numbingly gentle with these. What's up in that chat over there, yo?
C Labs, Acrobat is out for delivery.
Nice. Did you get a duo? You better have gotten a duo. Actually,
I'm sorry, his X-Novas or
oh,
1804s
even better. Fuck the frame. It's all about the motors on that rig. Oh, you're going to love that setup. You are going to love that setup's nuts. Well, big moment. Let's see if this cable that I just spent the time to do that on is long enough. I'm 99% sure it is, but you just always need to double check. There's a chance that I just bent one of these pins. Please no, please no. Okay, good. Good. Pins up. And that's it. That's the one. Oh yeah, that is more than long enough. Alright. Twist since it is a little too long, and I'm gonna run this under the flight controller because we've got plenty of room down there and because it's plenty long. If this was just barely long enough, I might have needed to run it over the flight controller, but that's not the case. So we can tuck it safely underneath, and we're gonna be good to go.
You get worried because your kids got quiet out there?
Those kids are so annoying. Bloody murder all day, every day. I want to stab them in their throats sometimes.
Wow. I asked the wrong question.
That's my wife, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully the microphone didn't pick that up. But if it did, I don't disagree with her.
Don't they scream all day?
They just like, I don't like kids as it is, but like kids that just scream all day long.
They hang out across that way and just scream.
It's not good. It's not ideal.
And what's amazed me is I've been here, 3 times now, 4
Yeah,
times?
and they've been screaming the whole time
screaming
we've been
every
here,
single
yeah.
time.
Alright, so there we go. That's how it's going to look. Let's put 4S voltage to it and see if the flight controller catches on fire. What did I do with that 4S battery? Did I put it on the ground? I bet you I put it on the ground. I did! Look at me go. I'm going to use the Vi-Fly And then we're going to check the other one. All right, Vi-Fly on 2 amps. Everybody cross your fingers. Haha! No fireballs, no sound, again, because we don't have the motors soldered up yet. But we have lights, so power is moving around. Are there lights on the Vista?
Should be on the...
Oh, hey, there's a light. Look at that. So the Vista's getting power. We should bind the... we should bind the receiver because... So I used to put receivers under my ESCs on all my micros. After doing that a bunch of times and forgetting to bind them and having to rip the entire rig apart to get at the goddamn bind button, I stopped doing it. It's a great idea for like packaging, but yeah. Although
I'm doing it through... I think I do it through HNX.
There's a chance that you can get to the button. Yeah, you know what? This ESC is high enough where you can get in there. Look at that. That's kind of sketchy, though.
Go ahead and plug power in.
Kind of sketchy. I would not do it on purpose. Here comes power again, and there you go. I couldn't even see the... Oh, there are lights. Yeah, lights are flashing. It's flashing slow red, whatever the hell that means.
I am updating receiver.
Oh, and now it just went green. It's quick. And, alright, so we'll give that a little bit of time there to do its thing. So wait a second. Oh, okay. So over here, well, here. So Tyler has plugged in. God damn it! Can you? Oh my god! All right. So he's got his transmitter up there with the USB-C to a laptop, and then he's running. I've never done that.
We're bound.
Oh wait, no, you have it plugged directly into the
yeah.
The what the hell is it called? Module.
Yeah, that thing.
I have done that before. I thought you were plugged directly into the transmitter. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. But I mean, there's really no reason to do that because the module has a plug right on it. So it's bound.
Yep.
It's a solid green.
And I got bars on my receiver and everything.
Let's cycle the power and make sure.
I lost it and it came back.
And it's green. Cool. So motor's next, I think. And then we're pretty much done. Soldering iron is still on. Right, motors. Solder. Right, got it. Is that really everything? Every time that I build from the center out like this, I get to this point and I'm like, all right, how many dozen things have I forgotten? And I think the answer is none in this case.
So that's your camera screws before I forget.
Good. All right, cool. Got some camera screws here. What do you have in the way of camera mounts?
I got a couple of different ones. So...
here, you take those and this and figure out which one of those camera mounts you want to use. Oh god, I almost made a mess. Oh, it's gone. Gone forever. Did one of those little screws just seriously fall?
Yeah.
Victim of the carpet.
Nope.
Hold on, guys. We're gonna find it. See, the carpet has these black strands in it.
Yeah, that's why I keep
It
grabbing
just vanishes. It's just gone.
Kind of bounce that way.
I have better camera screws for you, though. Check this out. I have found that Foxier, I think it is, they send camera screws that are M3. And... oh, you know what? I might have run out. There was a point recently where I was like, I'm going to run out of these fucking things. And I just did a build where I used them. Do you have 2 more? Because I have not found one yet.
Yes. There are...
Shit. I can't believe I ran out of them. God damn it.
So that's what's in this little piece of pink plastic paper.
Oh, nope. I did. There's one. I found one. So, look at it, guys. See how the head is bigger on it?
Oh, wow, yeah.
That's an M3 head. So, like, on a 5-inch rig... Well, I guess this 5-inch rig has a bunch of M2 stuff, so it doesn't really matter. I have some 5-inch rigs with nothing M2, so I can use those, and then I don't need an M2 screwdriver for anything on the rig. That's the only real advantage. But yeah, we've got M2 on both the CADDX and the flight controller, so it doesn't really matter in this case. Yeah, cool. You figure that out, and I will solder up some motors. But first, we need to put this shit back together. So, we're going to get these guys going here. That little fella there, this little guy here.
So what am I supposed to be doing?
Just figure out whichever camera TPU loops you want to use, because I know you said you had a few. Okay, so this piece here. So now we're going to get back to Tiago's question about the lengths of these screws. I think Kebab sends all the same length. Are these is this the hardware that came with the... Okay. How long ago did you buy this frame?
About a month ago now.
All right, so the new Glide frames come with gold hardware. So all I'll say is the old frames use the same length hardware, and I don't like that. I like this hardware for the outer motor holes because they go into either press nuts, or in this case, because this is the older frame, they're going to go directly into lock nuts. But there's no advantage in either of those cases running a longer screw. But the inner ones go into standoffs. So when you're going into a standoff, you can put like another 2 or 4 or even 6 millimeters into that standoff, and that's just going to keep increasing the strength more and more and more. And I like that. I like for to have arm bolts that are really strong, and I can crank really tight without worrying about them stripping. Alright, 2 arms on to the X plate. That makes it a little bit less impossible to get it dropped in there. And then the second 2 are just going to get dropped straight down like this. With the Glide frame, because of the fact that the front arms connect to the front arms and the rear arms connect to the rear arms, you can't like put this arm like that and then swing it into place. They have to be... you have to like put it together like you're seeing me do it, because otherwise you'll have to pull the arm bolts.
That would be a perfect flashlight. Just put it in an M5 pin.
It is. Yeah, it's a
case and not fly.
It's a good one. I've flown with that at the drift events before. It's a fucking blast. It is really bright. Gone forever.
Another one.
That was a nut though, so I should actually be able to get it. Nope, it's gone. There it is.
Well, I'm going back after this.
I walk around barefoot in here enough where like eventually I find everything. Eventually everything stabs me in the foot, but yeah, sometimes that'll take months. So just dropping these nuts on here just to kind of hold these arms in, and then we'll put the inner arm bolts through. There it is. Alright, got one more nut here. Espander says, is that 25 volt cap really enough for 4S? Totally. For 4S, yeah, I've used the 25 volts before for 4S. I've never used one on 6S though. So I'm actually very interested whether or not it'll hold up to 6S. It's all about sort of like how much headroom the capacitors have. That's what I'm curious of. I'm curious about how much headroom they build into these capacitors. Like if it gets to 25.1 volts, is it gonna go?
Found it.
Nice. Where'd that driver go that I was just using? There we go. Or yeah, will this 25 volt work on 6S with voltage spikes and whatnot? I'm willing to bet that the 25 will be fine, but that is totally a guess. Hey, chat, has anybody blown up a 25 volt? What are they called? Oh, okay. I do have a ground wire that needs to get soldered to the ESC. So I moved that second ground out of the way.
Oh yeah.
And then I completely forgot about it. But luckily, it just needs to go to the ESC. So we got very lucky here. So I'm just gonna chop it, and we're gonna strip a big ass section of it because it is gonna be against a big old wire. So I'm gonna strip it all the way down here.
So full charge on 6S is 25.2.
25.2.
So it is right.
Yeah, on the limit.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you go out and you do a bunch of big prop wash full throttle turns on 6S and it doesn't blow up, I mean, it should be fine at that point. Technically speaking, when you get into a big crash, it'll generate an even bigger voltage spike, and that might be where it goes.
Well, just don't crash.
Just don't crash. That's the internet's advice for everything. Just don't crash. Okay, so we just need to sneak this guy on in here, and we're gonna tack it down to the negative battery lead. And the heat shield is so big that I think I'm gonna put it over here like this, so that I can kind of sneak in on the side of the heat shield. All right, you get out of the way, jerk.
Said hell no.
Okay, let's come in at that angle. I'm going to get this. I'm going to get a nice big blob of solder going on the tip of this thing because we just want it to melt as quick as possible. I want to try to melt only really the top layer. I want to try to not get this whole shit hot to the point where it flows to the pad because then it'll start to move around on me. So I'll put this here. We want a little bit of flow, but not the whole thing to flow. I'm getting no flow right now, so let's just be patient. I'm actually going to add a little bit of fresh. I am able to hold this. I'm able to do this because it's going to take so long. So there we go. Now it's flowing. Now I got to hold the wire again. And that, my friends, is how it's done. But because of the fact that we're not flowing to the entire pad, we have to make sure that this isn't a really cold solder, and basically that just means pulling on this ground wire. So I gave it a good tug, and it's perfectly strong. But what I also like to do is just around where you can see where it flowed. Just poke and prod at it. Just make sure that it's not going to come right off, because if you get this perfectly wrong, it'll just come right off. But again, if it flows I don't know how to explain it, but you guys will do it and you'll see. Oh, there it goes, and it'll be fine. But yeah, this is plenty strong. This ain't going nowhere. It flowed enough where it's strong. Motors. Got those screwed in. Let's get the standoffs in here. So, do you have any extra M3 hardware with you? Find hardware that's a tiny little bit longer than that, and we will use that to go into the standoffs.
You care about button head versus
nope.
socket? I kind of like socket.
Yeah. Do sockets for these, because then you can really crank on them.
Okay.
These inner, because of the fact that you can make these longer and run them into the standoffs, these inner four, I run sockets on, because the socket head just has more material, and then you can put the socket head also, they're 2.5, so you can put the bigger 2.5 in there and really crank on these, which is pretty awesome.
It says it's a 6. Yeah, I got longer over in my...
Perfect. Yep. And these are actually 8s, I think. Oh, no, they're 10s. God, no, they're 12s. No, there's 10s.
I'll say I'm pulling out the 16th place.
Jesus. All right, yeah, that's for you. 3 more of them, please, sir. Socket heads are also nice because you can hand screw them in so easily.
Yeah.
So sockets in the middle, buttons on the outside. Away we go. Hold these in, and now we're also going to get to check that the ESC
Clear.
is not going to hit.
Yeah.
So, and I can already see that we're going to be fine.
You know, we use just all black.
Oh yeah, where am I going to put? I'll put the black ones back here. Actually, this is a good spot for the 2 black ones.
Well,
you tell me.
I've got all black here. Save your purples.
You want to do that?
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, I'm probably gonna change them.
You're going to replace them with orange anyway.
Nah, not me.
I'm so weirdly a fan of like changing standoff colors to like obsessively to make sure that all builds have a color theme. It's very strange.
So I got those motors on. Picked them up from a friend. That's the only reason I got blue Zingies.
Nice. Everybody loves the zings. I catch so much shit for saying anything other than nice things about Zing motors. Inevitably, somebody's like, "Oh, I got them. They're the greatest." I'm like, I get that. That doesn't make them any lighter. Which is kind of the only complaint that I have about them. All right, let me make sure that this little bundle of wires under the ESC is in a good place. Yeah, let me do this. I'm gonna feed this out the side. So I'm thinking I want the camera cable to come out the side a little bit here. Right now it's kind of getting smashed in the middle because I plugged this ESC in.
Because of the plug.
So let me do this. I'm gonna unplug this just so I can sneak this camera cable next to it. Alright, that should be a little bit of a cleaner wiring setup. The cleaner your wiring is, guys, the easier it's going to be to service your shit. It's also going to be easier to see what the hell's going wrong with it. If you have something weird going on and your cables are organized, it's a lot easier to just take a quick look and be like, oh, look, that cable got ripped out of there, or that cable is on fire and backwards. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it's worth it. I think it's worth the couple minutes that it takes to keep your cables somewhat organized. Alright.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about, how close that cable wire is to the...
Perfect. It should be fine. Yeah, I don't think interference is... I think the whole, like, keep all your cables away from the fucking... from everything is out the window with digital. At least I hope so. My God. What a pain in the ass it's been to try to get clean video on some of these rigs. Let's do the, let's hang the camera. Do you have 2 short sockets in there? What's the shortest socket-headed hardware?
It says 8. No, those are buttons. I've got shorter in my cooler.
I got you. It's only 2. I like to use M3x8s in the front because that gives you 5 millimeters of engagement into the if you're using a 3mm faceplate. So if you have M3x8 sockets, that's going to be ideal.
I think it's going to be...
Did I
Nope, I got 10 and 6.
10 it is. Cool. And right.
Another Amazon find.
Yeah. Yeah, having a nice big hardware kit is such a luxury. And what'd you pay for that? $20?
No, it was less than 10.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Jesus. That's cheap. Alright, camera being hung. I'm mainly hanging the camera right now because I don't want it bouncing around anymore. I want to get it secured down.
So those are the two I chose.
Cool. And so the question is upwards or downwards? I'm going to put them upwards because I think we're going to use the top mounting points. Let's see. Oh yeah, we're totally going to use the top mounting points. And this is going to be a tighter fit than I thought, but luckily these are adjustable, so it's going to be totally fine.
So you got some hairs.
Ow! That was my finger. I was like, wow, that got hot fast. Oh, right. My finger was right on the other side. And... Alright, cool. That's enough of that. But it'll be able to move. And... Yes! These are from Thingiverse? These are okay.
Yeah.
I'm fine with these. Is there another one that's the other way around, basically?
No, they were both.
Because these are a mirror image.
Yeah.
We want.
So yeah, I didn't flip any of them.
Okay. So those are all identical.
Yeah.
So I can just put this one upside down, and then you print a flipped one.
And change it
and
out.
you can swap
Okay.
it. All right, get in there, you little devil. Chat, what are you doing? What's happening? Loon runs 35 volts when you can find him. June Loco, this is TBird from the chat. Tyler. He went on to my Fiverr page and saw that I'm building rigs for you. Oh God, what's the front and the bottom of this? Do you know? Is the sticker on the bottom? Or on the top? Hey chat, where's the sticker on the CADDX camera? Is it on the top or the bottom? Oh wait, no, this isn't the CADDX camera. This is the good one, right?
Yeah.
This is
Vista.
the DJI or Vista. Or wait, no, this is the Vista camera.
CADDX Vista.
I thought DJI was making the cameras, and then CADDX was just making the box. I'm gonna assume that the sticker goes on the bottom. That's a good guess, right?
Well.
Wait, do you have a rig with it in there?
Come
to think of it.
Yeah, just burnt.
Oh yeah, check the burned rig. It's got to come apart anyway.
Damn, it stinks.
The burned rig. The fucking burned rig.
It's got the nebula in it, so.
Look at the back, Expander says. Yeah, there's writing on the back. And the writing is right side up.
Okay. Michael says
Nope. Sticker on the top.
Michael says you can flip it in the software.
Oh, nice.
So.
That
I was thinking that, but I wasn't sure.
is a good thing. Okay. Let's throw this back on here. This is top. Wait, no. Bottom. Wait, no. Top. Yeah, there it is. And this guy here is gonna be. This looks so silly with it like this, but it really doesn't matter at all. With one upside down, one right side up.
I wonder if it's going to skew it off.
Oh, it might. It might. It might. Alright, so. we got that one all the way forward. Okay, that's why. This one's not all the way forward yet. This is going to be better. That's the stuff. Now it fits. Okay, cool. I would look for... These seem a little...
Flimsy.
Yeah, I would look for one, but you got to get one that's short, because this cable is
right there.
Is not wanting to play friendly with him. Although, you know what? There's a very easy solution to that, and that's running this cable under the flight controller, which I wanted to do anyway, and I don't know why I didn't do. So that problem is now gone. Maybe.
Unless I want down tilt.
Get in there. All right, cool. So now, and that's also going to encourage the camera to slide down a little bit, which I sort of needed it to do because there's a little bit of a gap there. So yes, oh, that's perfect. Now there's a nice little gap in between.
Yeah.
Although wait, no, I now have to push this down. Oh no, it's still perfect. Wow, that's the perfect little bit of clearance. Sweet. I am going to pull a little bit of slack on this though. There we are. Okay, cool. Now that's nice and safe and not bouncing around anymore. Why is that moving so much though? It's this mount. See the mount moving? Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Who the hell thought this mount? Who the hell made this mount?
They need to just turn in their 3D printer.
Dude, that mount is brutal. I mean, it's
Yeah.
fine for now, obviously, but
Should we go back, go to the...
yeah, because I mean, this mount is gonna come off for sure. This is gonna like jello.
Just give me practice.
Yeah, right. And I think that mount is far enough forward, because they like, oh yeah. This one actually might be farther forward. And so this is a much more traditional, this is like the TPU mount that everybody finds on Thingiverse. I think Bob also sends these.
Yeah, I think these
with
are the
the
ones
glide.
that came with it.
Okay. So yeah, this is the like totally bog standard TPU mounting, front standoff TPU mounting piece that everybody's seen before. And yeah, this mounts it farther forward. I'll be damned. Alright. One.
And it's got left and right.
Yep. Oh, nope, I need that. Alright. These are for someone. Not us, though. We crash our shit, so we need bigger ones. You can also, if this won't tighten up all the way, you can just throw a little M2 washer in between the screw and the TPU for a little bit of extra.
Gene says you can actually flip it in the
depth.
camera. I mean, in the goggles.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's super handy. I mean, any camera that doesn't give you the option to flip it, like, that camera company should be beaten with a stick. Because, like, I like, on multiple occasions I've mounted a camera upside down, gotten the whole thing back together, to find out that it's upside down. And, like, it's not always so simple to pull a rig apart and reverse the goddamn camera. Sometimes it actually won't even work. It happened on the Tiny Trainer, actually.
Yeah.
And because of how tight it is in that front canopy, I had to buy a different camera. I couldn't run that camera. It wouldn't. I forget which one it was. But
was it the Ant?
I think it might have actually been this. I don't know where it went. But, the Phoenix Nano was floating. Although no, they give you the option in the software.
It was the Nano. You changed it out.
Yeah, it might have been that one. All right, camera's mounted. It's all sideways and jacked up, but we can deal with that in a minute. Although I'm crazy and I have to deal with it right now, so now it's all better. Camera's in, tons of clearance. Look at that. Look at that, chat. See that clearance between the camera and the 20x20 flight controller? You got to think about that with the glide frame. There's not an infinite amount of space up front. There's a really good amount of space up front, but it's not an infinite amount of space. I am going to... So we know that the receiver works. We don't know that the receiver works in the software yet. So let's plug in and make sure that the receiver is talking to the flight controller, because if it is, I can bolt everything down. And I guess we might as well check for video at this point too. So does the Mamba power? It does not. iFlight. Come on, man. Make USB send power to your receiver pads. Although, you know what? I might not have it on the receiver pads, so maybe it's maybe it's my issue. At this point, we can plug full battery voltage in. This is down, that's plugged in. Yeah, now we can plug full battery voltage in. Cross your fingers that it doesn't blow up!
Boom.
Hey, no explosion. That's always a good thing. Is that transmitter on?
Yes.
Okay. Chat, you guys can now see the screen. Here goes beta flight. Yeah, it's the Mamba F722, I want to say. Beta flight connects. Receiver tab has nothing, but in theory, we don't have it set up here yet. Look at that. What does it want? CRSF, I'll bet?
Yeah.
All I want to confirm is that that it connects. Oh, I put it on a weird port. So I put it on to UART 4. Well, that's weird. I've never seen that. What? I'm surprised it even works like that. That was odd. Well, now I'm super nervous, because if you fuck this configuration MSP thing up, it bricks the... doesn't it brick the flight controller because it disconnects it from USB? What the fuck? This is weird. They have... Why do they have that? And they have it on a different number here. June Loco says that port is for the DJI. Really? So I can just go like that? Oh, the Vista. It's for the Vista.
Or the DJI,
what
not the Vista.
The fuck? Oh, look at that. It kicked me off of it. That's interesting. It didn't like that both of those boxes were checked. Okay, so now the receiver tab should be moving. Nope! S-Bus, CRSF. I mean, the only other spot that I might have put it... No, I know I put it there, because I can see it. So... Yeah, it's definitely on 4. Well, unless that's a... Hold on. No, that's 4. TX4, RX4. So I guess maybe we have them reversed. So maybe we need to change them in the... because, yeah, this is fine. Serial R... Oh. It's because I had 2 serial RXs turned on. I've never tested that, but... fuck. RSSI disabled. That's good. Configuration. Unless it uses a different...
Yeah, it's crossfire.
Yeah.
So
I know that Ghost uses a different one. So yeah, try to reverse them, I guess, in the...
Channel 1, Channel 2.
Yeah. Far Sky F port, CRSF. What firmware is this even? Oh my god, this is on 3.5.5. Let's update the firmware. God knows if 355 can even handle Crossfire. I'm sure it can, but... Update firmware. Nope, I didn't look at the damn target first. Target is Mamba F7. Okay. Of course, that doesn't exist. 722. 722-12C. What the hell does that mean? No, that shouldn't be it. 42. Oh, wow. 425 now. All right, let's see if that'll magically fix it. It shouldn't. It should not fix it, but crazier things have happened.
I will have to flip the TX and RX, or at least be set up to.
Yeah, I swear to God, I wire them up backwards more often than the right way. It's like I'm doing it on purpose. Let me also check the wiring diagram one more time. Oh God, keystrokes aren't working really. Okay. Ground on the outside. Ground on the outside. 5 volt. 5 volt. TX is white. RX is yellow.
You had them backwards.
Really?
Yeah.
Sweet.
T's close to Y, which is yellow.
Oh. Yeah, right. Okay, so they are backwards. Cool. So that'll fix that. Flashing is done. Connecting. Oh, wait, no, it's cycle power. All right. Wait, no, I got to give you power. You've got power. And 4.5.2. Applying custom defaults.
That has no configuration settings.
And we're going to go to ports. This is crazy that they have UART4 set up for the thing in the place. That's, huh?
Tracer Nano RX is what I'm doing, right?
Oh, shit. Yes.
No.
Calibrate the accelerometer while we're at it. Come back in here to ports and shut off this other serial RX port. Thanks for hanging, K-Thin. Ooh, you're in France, you lucky devil.
Yeah, so it's not letting me do it.
Receiver. Really? Do it in a Lewis script, can't you?
I never have.
I mean, it is accessible. I can just swap them.
So when I go,
I'm just gonna swap them.
Click manage.
Right.
Oh, hang on. Well, last time it wasn't giving me this.
That's my experience with Crossfire. When it doesn't work, I just do the same thing over and over again, and then at some point it'll start working.
So
It's infuriating.
One. Oh, crap.
All right, what else can I set up while we're doing that? I'm actually not going to do a lot of setup because most setup is kind of specific. UART4. I wonder if I have to change that. Looks like it's the only option. No. Save and reboot. We don't even need to check it, Ken. We're just fixing it. We confirm that it's backwards. Configuration. We're gonna go. Do you fly props out?
Yeah.
All right, props out. I'm gonna turn this motor idle down a little bit. What an asinine way of doing it. 5.0. Oh god, I forgot that it reboots.
Yeah, you keep kicking me off.
God damn it. Alright, I'm not gonna click it again. Bidirectional. 14 motor pulls. Arming, we're gonna go up to 180. So it'll arm at any angle. Turn off the barometer, turn off the magnetometer. This is an F7, so we can run it 8K with D-Shot 600. What else? That's on S-Bus. We're going to move it over to Crossfire. Soft serial is on, which is strange. Turning air mode. Well, do you run air mode constant on, or do you put it on a switch?
I'll leave it on.
All right, constant on-air mode.
Don't change any, don't click anything quite yet.
Yeah, you got time. Don't overheat the Vista. Oh God, good call. What? It's not even hot. Okay, it's a little hot. Not that hot though. Hurry up!
So we want channel 1 to be... Yeah, so it's still not letting me switch RX.
Really?
So we're going to have to manually do it.
Alright, no sweat.
Let me redo this. Okay, I'm done.
Alright, saving and rebooting that, and pulling power. I don't have a fan, Don. I guess I'm going to have to buy a fan. Yeah, that's a real... I totally forgot about that. Yeah, if I'm going to be building with digital, I legitimately need to get a fan set up. Okay, so yeah, I'm just going to swap those. It's going to be not hard at all. Okay, because I think I can just sneak in. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. It would only let me do TX on 1 and RX on 2. It wouldn't let me.
Strange. Very strange, huh? Well, should have gotten this right in the first place. So, come on, Weller, hurry up. Be fast. You need your speed. Tiago says, don't forget to update the Vista and think about disabling the temperature protection. I've heard
So
about that.
I pulled this out of my tiny trainer and already done
That's right,
both.
you said that. Nice. Oh God. So yeah, we really got to be. We should have been really careful. Everybody says it gets so hot. Like, I don't know. It's not that hot. Like when I was at when Grayson had me out to fly that review, Basil got like burned on the Vista. But this is fine. Do you have it like turned down maybe? Do you have like the output power turned down or something?
Yeah, so it is going to be on. I do have it start up on low output.
There you go. Will it blow up on low output? Anybody know? Alright, so we're going to get the yellow one off of there and just swap them. Alright.
Yeah, I actually have a fan I plug into the bottom of my iPhone that I just kind of hold it there.
No shit, nice.
Now that you brought that up.
Get in there, little devil. There we go. Alright. And there we go. Cool. All better, in theory. Give them a little wiggle. Make sure that they're strong. Nice and strong. Good to go. Ah, nice! Is that it? And it's one of those, yeah. It's the foam bladed fan. It's a foam bladed fan, guys. That is awesome. All right, let me get these tightened up just so that the arms will stop wiggling, and then we'll plug in and confirm that we've got receiver, because then we can just like knock out a bunch of the final assembly, zap these motors on, and we'll be golden. Okay, so what were we just doing?
Plugging her in.
Alright, we're hooked up to Betaflight, and then we're gonna find the mysterious lost battery again. And this is gonna be quick. We don't even really need the fan this time. Got power. Ports tab. Ports tab. UART4 serial RX is on. Configuration tab. CRSF. Receiver tab. No moving things. You son of a bitch.
I'm showing.
What is going on? So it's bound. Oh, it's not getting power. Why the hell isn't it getting power? No, it is getting power. The light's just tiny. Well. What? Did iFlight do something weird with these TX and RX4 pads where they don't like where they can only do that wacky bit rate and interface with the Vista, I guess? I have TX5 and RX5, but those are tied up. There's TX3, but there's no RX3. Oh, wait, here. Jesus. What the shit? What the hell, Mamba? What are you doing? What are these blinking lights? FCO? FC1? 5 volt, 3.3 VCC. Receiver signal. They want you to put on 4.
This is what you did.
Sorry, no, on their little number 4 here. Mamba second generation receiver port compatible with TBS, PPM, S-Bus, blah, 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 and other mainstream signals. Yeah, see, they want you to put it over here, but this is an inverted TX1 that they have, and then they have RC. What do you guys consider RC? Oh, I see, down here. Okay. They want you to put it. Yeah, I think we can't use that RX4. I think for some reason they're keeping this RX4. Well, it's a good thing that we left a little bit of extra wire because it's looking like we're going to need to use it. But I left... Wow, that's weird. I mean, we tried all the combinations and that refused to work. That's weird. Okay, I'm just going to zap them off of there and we're going to put them on the pads where they're encouraging us to put them. And I bet you it'll work. Strange. If they wanted you to only use that for the Vista, I wish they'd said that in the manual. Kudos for the little manual. I love that they gave the little manual, but yeah. Interesting. Okay, so let's get the white and the yellow pulled out here.
I'll switch you back over to your desk. Yeah.
I appreciate it. I thought it, and I was like, did I do that? Without even remembering it? I might have cut these like a millimeter too short. Oh, no. Please, no. Please be just long enough. Okay, so that guy, let's get this out of the way. Let's get this standoff the hell out of the way. Okay. So, I need another couple millimeters of white and yellow. Ah, we're fine. Look at me.
Prepared.
Leaving the exact extra amount. Okay, so what's this wacky little... So down on the bottom here, it's got TBS TX1. And it wants me to put that in this weird little center area. So that's going to be TX1. And then I guess this RC? What do you mean by RC? iFlight. What is RC? So this is their uninverted TX1. I guess RC is RX. They're using a C. Wait, so which color is which now? Do we know?
So yellow goes to your TX.
Did we put it on TX or does it go to the TX?
Goes to the TX.
How do you remember that? Okay, so there's that wacky pad, and then we need to use the second to last on here. All right, so I'll do it. I'm tempted to like half-ass tack them on just to see if it works, but it's 50-50, so that's those are good enough odds where it should be just fine. So let's go. What are we thinking? Yellow is. We're thinking that yellow is which again?
TX.
I don't even know what that means anymore. I think that means I need to put it up here. So I'm going to do the white one first in that case, which is kind of nice because the white one's a little bit shorter. All right, white one is going to this RC pad. The hell that is. And then yellow is going to go up here on this wacky, and I'm even going to face this like inwards just to protect it a little bit more.
And so on those center pads.
Yeah. On this weird little center pad here, and let's see if that is what iFlight wants for Crossfire. It's all about what iFlight wants right now. Alright, so let's see. I bet you that works. I bet you they've got something weird going on that TX4 pad, like some weird baud rate or some shit like that, to make it work with things. Alright, there's that, and then we need power for the receiver, which we now have. And oh wait, no, I have to move the port. June Loco says I'm sitting over here face palming. Did we have you run into this before? June Loco? What? Crossfire. Serial-based receiver. UART 1. Serial RX. None of the other shit's turned on. What the fuck? Wait a second. Is that why they had soft serial turned on?
Welcome to OpenTX. Throttle warning.
Oh, it's diatone. Why do I keep thinking it's iFlight? It's fucking diatone. Wiggle those sticks. Why does it have throttle all the way down? Usually when it doesn't have a connection, throttle's in the middle, isn't it? That's weird. That might have been why they had soft serial turned on. But that's insane. That we're not running soft serial. That's ridiculous. I'm gonna switch them because that's the easiest thing to do as the next quick troubleshoot. And if that doesn't work, I'm gonna just run away forever. I mean, chat. What am I missing? Espander says, "Is the receiver firmware up to date?" I don't know. But would that matter? Would that I would hope that doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like I would hope that it would, even if the receiver like the receiver is getting a connection with the module. So I wouldn't expect it being out of date to make it not talk to Betaflight, right? Although I mean, who the hell knows?
So I'm getting
that will be the next
I'm
troubleshoot,
showing
though.
bars on my radio.
Yeah, it's binding and it's talking to the radio. It's not talking to the flight controller, basically. So let's switch these. And if this doesn't fix it, then yeah, then we're gonna have to fuck around with like updating the module and shit. Well, no, the module did update, right? It updated when you were plugged into. Yeah, so the module is updated. Yeah, so we know that. That's fine. That is a known quantity. And this white one is like just
Yeah, my TX is current.
Barely too short.
5504.
This will fix it. I mean, if this doesn't fix it, I think the tracer receiver is broken.
Yeah,
because what the hell else can we do?
I've never used tracer before, so this is. And yeah, they're both on 5.4.
I guess we can keep hopping it around to different ports on the flight controller. But I mean, the instructions specifically say for Crossfire to wire it up like I just did. Let's see. That fucking it better work. If you don't work, quad, you're gonna get punched. I mean, it wouldn't be that we're powering it.
Are you cycling it wrong?
Yeah. I think that should be it, right? You are at 1. Okay, so let's save and reboot.
And that should have reset the whole thing there.
UART1 Serial RX. Is there something on here that's explaining what the fart bag is going on? It's not inverted, is it? No. Well, it shouldn't matter because it's an F. Well, that's weird. Why do they even have an inverted pad on here if it's an F7? Isn't that a little odd, right? TBS TX1 bottom pad, yeah. They specifically call that pad TBS. I mean, maybe we don't have this maybe it's angry about this RC pad. But see, here's the other thing. There aren't any more UARTs. Like this is the last of the UARTs. What the hell is going on here? I mean, I guess I can put it on that inverted pad real quick. Let's do that. What the hell's that RC pad is my question. What is RC?
Hang on, go back.
Did it work?
So it's not plug it back in, I'm sorry.
I see what's going on that screen over there.
You see what I'm saying? I got channel 1, channel 2, but I don't have nothing on my.
I try not to blame things on other people, but in this case, if this fixes it, not this guy. This guy.
Come on, work it, piece of. Let's keep going back to it.
Tracer Nano RX.
It's not giving me any.
Oh, that's acting weird.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Tiago says, finally, I've been shouting for half an hour. Did you really say that? I didn't see it, Tiago. RC stands for radio control. What? Why do they have so many So you're telling me that Mamba has a pad for radio control next to a pad called Inverted TX1, and then they've got this other TBS TX1 pad over here.
Cycle the power.
How many goddamn... What a ridiculous... I don't like this flight controller anymore. I have one of these in the budget rig, and it was a little confusing, but it worked. This is... So...
Cycle the power.
So where the hell is the... How the hell do you hook a goddamn receiver up to this thing? I'm gonna put it back on the TX and RX5 pads, because if what you're saying is true, Don, then they literally have this set up so that you can't get telemetry to your receiver, which seems ridiculous, but I mean, it's FPV.
Flight controller, too. You don't plug it back in. Something's keeping it from...
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, there's no reason to even be plugged into Betaflight. Yeah, I mean, there's no other... This flight controller has a million pads on it, but they're all 5-volt and ground. There's like so many 5-volt and ground pads, it's ridiculous. Huh.
So now it's showing up right. What the...
What was that?
I think it jumped down to the bottom of the screen somehow.
Well, you know what? Let me look at how I have it wired on the budget rig, because it works. The rig is blown up, guys. I broke 3 rigs yesterday. 3. So on this. Oh no! Yeah, okay. I have them in the back there. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna put them back on the TX and the RX in the rear. Yeah, cool. Okay. I don't. All right. I'm okay with this flight controller again. It's back on my good side. Ugh. Have you tried an RX of a different protocol to see if the pads work? I haven't licensed.
I'm doing factory reset on hold in case I mess it up.
Ah, sweet. Good idea. Factory reset. I guess we don't need this anymore. Oh wait, no, yeah, I still do want to check if it trips on a regular non-ViFly smoke stopper. Although it's just not getting that hot. That low power thing is working. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
So one should be going. Channel 1's at TX, channel 2's RX.
So they call channel 1 TX, which to me means channel 1 transmits.
And so it should be going to your RX on your flight controller.
Exactly. And on the wiring diagram, that means that it's off on the right. And, all right. Let me check the receiver. On the receiver, oh, fuck it. I'm just going to solder it up each way. This will fix it. This will fix it. This will fix it. This has to fix it. This better fix it. Oh! Whoa! Hey, device has been refreshed.
Okay. So log off, unplug, and now it's
Oh
all
shit, we're
you.
gonna have to bind to it again, aren't we? But I didn't have to get to the button last time. I guess it went into auto bind.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? It might not. Well, yeah, okay, it does go into auto bind when it's fresh. That's right. That's right.
If you don't.
If you haven't connected it already.
Yeah, so we're good.
So now we can rebind.
No, that's what I just did.
Oh shit, so now it's good.
Yeah.
Power to it. Connecting to beta flight.
I'm trying to.
And let's see if it magically works on these weird ass pads here. I don't think it will. But ports, UART1, configuration, crossfire, receiver, nothing. That's fine. I'm going to put it back on those rear pads where we originally had it because I know that they're going to work. And I like the way that it's wired that way better anyway. Using these pads on the side is kind of annoying. God forbid a little stick gets in there. It can really ruin your day. Okay, so wait, what are we thinking? We're thinking that we put the yellow pad on the TX or the RX of the receiver?
So, one should be right next to your power. It should be yellow.
Yeah, I can't see. I'm just going to guess. Because we only have to undo it. It's really quick. Though, you know what? I would rather not guess. So wait, what are we thinking again? What's we're thinking that
we're thinking the yellow goes to TX.
The TX pad on the flight controller.
Yes.
You're sure?
That's what you told me when we started this.
All right. Which means nothing, but I mean, we'll go with it. So wait, yellow goes to TX, and then that means. Okay, so yellow is the first one I want to put on. Good. Meant to be. It has to be right because of that. Confirmed.
Sure.
Correctness confirmed. And now these wires are too long. So let's just really quickly stuff those down in there.
Okay, at least Clemson's winning.
Right, here we go. Yellow going on to the TX pad. Where's the flat part of my... There it is. Alright. White. Going. Underneath. And then to the RX pad. God damn it, get in there. So I can grab you, little fella. You know you want to receive data. Just be cool. Oh my god. Stop fucking with me! Yes! Okay. And there we go. Here goes nothing! Let's give it power first this time. Maybe it was truly upset. Wait, no, okay. Let's get it power properly rather than half-ass plugging the power in, which can sometimes cause issues.
So did you pull the power wire off?
Yeah, it went totally down. So ports, that was 4 for serial RX. Save and reboot. That should be all we needed to do. Receiver tab.
I'm not getting telemetry this time.
What? What? All right. Power. It is flashing green. What wonder what flashing green means. We were getting solid green last time. I think it's not binding all the way, maybe.
Yeah, I wonder if it's...
But didn't you say that it bound?
I thought yeah, it bound last time, so maybe it...
What the hell's flashing green? Who knows what flashing green is on Tracer? June Loco, we're not there yet. We're not done with this amount of troubleshooting to then, yeah, try a different receiver. If this receiver goes solid green and it's still not working, then we'll be at the point of the troubleshoot to try a different receiver. Mainly because, like, oh, hey, there was a red flash. Did you do something? Oh, now it's solid green.
Yeah.
So now it's bound. What'd you do?
I plugged it in and hit bind again.
Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. So now it's bound. We probably still need to power cycle it, though. UART 4. Ooh, let me just make totally sure that it's UART 4. And it could still be wired backwards. It is 4. Okay, so let's power cycle it. And we will see what happens. We've got power.
I got telemetry.
We've got USB. That's stuck. That's still good. We've got no movement. CRX, and there's nothing and nothing. Okay, so let me reverse them.
So we killed my radio.
See, the battery's good, Dad.
It's at 5.8. So I'm going to. I think I got an extra pair right here.
Switching the yellow and white.
There's one. There's two.
Okay, there's one. Okay. Alright, they are switched. Oh yeah. Okay, so we need power and computer. Alright. Here, and I'm going to do some
Welcome to OpenTX.
filter tuning. Just kind of get this to, oh wait, you guys can't see me. Move the minimum down to 80. Pull the maximum down to 400. Push this up to 200. We're going to go really hard. We're going to turn off the gyro low passes. We're going to assume that these motors are nice and smooth, and we'll pull that slider up to 1.2. Don Ladd says, watch a Bardwell vid. Unless he did one specifically on this. Did I just forget to hit save? I think I did. God damn it. What the shit, Tracer receiver? Wow. Tracer fail. I mean, the antennas are plugged in. It's either wired right or wrong. It was definitely wired right a minute ago. Damn. All right. Well, let's wire it right for sure. Oh, I could have just pulled the
I've been wondering about that.
I could have just pulled this off to check it. Okay, so we've got. I need the tracer diagram. Where's the type in tracer wiring? Yeah. Images. Oh my God, that's not the tracer. Type TBS in. Oh, it's tracker. It might have changed it. Sick. Yes. And it's white. Motherfucker! Stop calling it channel 1 and channel 2. Oh, wait, no, that's good. That's good. That's good. How was it in the menu? Do you remember? On the screen.
1 was TX and 2 was RX.
Sure?
Nope.
So channel 1 is on the inside. So channel 1 is white. 1 is white. That's good. 1 is white, 2 is yellow. So the question is...
And we said...
What is channel 1? Is it RX or TX?
It goes to the RX.
1 is white, and it's going to the TX pad right now. Good. So...
no, it should be going to the RX.
1 is white, and it's on the TX pad right now. Alright, so we're going to fix that. I mean, we tested this a minute ago, though, so I don't know what this is going to accomplish. Because it's starting to seem like the receiver might be bad.
I got 2 other ones and a crossfire.
Wow, this is super frustrating. This is nice, though, that the motors aren't soldered on. This is one of the nice things about not soldering the motors up first. Yeah. All right, damn you. Cooperate. So you did a complete reset. R bound. Once this is wired up, I guess we desolder the existing one and solder a new one on. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense why that would be the problem, but I mean, weirder things have happened, so. Alright. Now we've got yellow on RX. We've got channel 2 on the RX pad of the flight controller. We've got channel 1 on the TX pad. Let's try it one more time, even though we just tried it. We're going to try it again. That looks good. That looks fine. Everything seems okay. Okay. Power. That bound. I just heard it.
Yeah, I got.
Computer. Speak to the flight controller and ask it what the hell's going on. And Crossfire, S-Bus, ports, UART4. TX4, RX4. Yeah, Tiago.
Yeah, Tiago. Exactly.
Arming disable flags. RX failsafe. Yeah, so it's definitely not getting any communication from the receiver because of this arming flag. No valid receiver signal is detected. We're telling it to look for that signal on UART4, and we're telling it that the signal is serial based and it's crossfire. And there's no other option in here for tracer. Huh. We already did that, RC Rivera. Let's put a regular Crossfire Nano on here.
I'll just buy one from you.
Enough of this tracer nonsense. No, you have one.
I want to keep mine.
I would have to steal it and then sell it to you.
What did I do?
If you can't find it, I definitely didn't steal it. Or maybe I did. God damn, okay. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe there's just something weird, something going on with Tracer. Maybe there's something in OpenTX that you have to do, or, I don't know. Kind of doesn't matter, we're going this route.
So, in our defense, this is the first time we've tried tracing.
Yeah.
Either one of us has dealt with tracing. And it was a freebie, so...
Right.
I forgot where I got it from.
Well, unless I was looking at it upside... No, I wasn't looking at it upside down, because then I would be feeding power into the wrong ports. Yeah, so it's definitely not that. Alright, slick. So, yeah, maybe, you know, Tracer doesn't work. Confirmed. Tracer on all quads doesn't work. Yeah.
Josh is going to come on tomorrow.
So we soundbite that. Yeah, right? And here we go. All right. Come all the way out, please. Don't make me play this game with each one of you wires. Just fall out. One.
Sorry.
It's all good. Two.
Popping Mentos. So
3 and 4. What'd you say?
I'm popping Mentos because my sugar's getting low.
Alright. Ground is coming off.
They call Trappy. TX16 is, and I'm not sure what OpenRX TX I have on it, actually.
Oh yeah, that's true. I wonder if it's Radio Master related. God, this clear shrink wrap is like violently strong when you try to tear it. Like in the tearing direction, it's very stout. Just want my crossfire get enough of it off where I can pull these goddamn antennas out of here. When you shrink wrap it too good.
Yeah, I didn't even think about the whole.
There we go.
Are you still streaming?
Oh yeah. Oh, it's still going. With no end in sight.
Like how it goes.
Because FPV components are just a complete shit show, top to bottom, front to back, 100% of the time.
Yeah.
Welcome to OpenTX.
Zero rhyme, zero reason, just pain. That's the next t-shirt. Hey, I asked Kristen to design a shirt earlier that says, on the front, YouTube did the thing, and on the back, scrolling. What do you guys think of that? If you don't like it, then go to hell. Still haven't bought one of my own t-shirts. We're getting there. It's going to happen one of these days. We're going to just order one.
So, C-Lab, I literally pulled this out of the box as I was walking in the door. All of it. I hadn't plugged anything in with the tracer or anything.
Alright, tracer goes over there. Regular crossfire comes here. Regular crossfire? Look at this boring shit. God, I only switched to crossfire like 6 months ago, maybe. I stayed away from it forever. Things were good. Now things are confusing. Okay. Bring me up a crossfire wiring diagram, please. Alright, little crossfire nano. Which wires go? Oh boy, I'm gonna have to do it while it's. So, how much wire do I have? You know what? This is a job for little hands. Alright, little hands.
There
What do
you
they call
go.
helping hands?
Yeah, I think it's helping hands.
Yes. See, okay. So whose is this? All right. So here's what. So this doesn't say like if it means TX on the flight controller or if it's saying that this is TX, right? Oscar Liang has. Oh no. Oscar Liang has this one, and you can see. You know what I mean, guys? You can see that he's saying, put this one on the TX of the... So, ground is even with the bind button. So, we gonna do that first. Ground, come to me. Get soldered, bro. Okay. Great. Alright, ground. Oh, just let me half-ass this, please. I don't want to have to do it the right way. Oh god, I'm all shaky and fucked up. Okay, I have to do it the right way. That'll be better.
Is that better with the home?
Oh god. Yeah, right. It wasn't me this time, guys.
Sorry.
It wasn't me. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I usually turn it off all the way. I don't trust it, but I'm sure it's all right. Oh my god. Why is there so much solder on there?
Yeah, Loon. Sorry about that. That was my fault. I jinxed us when I said 2-hour build.
Yeah. No such thing. No such thing. Alright, ground wire. Get your little ass on there in a way that's clean. Oh, nope. It slipped out of the goddamn tweezer. That's good. And then power. And then what?
It's power, then
I'm not taking any goddamn chances. On the flight controller, the third pad is the yellow wire. The third pad is TX on the flight controller.
no. It needs to be the RX on the flight controller is your third one.
So where do I put... TX on the flight controller is going to go to the outside pad on the Crossfire.
Yes.
So then I want to go white first and then yellow. Alright. That we can do. Alright. White, then yellow. Then this is all going to work. I can feel it. Alright. White and yellow. Huzzah! Everybody's happy, and we're not going to shrink wrap it. We're going to put an antenna on it and see if we can get it to bind. Okay, that is not touching anything. We want to get this out of here. The battery is here. I do need to plug the ESC back in though, so let's pull this out the side, put the ESC behind it. Most important part. There it is. Okay. Here goes nothing. Q bets whether or not this is going to win or not. So it went green right away.
Yes, because I've already bound.
So it's already bound. Cool. And power. I'm not power. Computer, rather. And so now we got it on the right port. We got it on Crossfire. And we've got connection.
It had to be something with the firmware.
Tracer doesn't work. Confirmed. Please nobody send that to Trap. He will probably kill me. I'm sure he doesn't know who I am. Okay, so now we can keep going. Yeah, Tracer doesn't work. Good luck getting it to work, Tyler. I have no idea what to tell you.
It's a good thing I got me a Tango too.
Yeah, right. So what do you want to do about antenna? You want to use this?
Yeah.
And get something to hang off the back to...
Yeah.
Cool. So we're going to shrink wrap this and stick it back down in the same exact spot. Wow. What the fuck, dude? What, why didn't that work?
It had to be a firmware issue with
Where though?
OpenTX.
No.
Yeah, it was.
It's not.
Okay.
It's not an OpenTX problem. It can't be. It's because. No, I guess it could. No. It's not because, and I'll tell you why it's not because we had that failsafe flag. Remember that failsafe flag on the configurator tab? We would not have had that because what I was thinking is if it was a firmware problem on the transmitter would not, in theory, be sending the stick commands to the receiver.
Yeah, I was getting
That is the fucking problem, though. Because remember when? Oh no! Look, it is low. The throttle is down at 885. I thought, okay.
And that's because I'm here at 885.
But there's no connection right now.
Yeah,
Right now, there's no connection, and it's sitting at 855, and that's what it was doing before. I don't know why I didn't. Crossfire next to Mike. Turn the radio off. Sorry, guys. It's hard to remember that.
I'm a newbie.
I don't remember it either.
So just.
Wow, why the fuck? What? Wow. I can't think of a single reason why that wouldn't work. I really don't. Oh, okay. Yeah, it could be. The only thing I think of is it's within the transmitter. There's something going on within the transmitter. I can't possibly imagine why it would be outside of the transmitter and the module. Very weird. Okay, so I just need to unplug this one more time. And because I just need to get to the
So, Hawk, we just updated the
mounting spot.
firmware on the Mamba.
Yeah, we also we tried it on 3.5.7 and the new firmware. So technically speaking, we tried two different firmwares on the flight controller side. But that was that should not ever be the issue.
Patrick, it was Tracer, not Ghost. Neither one of us had ever used the system before, so we're kind of just...
Even if we had used it before, though, we did everything right.
Yeah, I mean...
Unless there's some total weirdness with Tracer on those Radio Masters. Yeah, I mean... Wow. Very strange. Very, very, very strange. What's interesting, though, is that there's an extra piece of the clear material. Just the right size.
Always cut it in half.
Don't even need to trim it. I mean, let's be honest, too. Regular Crossfire is better than Tracer. If you want to do Tracer, get Ghost. I don't understand Tracer.
Yeah.
To be totally... I don't understand why anybody would go with Tracer over Ghost, I think. Other than I need it right now, because I need it right now. Now is not... I mean, you can't even get Ghost. I've been trying. But even if you could, Tony's still working some kinks out. I'm going to leave it like this because we don't have quite enough. Like, we have just enough.
Could you go under the Vista?
I don't think I'm going to because it is kind of tight under there and there's already 3 more wires. I mean,
okay.
We just pop it off and dump it under there if you ever want to do it in the future, though. But I like it better going around the outside, I think, for this setup.
Like every time I come here, we have a problem with the receiver or video card.
I feel like every time I do a fucking build, I have a problem with a receiver. God damn it. I got a little bit too hot and it ripped. So now I get to do it again. The thing that can drive me insane about this stuff is that every once in a while I will like screw up 4 or 5 times in a row with this shrink wrap. And it'll harden, and then you gotta struggle your ass off to get it out of there.
It's either only a ride or...
Yeah, exactly.
Not.
Okay! Get off!
The wifey disappeared again.
Okay, there we go. Different shrink wrap this time. I'm going to use the rubbery stuff because it's totally fine.
So if you want to use the hard one, just pull one out of one of these other packs.
It's just going to rip again and piss me off, and then I'm going to get twice as angry and light it on fire.
Okay, don't do that. That was really convincing.
God damn it, I don't have any of the rubber stuff. I'm just going to use this stupid hard stuff again. This is thicker hard stuff, though.
Yeah, they don't have any clear.
Chop it down here. Okay.
Yeah, not. It's all colored.
Wait, oh, no, wait, no.
Hey, there's my solder
This, then this.
You got a whole cooler full of tools and parts.
I thought you brought food. I was like, oh man, this guy's fucking smart. He knows it's gonna take forever. I cut that a little bit short, but it's gonna be alright. And I'm gonna be less in a hurry this time and keep the torch a little bit farther away.
Hey man, we need to watch Barbell's video on Crossfire and DJI. LQ. In the OS how to. Actually, that's one of the few things I know how to do, I think.
There we go. Now we're cooking. Okay. And is everything metal covered up? Almost. Almost. What's going on with that big ass blob of solder in there? How did I not see that? It was on the other side, I guess. Look at that. Look at that. Good to go. And everything on top. Cool. So we're going to run this guy out the right side, and in order to do that, I'm going to put it like that, and then, yeah, it can go right out there, right down there, and then...
You put some GPU mounts on the hanging off the bottom. Or...
Yeah, that's what I've been doing lately, the little BMC 3D guys. Where'd that... There it is. They go straight down off the back standoff, so it works really well. What was the width of this? Okay, actually, that should be just about right. Yeah.
You got it.
Look at us go. Look at the shit show that this turned into. One goddamn problem, right? Like, one problem will take the length of your build and double it. It's absolutely ridiculous. Half the time is just figuring out what the hell the problem is. The other half the time is fucking fixing it. Okay. Come on. Put that down there. Now we could rip it all apart and try to put the crossfire antenna in the middle, but that's just no. I'm also not convinced that that's a good idea anyway, because the I almost put it upside down. Because the when you do that, it's not a great place for the antenna. It's a safe place for the antenna, and like with freestyle rigs, we don't usually run super far out, but it's not. It's just not an ideal spot for the antenna in terms of long range performance. Stay on there, little friend. No reason to move. Alright. It works. We know it works. It's not new. That's why it works, because it's not new. Anything new is broken. All new things are bad. They just don't work. Yo, what the fuck? Why wouldn't that work? I'm going to be thinking about that shit for days. I mean, we did the last test. I mean, we desoldered from one and went directly to the other, though. And it worked completely fine. So it's kind of like, well, it was bound. All the settings were... Yeah, I guess that's kind of like the most damning thing that we did. Was just straight up desolder tracer and solder on regular Crossfire. And all the same settings and everything was the same. And I mean, you guys saw it. It fired right up. It was already bound and it was good to go. So very strange. Getting these wires kind of organized under here so that the ESC will sit down flat. That's what was causing the issues. Alright, cool. Yeah, guys, whenever you're putting wires under something, always do like the little push test to make sure that it doesn't want to sit back up. Because if it wants to sit back up, there's wires on top of each other, and that's not what you want. You want the wires to be kind of running through there in a way that's somewhat organized. And if you just go and crank the screws down, you can fuck those wires up and cause all kinds of other havoc. And that could be a problem that's really hard. Like squishing a wire, that's going to be a bitch to troubleshoot. I can tell you that right now. Okay. There we go. And especially like we're in a case now where we have a physical PCB down there in the receiver. So if there's a wire on top of that receiver and then you crank it down, God knows what's going to happen. M3 nuts. Got any?
Yeah. Of course I've already put it back up.
I'm weirdly running out, I think. Hold on. I'm running out of either the metal or the plastic. I don't remember.
I have
It's the metal.
few plastic. I got a lot of metal.
I don't know what I'm saying. I have a bunch of both. Maybe it's M2. It's M2 that I'm running out of. I'm not running out of M3.
Washer.
Since you already have it out, we'll just use yours. Hey, look at those. They're metal. Zip, zap. You know what I need? I need another one of these drivers for M5. When you buy this driver set to get this one driver, it maxes out one step before M3 size, which is incredibly frustrating. But you guys should all have nut grabbers by now, and this is a situation where the nut grabbers are really handy because they grab anything.
Or do you want to put orange ones on there? Orange nuts?
Do you have some?
I thought I did. Somewhere. At this point, I don't know what I got and what I don't got.
Put 2 black ones on. If you can find the orange, we'll swap them out.
No, these are 2. I think those are... What's that orange one there? That's M2, ain't it?
No, that's M3. It just doesn't have any nut faces.
Yeah.
Which, for me, that drives me insane. But it might not drive anybody else insane.
No, there's the... I knew there was some 2 somewhere.
Where'd that nut grabber go?
That's what she said.
Get tight, friend. Get tight. When your ESC is on the little rubber grommets, you want to get these tight, but you don't need to bury them because you're just compressing the rubber more and more. If you get them a little bit tight, there'll be enough rubber contact against the nut to keep it from backing out usually. So that's why the nut grabber is kind of cool, because it gets it to that perfect tightness before it pops off. And we're there. ESC is good. How about some M3? choose. That guy's on there. Yes.
You need metal or you need plastic?
I like using metals.
Okay.
There's just no chance of them hitting anything else to short out, really, when they're up on top like this.
I struggle finding plastic ones.
Really?
Yeah.
They come with stuff, so I have tons.
So there's a kit somewhere I bought that had like 8 of them.
Right.
With it, and it was like 99 cents. So I bought it really just
Enough
for
forever, yeah.
Yeah.
Or not forever, enough just for that that job. You don't use them that often, but they're nice to have. Come on, you jerk. Stop cross-threading. There it is. And then same deal on the flight controller, but it's actually much more important on the flight controller exactly how much tightness you put on these things, because it's compressing your damper for vibrations. So I'll show you guys in 1 second how I do that. Alright, so there's a point where it goes from like freewheeling to obviously contacting the rubber. And basically when you get to that point, for the most part you're going to give like another half turn-ish, but you're just going to look at it, and you're going to look at it and then push the flight controller down. That's going to compress the bottom, and then the flight controller is going to spring back up naturally. And when it springs back up, you just want to make sure that there's not a gap between the nut and the rubber. I guess a really easy way to do it would be just to push the whole damn thing down, just compress the whole damn thing, and then take your driver and put it back on the nuts, and just make sure that they're not super loose. Because if they're super loose, then they're going to be in that freewheeling phase, and you're going to feel that. So yeah, just come on here and just give them the tiniest little bit of extra tighten, and make sure that they're pushing down. And I mean, maybe even do it again. And then just look at it. Like if you just look at it from the side, you can kind of see if you're seeing these are too compressed. I can see that the rubber's starting to bow out, so I'm just going to give it ever so slightly less, and yeah, that's kind of where you want it. Yeah, so those were a little bit too compressed, but now they're just right. And that's that. Let me just get this wire into place. Yeah, there we go. That's a working quad, boys and girls. No, it's not. It doesn't have any motors. That's a working floor quad right now. So you can put it on the floor, look at it. That's about it, really. Right. We've got some motor wires. And what you can do if you don't want to cut all the way through them is just nick them. And then you'll be able to see the little nicks that you made, and then you can pop them up here and cut them the rest of the way. I like to run the motor wires up like this and get them, like, just get them out. Get them out of the path of, like, sticks and shit. So if you run them up like this, that's the shortest possible shot, and then you can 90-degree them over and bring them down to the pads. What you'll be able to do is you'll actually be able to just chop the middles out and sneak those race wires on.
Yeah.
Or just wait till you blow the motor up and take the whole damn thing out. Although I usually break...
Why you gotta be so negative?
The bell. I usually go through so many more of the bells than the stators, so I typically end up leaving stators forever and just swapping bells over and over again. And again, not cutting all the way through with the little choppy choppers. Okay. I'm going to do the same thing back here. I'm going to hold them flat. Outside of the little nut there, and then pull them in to the flight controller. Get out of the way, motor number 4. Okay, that's the right set of wires, and that's lined up properly. There we go. Okay. So I'm just going to come in here and just leave a little mark. Mark it up. Mark it. And this one kind of got a little concocted. All right. 1, 2, 3. Or when you cut these too short, then it's a good time to put the race wires on. It's one of my favorite things about the race wires is it saves you when you cut these goddamn motor wires too short. Yeah, that's where I want it. Strip them real quick. All right. Motors 4 and 3. You guys are being all right. I'll play with you guys. What's up in the chat? Ken Hill says race wires. Yeah, race wires would be about another hour's worth of work, though. I asked Tyler about that earlier, and he said, I can do it myself. I was like, okay. Plus, yeah, a lot of times when I do the first generation of the build here, I will just wire the motors directly, and then as I break motor bells and other things, I will one by one swap the race wires in. No wrong answers. Different ways of doing the same thing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1. Oh, nope, I'll cut that. That was cut them way too long. That's the one there. And then this is the one here. And that one was correct. Okay. Alright, shorter ones. And strip. Alright, cool. Hey, who's got questions for TBird? You guys never get to ask him questions, although I guess you kind of do because he's in the chat all the time. But who's got questions that TBird can talk through audibly rather than typing through?
David said, don't forget that motor screw. I must have missed one.
What motor screw? Oh, yeah. I put 3 back in instead of 4.
Oh, so you did it.
Yep.
Okay.
I was about to put the 4th one back in. I was like, I don't know what I want to do.
Dave, that was him, not me.
Wait, no. Maybe I didn't put 4. I think there wasn't... No, yeah. I only put...
I'll say I could probably... I probably only put 2 in some of them.
And this guy didn't come all the way off. That's who it was. Okay, last motor.
We haven't made it there yet, Ken, but yeah. I'm talking about the Vista. Made a flight.
Oh man, that is on you. I'm not gonna touch that shit with. I mean, I don't have to. We're gonna test hover it, and then we're gonna be pretty much good to go.
Yeah.
I will save the Vista learning for when I have to do it eventually.
So from what I understand, it's just flipping the UART over to MPS or whatever.
Oh really? That weirdness that we saw a minute ago.
Yeah.
Okay. Come on, leave a mark. Well, might as well cut it. And then this guy. always cut the motor wires a little long, but like you got to be careful. There's a very cutting them a little bit too long very quickly turns into way too long, and then they become a liability because they want to get hung up in the props and shit. So it's kind of a fine line.
So yeah, Patrick, on my builds, I've always gone from the outside in. He actually went from the inside out. He just put the arms on, what, an hour ago?
Yeah, so what I realized recently is if the whole build goes perfectly, it doesn't really matter. But, case in point, we had a situation where we had to get under the ESC to get to the receiver, and if all 4 motors had been wired up, that would have been a fucking nightmare, right? Because the ESC would have been tied down to the motors and shit. So yeah, this was actually a perfect example of why building from the center out I think is a better idea. I think this is, I mean, it all has to get done anyway, right? And like I feel like we solder up the the motors first because it's the most satisfying. But yeah, I mean, in terms of like, do you want to be satisfied or do you want to be smart? Don't answer that. Yeah, I'm really digging this kind of like center out build style. Or we could go Thomas Middleditch and build from the middle out. I don't know how that would work, but I guess that's kind of what we're doing. Isn't that's a oh god damn it, what's the name of the show? Silicon Valley. That's a Silicon Valley joke. If you haven't seen that on HBO, then you'll be confused right now. Solder! I found it. Here we go. There's wires everywhere. Let's tin them all. Let me guess. The soldering iron's not on. Oh no, it is. Look at that. There we go. Let the tinning beginning.
So this is actually my second glide build. And the idea was to have one on Crossfire and one on Tracer. And because they're identical except, well, they were going to be identical except for that, except for now they are identical because they both have Crossfire.
Since, Tracer doesn't work, guys. I mean, what else, for real, what else are we expected to do to get Tracer to work, right? Like,
I knew I should have played around with that before we just busted it out,
Even if you had, though, I mean, the only thing would have been, hey, this doesn't work.
Yeah.
Unless it was just that receiver. Maybe it's just that receiver.
Well, my thinking was I was going to actually, since I had 3 of them, I was going to put one in this one and change out my Beta 75 since I don't go far with it.
Right.
And play with it that way.
That's interesting. Tracer's really good for micros. I never even thought about that.
But let me burning the 75 up yesterday and this one not wanting Tracer.
Right.
Kind of going back to square one.
Okay. That little strand tried to escape. What are you guys talking about? TBird, is this your first 5-inch 1/8 says? That's what you were just talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. We're tinning, and we're tinning, and we're tinning some more. What can I say about tinning? If you're just joining, make sure that when you're tinning, you're putting the tip of the soldering iron on one side of the exposed wires and feeding the solder through the other. Otherwise, the solder won't get in between the strands. It takes a second because you have to wait for the wire to get some heat into it, but just be patient. It also makes sure that you get the wire hot enough, which is kind of nice. Alright, 2 more. Oh, you guys probably can't see me, huh? Am I off the bottom of the screen? I am.
Yeah, you are.
Sorry. Although you guys have seen me tin 10,000 wires by now. If you don't know yet, I can't help you. That's not true. I can help every single one of you, and all you have to do is go to CiottiFPV.com and click on Fiverr. What do you think of that, world? We're tinned. Now we're going to be soldered. Ready? Here's a little trick. Stick them under the arms. And then they're less wild and woolly. Less wild, arguably less woolly. And if you're gonna run the wires like this, like I'm showing you guys, down the arm, and then going a little bit in the front, and then coming over it like that. I forget what I was gonna say. I had there was a reason that I was talking just now. I don't remember what it was. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea what I was about to say. I've also been doing a lot of stuff by hand lately. I got away from it because I got sick of getting burned, but the feel that you have by doing shit with your fingers is really nice. And if you're quick enough, you won't burn yourself. I am not being quick enough right now, though. I am being burned. So, there. This wire is now hot, and it's not flat enough, so we're going to use the tweezers.
So yeah, Alex, I wasn't expecting to be on camera today. I kind of walked in and got bum rushed and said, "Hey, we're gonna live stream this, okay?"
No, that's not true. I said, "Do you want to live stream this?" And I expected you to say no, but you said yes. I was like, "Oh, cool."
No, I said sure.
The ability to live stream shit like this is something I thought of a long time ago, and I assume that you guys wouldn't want to do it. But I think you should, because now you guys are gonna all go subscribe to TBird's channel, I'm sure. Although I can't find his channel. Moderator, find TBird space FPV's channel and put a link to it up, please. And then, yeah, because I'm sure that you guys want to see this rig that you watched us build fly.
I got the same discount you'll get, Tiago.
Yeah, that's true. That's the thing that sucks about my prices all being friend and family already, is that, I mean, like, if my best friend in the world, Brad, was gonna have me do something, he would already get the friends and family rate.
Of course, he hasn't got my bill for me being on his live stream either.
So. It's true. I gotta hire cheap talent. I can only let cheap talent come on, so that I can afford their day rate. Okay, we got that guy there. One more for motor 4. Now, let's try to do this. Try to use my fingies on this one. See if I can get it done quick enough. Yeah! Only a little burned.
See, I always struggle doing that.
I usually
come
don't.
Straight out.
And I'm actually gonna get this one a little bit flatter. This is the thing, when I do it with my fingers, I'm like, it's flat enough, and then I'm like, is it? I wasn't pushing down on it that hard because I was using my fingers and being quick. Yeah, see, I was able to get that a little bit flatter. Maybe I won't be using my fingers much anymore.
Brendan, I don't have any videos. He was just running his mouth. Brendan's asking what was my popular videos.
Oh.
0.
Yeah, that might be why. Well, that's almost guaranteed why I couldn't find the channel. When you don't have any content up, YouTube makes it a lot harder to find your page. Once you start putting content up, your shit'll come up a little bit better. But yeah.
So I've only been recording my videos since I got DJI, whatever, about 2 months ago, and I really haven't put anything up yet.
But he will, because you guys will bug his ass too. And I swear to God, if he doesn't pick up at least 10 subs today, I'm going to kill every single one of you with my bare hands. I'm gonna strangle the life out of you,
They can't
and I'm
find
gonna
me.
watch. Has a moderator not posted a fucking link yet? Moderators,
Brandon can't even find me.
why are you so slow, moderators? I couldn't do it, but that doesn't mean anything. I mean, there has to be a way to find it through search. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't typically look for people's channels that don't have content, as a general rule. Yeah, what the hell? And I'm sure that you haven't turned on the use my channel name as my URL thing.
Yeah, that's what I was just trying to look at, see if I could figure out.
Yeah, I don't know about doing this with bare fingers on a 5-inch rig. I was doing the bare finger thing on a micro, and it was fine. But those wires are so much smaller, and they're a lot quicker. Maybe that's why I was having good luck with it previously, but I'm not today. I've always told you guys to use tweezers anyway, so this is actually more on the level of what nonsense I've been spewing. I've mentioned this before, but if you twist these wires a little bit, they will want to stay down. Show you guys what I mean in 1 second. And stay there, friend. Stay there.
So if you don't use race wires, do you just put a piece of electrical tape around the arm to hold it down?
Yep. Or a zip tie. All right, is that? Yeah, that's flat. Cool. Nice and flat. We can see the individual strands of wire, but everything is shiny, and that is going to be plenty strong. Although I do want to pull this out a little bit. I try to not have the silicone up on the pad, and you can literally just use your fingernail like this, guys, to pull the silicone back a little bit, so that it's not touching the pad. And now we can just come back on this and push it down, and it'll go a little bit flatter. So I'm going to hold it all the way back here, and then we're just going to flatten it out a little bit more on this pad. And you guys probably couldn't see it go down, but it did go down considerably, and then it shifted off the side like a little jerk. So now I got to redo it. Here's what I mean about twisting the wires, since I have to redo it. If you just run this wire straight to the pad, it's like memory is wanting to stand up like this. So before you put it on the pad, grab it and twist it. See what that does? See how when you twist it, it might be hard for you guys to see it, but when you twist it like that, it goes downwards. And when it has that like downwards memory, it has less want to like jump up and off the thing in the place. You know what I mean? You guys know what I mean. I've showed you guys that before. That's not a new trick. Where'd that little piece of solder that I have left go? Since we're doing rework on this one, I'm not going to be lazy with a dry soldering iron. Now I got a little bit too far off the pad. I want to sneak it up. There it is. There we go. That's the stuff. So yeah, and now when there's sticks trying to come through here and shit, you know, these are all out of the way. And then you can just kind of tuck them down on the glide frame. There's either a press nut or the nuts in this case. And then we're going to pull them up like this. And we're going to secure them to the arm. And it's going to be a nice, clean, not getting hung up in scraggle and shit when you go crashing through a tree
So do the new frames, they have press nuts where those have the locking nuts?
Yeah, exactly. Which I like these lock nuts. I'm not totally sold on the press nuts. They're definitely more convenient for sure. Like it makes the build a lot easier. That's a fact. But the lock nuts are nice. Being able to remove the lock nuts is nice. I've had two base plates now where the press nuts failed, and I had to get rid of the base plate because the press nuts are a part of it. So yeah, the old school frame with these nuts, there's something to be said for that. It is arguably a better idea. But the press nuts are really handy. It just makes the frame assembly and maintenance a little bit nicer. Alright, 1 and 2. Basically how I do it, to remember to get that little twist, is you lay it flat, you run it to the pad, and then when you grab it with your tweezers, grab it off to the side, and then twist it vertically like that. And then that's going to give it that little bit of twist that we want. I'm just going to pull this silicone back a little bit with my fingers. There we go. And we're good. That's just enough. Again, run it the way you want to run it. Grab it at an angle. Twist it vertical. And tag it down. Number 3 on motor number 2. When you do that, make sure you grab it hard enough with the tweezers so that it maintains the twist. And that didn't... Why didn't that sit down all nice like? That was weird. I guess I was holding it up a little bit. Not even realizing it. Get hot, bro. Come on. There it is. There we go. Now it's flat. Okay. That was weird. Oh, you guys can't see. Sorry. There we go. And motor number 1 with an H and a W. Tim B says, is the frame the Glide or the Hammer or the Light? This is the regular Glide. The Glide Light is not much lighter. It's like less, I think it's like less than 10 grams lighter. And it is a lot less, I'm not going to say weaker. Well, yeah, weaker. It's a lot weaker. The Glide Hammer, the arms are a little bit too strong, and the base plate breaks before the arms. And I hate that, because replacing the base plate is a million times more work than replacing a broken arm. So, yeah, in my opinion, and in Bob's opinion, the regular Glide is the sweet spot. 5mm arms, and the regular base plate. That's my preferred setup. Oh, solder ball tried to get me. Damn. If I hadn't been paying attention, I would not have seen that. Flat on here. And then I'm actually... The other way to do it is just to use your fingers like this, and when you're using your fingers, just give it a little twist right before you hand off to the tweezers. All right. Come on, get on there. There he is. There the little lad is. Last one. Give it a little twist. What was that?
That was me running into the fan.
Fuck that fan. Tried to get you, I saw it.
Mm-hmm.
I saw it jump out. Oh god. What am I doing? Get back on there. Friend. And there it is. We've got a working quad! In theory. Why are you being such a jerk, last wire? There it goes. There it goes. Oh, the best one. Okay. Let's get some of these whole nuts tightened down. I want to make sure the wire doesn't get stuck in these nuts. As we all do. It's a guide for life right there. Make sure your wires don't get stuck in your nuts. Words to live by. There we go. And one more. Huzzah. Huzzah, friends! Uh-oh. Screws going everywhere. Rear standoffs. How much do these peek through? Ooh. Where did this little guy come from? I think that's one of mine. But it's the right length. Grab a button head that's that length. And this entire pile. All you. Ah! Ah!
Yeah.
My God, we have a hobby with a lot of bits. All right, cool. Give me another one. So you don't have one black and one silver-ish screw. That would drive me crazy. Might not drive you crazy, but it would drive me crazy. Wait. Actually, we're going to thread it through here first. Put it right through there. And then... Alright, Donnie, way to go! I forget what movie that's from. Okay. This little guy. That little fella. Shit, what are we going to do with this crossfire antenna for the time being? You know what? I betcha it'll just hang out in between these in a way that's somewhat acceptable. Because we don't have a lot of extra wire on it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I have a an extra set of these mounts. Be immortal! Oh, I can't pull it through there. Do that, though. Ah! Stop it! Leave me alone. There we go. Screws.
Yeah, Tiago, I do.
What did he ask?
If I had a 3D printer.
How dare you, Tiago? I don't know. I don't know why. Just for fun. How dare you for fun? Yeah. Look at that hanging out in there. That's terrible. I thought that would work a lot better than that. Alright, do me a favor. That is all you. I need one of these, and that's it. The rest is all you. This goes in here with this little socket-headed friend. And then we can do the top plate, I think. I think we're there. Although I just saw something that I want to clean up a little bit. again, just kind of like looking at wire routing. I want these wires out from under the plug. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Just pay attention to, just look for the little details and shit, guys. Look for things that in crashes could potentially eat one another. In this case, there was a wire going under where the bump out is for the plug header, and yeah, there's no reason for it to be there. Move it to the side. Is that it? Is that how you build a quad? Top plate screws?
I've seen that at Tiago. So it works good.
What do you got for top plate screws? And do you have a GoPro holder for this? Oh wait, that's where we need those conicals. Where'd those 4 conicals go?
What right you do with them?
Right in front of me. Do you have TPU to hold a GoPro with this?
No.
Okay.
I don't have GoPro.
So then I need 4 short conicals. I'm sorry, 4 short button heads rather. I've got the 4 short conicals.
M3.
Yes. Yes.
Whoop,
holy shit, look how much room there is above the components in this because of these 23mm standoffs. And then look at how little room there is on the front for the fucking camera. Holy cow, this camera is a tall bastard. I mean, there's actually a chance we'll have to go up to 25mm standoffs, but I have a workaround if that's the case. Oh my god, we do. So if you do less up tilt, it'll clear, but this camera is for sure up tilt limited. But that's a good amount of up tilt, so you can get that much up tilt. That's about 30.
Yeah.
So if you want more up tilt than that, you got to go to 25mm standoffs. Interesting. Here's the workaround, though.
I'll say with these...
You use those stupid little collars. Yeah, give me 2 of those guys. I'm going to put them on top to show the people. Sweet! These little fellas work great as spacers. They're like spacers that look like they should have been there. And I'm just going to put them up under the fronts. What's nice about carbon fiber is it's bendy. And it's still pretty strong as long as you don't really load it up. I have done this. I have run 1mm taller in the front than the second set for, Christ, I did it for almost 2 years at one point. Short, right in front of me, button heads. Get me 2 of them that are a little bit longer if you don't mind. If you do that, remember, run a little bit longer of a screw because you're using a 1mm spacer. So use one length longer.
Longest button heads I have.
Are they? Alright, I got a bunch.
So do you want? I got 10s on socket.
Alright, so let's go to, what are these, by 6?
8s.
Oh, these are by 5. These are M3 by 5s. Those are rare.
Then I got 8s.
Oh, 8s are great. 8s will be perfect. Yeah! Those are the ones. So yeah, you can also put these spacers on the bottom of these front standoffs. It doesn't really matter. It arguably looks better on the bottom, but we're just zipping this together here at this point. Wait, that's not the one. Wait, god damn it.
So you didn't put the spacer in there, did you?
I did, but I used the shorter screw. Oh no, this is the longer one. Oh, okay.
So there's your short ones.
I'm not crazy. Crazy looking, but you know. One short for here, and we're good to go. Let's see if it hovers. Brandon's Big Bean says, mill the frame for camera clearance? I wouldn't. I don't remove any material from frames because they're. I'm not going to make them weaker in even a spot where you look at and you're like, it's probably fine. You'd be surprised at the weirdness of the, like, during crashes, you'd be surprised where energy goes. It goes to kind of weird spots. Oh my God, you could build an entire second quad above this one, which is more a function of how flat I build these. like the ESC could very easily go up a little bit higher. The flight controller could easily go up a little bit higher. But why? Damn. Look at all that room for activities. And this is just long enough to get in between those battery straps, plug into the battery. Biggest thing I want to do before we test hover it, though, is somehow secure this Immortal T. And
zip time
we're
around
just
both
going to go
arms.
like, yeah.
Oh, you going to do it back here? I was gonna say, just do it where you got it there and there.
Ultra janky. Yeah, it could come out, though. I'm always worried because these are so flexy.
Okay, you.
Let's go. Oh, is there a good way to put it there? Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is. If I go through there, yeah, that's the stuff. Whenever you take this apart, raise the CADDX up. There's no reason for the CADDX to be this slammed.
Okay.
Just put like another nut below it, and this hardware is long enough. Just kind of like, just for the sake of doing it.
You could about put the crossfire there.
I know, right? The only reason I try not to put anything other than an antenna in here is when these arms break, they'll come after it with the vengeance of 1,000 suns. Okay, we've got our impromptu. Wow, that went flying.
That's my cell phone.
And then it was this zip tie.
Oh.
It was trying to hang out with your cell phone.
Tiago, that I printed that off Thingiverse. I think it's actually. I think I just searched CADDX Vista, and it came up.
Yeah, it's kind of perfect for it. It moves the antenna out sort of the right amount. I am very curious how strong it'll be. I'm not. It's hard. It's hard with TPU. Some TPU design. This has a nice thickness to it here, which might be enough. But yeah, I'm. That's my only question mark. Other than that, I really like it. I really like how far out it puts the. It holds the antenna. That should really help with some of the bending that occurs during crashes with the video antennas.
How did Josh like your quad?
He dug it. He didn't like the thrust linear, and neither do I. And he couldn't believe how light it was. And he didn't have a lot to say about it. I mean, the guy's flown probably 200-300 different rigs, so it's kind of like, yeah, try to surprise me. Good luck. But he did not like it, and that's important.
So, Dauntless has a new 2-inch for freestyle. Wants to use the Baby Hulk for more exploring and long range because it has bigger props. What is an idea of tuning, and what should he do / look for in the tune?
Stock tune first. See how it is. If it's not good, then you'll be able to tell me what the problems are, and we can tune around the problems. Guys, get out of your head. It's a common thing in FPV right now that flying a stock tune is a bad thing. Not a bad thing, but that like everything needs to be tuned. And it's just not true. The stock tunes, the stock tune in Betaflight is really good, shockingly good nowadays. especially up on 5 and 6S. And it's the tune, the stock Betaflight tune is not actually what's good. What's good is our motor selection. Like our motor selections have gotten a lot better, and a lot of the other hardware has gotten better, and that will all of those things together make the stock tune work better. And if you have the right motors and the right props, the stock tune will fly amazing, especially up on 6S. A 5-inch rig on 6S will fly amazingly well.
You just hate 4S now, don't you?
I don't hate it. I actually, it's great for micros, but on 5-inch rigs, it's saggy. Like, it just sags, and 6S just doesn't. Ever. Like, ever, ever, ever. Like, end of the battery, full throttle, you'll get, like... It will sag a little bit, but it doesn't sag enough that actually, like, does anything. Like, it still has... It's still completely fine. Whereas, like, you do that shit on 4S, and you're in the fucking river. Like it'll damn near fall out of the sky. So that's really the big thing for me, is that it's just completely consistent beginning to end of the battery. And yeah, you don't have to like limp it around. Like the with 4S, I felt like for the last minute of the flight, it was like, okay, don't do anything too sketchy. Like make sure that you remember that it's gonna sag. And it's not like the end of the world, but it's just sort of one of those things where if you don't have any sag at the end of the battery, you can just keep doing crazy shit. You guys probably can't see this, but I'm just taping motor wires down. It's about as boring as it gets.
What are those? 2206s? 2307s?
On here?
Yeah, I forgot what I went with.
Let's see. These are Zing E 2306s. Zingies. They're Zingies, guys. Whatever a Zingy is. Last one. So now, nothing will get caught in the props. You can test hover it.
Maybe.
Maybe. Yeah. Always maybe. Let me show you guys how to do the super secret way of doing the battery straps on the glide frame. It's not actually super secret to most, but some people's brains melt out their ears when they see this.
Yeah, it's two different sizes
though. Sweet. Basically, for frames where, and I do this on frames that are even not like this, when the battery straps are on the inside here, you're going to sort of run the battery the other way. That one will actually be too short. So instead of running them...
Hey, Red Bull.
I don't know. I haven't done it the opposite way in so long. I don't even know how to show you how to do it. But this is how you do it. You go from the outside up and down.
There you go.
I'll show you why. Cool.
Two more stuck together. I think those are the longer ones.
Alright. That'll work. Cool. So you go like that, and now what's nice is it's got the full width. When it goes to cradle the battery, it's being held on by the full width. If you run it the other way, it's just not as good. I don't know how to explain how or why it's not as good, but it's not. Trust me.
So I forgot my head strap for my goggles the other day, so I had to make some out of battery straps.
Nice. Whatever works. I've made a lanyard out of the damn things before. Okay, this is the shorter. What batteries do you run?
The race day quad.
Are they super fat?
It's what you got right there on the desk.
Ah, cool. You'll be good then. RDQ has two different battery strap sizes, 225 and 250. The 225s are good unless your battery gets super fat. These batteries that Tyler's running are not super fat. They are RDQ/GNB 4S 1300s. They are the batteries that I used to run on my 4S rigs. before I went all the way over to 6. I think these are the same. The rear one's a little bit longer. Do you have another one of the short ones? This is a long one. Do you have another short one? Actually, I have one literally sitting right here on the floor. Cool. The one that I had on the floor was the long one. That's annoying. Look at this! Xenakis! What's up, Nevin? Do you usually do the cap at the XT60 or just for the foreign ones? I personally, and I actually have to, at some point, change this because I'm sure at some point I'll go over to DJI. And the Vista takes up the space where I usually put my capacitor. But what I usually do is a cap made by Waffle FPV. The Waffle caps you solder directly onto the capacitor, and then they just give you pads, and you use those pads to put wires, and then you run the wires to the pads on the ESC, and then you can put your capacitor anywhere. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find a new spot for it though. Like this build, for example, right? When you look inside of it, where the hell? I don't know. I don't know where I'm gonna put my capacitors. I might actually have to end up putting them on the XT60s like this.
Yeah, you could probably curl it back and put it on top of the...
I don't have room. I'm on 15 mil standoffs.
Oh, yeah.
I have no room in my builds. I would literally like have to put it down here, but it's gonna hit the ground and shit. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but figure something out. But yeah, so we ran this one in a way that this will sit right in between these battery straps once it's all plugged in and whatnot. So yeah, this will be a cool little setup. This will totally work. Propellers?
Probably ain't got any.
Propellers? I have a few. I can cover you.
I got some. I may have some right here, actually. I got 3.
Okay, these are yours. Let's put 6-inch propellers on. What's in here? What's in here? What do we got? 4 that match. There's a T-Motor 5143, another T-Motor 5143, another T-Motor 51. Oh yes! Look at all these 5143s, and then these are Dal 5040s. They go back into the penalty box. Are these all left side high though? They are. These are all left side high. What the fuck? Why is that?
Well, you should never motor test with props on anyways.
Yeah, it's true. Unless you're me, then do it all the time. Why are these all left side high? There's a right side high. But it's a T-motor prop. Or it's a Dal prop, rather. What? They're all one direction. Things are getting weird and confusing. Why am I holding this? That... What? Every single one of them. We're going to end up putting Dal 5040s on here. Hey, there's a right side high. Holy crap. No? Hey! Alright, cool. Oh, and there's an extra one. Jeez. Weird, man. What are we doing? Red and purple? Red, purple, newish, not new, new. Wait, no. That's the front. This is used. This is newer. And these can go away. This can go away. Alright, we've got propellers.
I'm sorry, this mess is about to kill me.
Huh?
This mess is about to kill me.
Yeah, right.
There's shit everywhere.
Okay. Quad is plugged in. Power. See what direction the motor's turn.
Switch warning.
Why did that go twice? Okay.
I was like, damn, I ain't touching anything.
Out. In. In. Out. 1 and 4 are wrong. If they're in the right positions. Ah, yes! Yes! The motors are in the right positions! Alright, 1 and 4 are backwards. Let's disconnect. This is a 32-bit ESC. Tim B says, if it's going to be 4S, do you really need the cap? No. 4S is... I flew 4S without a capacitor for a while. I had a rig without a capacitorless rig for a long time, and it was totally fine. We're going to connect. We're going to check. Oh, here you guys go. What I'm doing. And we're going to turn off 1 and 3 and 2, and then we're going to go motor direction reversed, right setup. Okay, turn on ESC number 3, motor direction reversed, right setup. Dauntless says, for 6S, you do the big race day quad strap. What's your preferred battery strap for 6S 5-inch? I actually like the, I stopped running the race day quads ones because they're like 2-point-something grams heavier than the Pyrodrone ones. So I've been running the Pyrodrone plastic buckled straps. I just, yesterday of all days, I broke 2 of the damn things. I can't remember the last time that I broke them. But yeah, I broke 2 of them yesterday. It was very strange. You have to be willing to deal with that. It's a strange trade-off, but beacon delay, I'm going to come down to 3-ish minutes. I'm going to leave this on 24 kilohertz because I think that the improvement in throttle chop handling is worth it on a 5-inch rig because you don't get much extra runtime.
Oh, yeah, I gotta find it.
What's that?
The goggles.
All that crazy shit. Yeah.
I gotta hold the button down.
Okay, these should all be spinning in the right direction now. Let's see. Correct. Wait, what? Wait, what? What? Wait. Now they're all spinning in. Wait a second. I'm dumb. I did the wrong 2. That's crazy. S. Gray says, no tweaks in the motor timing? No, I don't touch motor timing. It works, and nobody has ever said that there's any kind of like a big performance change. So, yeah, I just leave it alone. I just leave it on 16 and it works. Oh my god, I need to reverse all 4? Damn you. Damn you, BL Heli. Okay. Is it just me, or does it feel like there's a better way of doing this? What's up, Sumet? How are you, man? And here's 4 reversed. Now, if they're still wrong, then it just means that I've lost my mind. Wait, no. What did disconnect? We are getting there, Nathan. We are approaching the hover tests. Out! Out! Out. And out. Much better. Ports. Do you do anything with ports with the CADDX?
Which one's it plugged into?
Damned if I know. Where'd we put it? We put it on this side. 5.
And then you change.
Oh, that's that crazy fucking shit you do on the left there then, right?
Is it here?
Oh, is that it?
I forget where is that.
Is it the weird setup that I had to turn off when this first showed up? They had that configuration thing on the left.
You change one of them to MB something or another, but I forget where.
Yeah.
Change
Here,
it.
I got it. It's actually this, and then this was. I think it was there. I think that's it. Vista must be set to MSP. Yeah, so that's this. There's the MSP, and then I think you change this. You change this. It was definitely different. I think it was 192. Wop wop. How do you know if it's working? I guess it'll either give video or not give video.
Well, no, I still gotta bind it, but it should give me OSD in the goggles.
Okay.
It's all that does. It's
Okay.
what I understand.
All right. I'm gonna put it back then.
Expander, is that right?
These guys are saying not to change it, so I'm putting it back.
Yeah. John Davis OSD.
Pidtune, we're gonna leave it alone, and you guys are gonna see. Well, you're not gonna see, but
I'll
it's gonna
report
fly
back.
great. Yeah, there you go. I am gonna give you some of my tricks. What else do I do?
So I don't remember.
D-min up to 50. I am going to raise D-max, though. I'm going to raise D-max up so that it's even with the P gains. I'm also going to give a little bit of extra P gain on pitch. I'm going to raise the D-mins a little bit, too. I'm just going to tune the damn thing. So we're far off from the stock numbers anyway. Fuck it. I didn't raise it a lot though. This is gonna only fly a tiny little bit better than stock values. You want to dump your rates in? Are you using actual rates yet?
No.
All right, I'm gonna give you a new set of rates to try. Actual rates. This is as low as the center stick can be. Do you know your rotational? Really?
Yeah.
All right.
I
Let's take
just
a
always
guess.
phone stop. Whatever.
I'm gonna put this exactly on my rates, and my rates are somewhat close to stock too, so you might not notice it.
In the simulator, I set it all to 700.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
That's where I just put this, so it should feel perfect. Receiver, we're good to go. We're gonna move smoothness up to 20 though. Stick low and stick high. This is on you. You got to check this shit. It'll fly like this.
Fine. We already checked it.
Oh, true. How do you have your shit set up here? Aux 1?
Aux 1, yeah.
And do you use Horizon? What else do you use?
Yeah, Horizon, angle. That's it.
On 2?
Put it on auto.
Oh yeah, right. I always forget about that
Yeah.
trick. So where do you want it?
Right there in the middle.
Yep.
And then set angle to. Yeah, set angle all the way back here.
Yep.
That's really all I ever set up.
All right. Telemetry black box.
I know you set all that stuff up on Tiny Trainer.
Beeper? Do you have another switch for beeper? Wait, let me put it on auto. Make sure that's the right switch. Do it again. Did it? Okay, cool. So you want beeper down there?
Yeah.
And cool. Oh wait, no. What about flip over after crash?
Okay.
Go ahead, do it again. Ooh, that switch ain't mapped yet. It is.
Yeah.
Where do you want it?
Center.
Cool. Motors are good. OSD is. You know what's interesting? We didn't have to update the ESC. Huh. The ESC is working with bidirectional D-shot right out of the package. That's pretty fucking cool. I'm going to leave the OSD to you. Oh, God. What do you do with this?
You just leave it.
Do you? Wow, that makes setup a lot easier. So, I think it'll fucking fly, right? Arm it. See if it arms. It won't arm, it's broken! Oh, wait, that's not the right one. It arms! Wiggle the sticks. Ah! Ah! Give it yaw. Alright, kill it. Cool. Let's hover test it. Smash it into the ceiling. This side. This side. This. And that.
Ooh, and the colors line up.
Quad works, right? Yeah.
Put red on one side,
Red
purple
for
on the
right,
other.
man. So I just recently learned on aircraft, somebody correct me because I can't believe this. Red is for the left and green is for the right? Somebody in the chat confirm that. On aircrafts, I think that's... I think I just remember reading that in the 109 shit.
That's the same as boats.
Is it? What the fuck is wrong with them?
Or
What?
It's...
What the hell? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Yes.
Props out indeed. Better be done, B-Waz.
So I've got this Vista set up on low power until arm, John, and we really haven't had a heat issue. I've never really had any trouble with overheating on this one. I had a Beta 75X that it took me 3 times to get the firmware uploaded. So I don't know if it was, I don't know. This one's been very good. I had this in a tiny trainer before we put it in this one.
All right, I'm gonna put the streaming setup here in danger mode. We always got to go into danger mode before we test hover 5-inch inside. Realistically, even 3-inch, like big power 3-inch rigs, you want to go into danger mode for those as well.
So David said red's port left and green's starboard right.
That's just so wrong. That's just so wrong to me that they would do that. What the hell? That's crazy. Why did we only get the first set of beeps? Fuck. Oh, wait. Why is it still...
Yeah, it's still... Is that cap holding that much power?
It must be, yeah. I unplugged and replugged... What? Wait, what? Why are you not beeping it? Really?
So,
do I have to give it that long to chill out? Jesus.
Yeah, I just lost signal.
Yeah, I have it unplugged.
No, I'm saying it took that long for it to burn off that cap.
That's just silly. Alright, so now the lights are all off. What the fuck? Wait a second. What? What? Hold on.
That's your battery. That's my battery.
Oh, right. Let's try a different battery. Oh, this battery's totally dead. Did I run this? Oh no, maybe it's not. Hold on.
You got to turn it up.
16.2. That's fine, right? 404?
Yeah.
Yeah, 404.
Probably better than that battery I gave you. I think I kept screwing with
What
us
the
today.
hell just happened? Let me make sure that plug is all the way in because we were plugging and unplugging. I mean, that shouldn't matter though. That plug's definitely all the way in, and it did just have plenty of time. Wow! That is... Alright, so let's try this. Oh, it was that plug. Okay. That plug was not seated all the way, I guess. Wow! Every single build, something happens, and I think it can't possibly get weirder than this. And then it does. Every time. Every single time I think it can't get any weirder. It does.
Yeah, I made sure to charge that battery.
Right?
Just to make sure we had one today. Because I knew you flew 6S.
Yeah. Spend some time making sure that this whole shit doesn't end up in the propellers. I'm totally half-assing this right now just to
You ready for me to leave?
to get this going. I need to eat.
I do
is
too.
The thing. I'm fucking
I
starving.
keep trying to
All
catch her out there. I was going.
Well, now it's starting to act a little strange. That was a weird reset. Okay. Maybe it is this cap. Alright, we leave the room. What the hell? Okay. First things first, we're going to take the propellers off. Because it resetting like that is not normal.
Well, I noticed the battery wasn't pushed all the way in.
Really?
Yeah.
Alright.
You had a.
Hopefully that's it. Hopefully it's
Right.
just this connector. You know what? You know what I did notice? The capacitor is being shrink wrapped and like pulled into the.
It was so you probably had about 3
that's
mils.
The fucking problem. It's these goddamn XT30 things. Is this a brand new plug?
Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah, you pulled it out of the bag.
Yeah. Usually they're fine when they're brand new, but these these plugs are losing connection. But just to be sure.
Nathan, it's actually a small cap. It's just really big in size. It's only a 25.
Oh, no,
Right.
It is acting weird. Get off of there. Alright, let's get this thing into a safe place and then we can
Blow it up.
see what the fuck is going on. Okay. What's happening with you, Quad? Why are you randomly turning off and on? So let's do this. We're gonna hook up the battery meter to the balance lead and leave it. And we're gonna see if there's any like weird shit going on with like dropping voltage or anything strange like that. So 4.03 per cell. Plug power in. 4.02 per cell. So that seems okay. 4.01, 4.03. Okay. And of course, now that I took the props off, everything's fine.
That's what I was saying.
It's this. Yeah, I think you're right.
You want to just pull that
Oh,
whole
yeah,
that whole setup off and just go with the straight wire?
Maybe, yeah. Well, wait. Let me at least get this plugged all the way in. Maybe it's just because I didn't plug it all the way in. Nope. Weird.
We got pizza money.
Oh, nice. Hey! Thank you, Nevin. Nevin Zanek. Oh, yeah, you can see it. It's, damn.
The waffles.
Where'd this come from?
Power drum.
Damn, that's a somebody fucked up the solder job in there. And you said you are gonna run this on 4S?
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. I'll be damned. What is the... I have a million of these. Don't worry about it.
No, I've got that right there.
Ah, nice. Well, let me try to do this. Let me try to desolder the... I don't love the idea of, even on 4S, running it without a cap. It just... The capacitors just seem like such a good idea.
I got that waffle cap.
Oh, nice. That's a cool one with the LEDs.
Yeah. And then...
Well, let me see if I can just... I guess that solder joint is fine. What the hell? I mean, it's definitely... Oh, there it is. There it is. I see it. I see it. See that fucking huge gap in there?
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah. So I can just dump some solder in there, I'll bet you. Man, I have to turn the soldering iron back on. Never a good sign. Alright. Here you guys go. Last thing. This will be fine after this. Has to be. Has to be.
So I'm going to take solid.
Tiago says that plug is a disaster waiting to happen. Yeah, I've always been kind of suspect of these big cap with plug setups. But I mean, if as long as there's not a huge gap in the solder like this, it is fine. It should be fine.
So my final plan is to use that waffle cap I showed you with the with this one.
Ah, okay. Well, if I can't just dump solder in to fix that, maybe we'll do that. So this is really the same thing as what they already have on here. Just a little bit bigger. A little bit bigger.
I'm gonna talk to your wife.
What I want to make sure, though, is that we're going to be able to keep this out of the propellers. That's all the way... Oh, yeah, there's tons of room. Okay, so that's fine. That's going to be totally fine. Especially once it's moved out of the way. Right? Yeah, okay. So that's fine. Yeah. Let's see if I can just drop some solder in here. Wow, that's disappointing.
She ain't letting me.
It's not you, man. It's him. He's a jerk.
No.
The cat.
Your wife.
Oh, what?
I was trying to get us a pizza.
Oh, I thought you were trying to get the kitten.
No, he hates everything.
Yeah, I know. He. Of course, he did let me get close to him last time.
That's it.
Yeah, close is very different than
Pizza topping
him
preferences anyone?
actually letting you
Aaron, you want pepperoni?
touch him. No, my stomach
Bigger.
is angry from the pills. So let's see. Yikes! That got hot in a hurry. Woo! Yikes! Relax, buddy. What the fuck?
See, it didn't just short the ESC, did it?
It's the ESC does not like this capacitor holding its charge like that. It's I've never seen a flight controller hold
Stay lit that long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck. What? What? it's not getting It's not getting enough power. That's what it is. It's only getting enough power to like run the flight controller, I guess, and it's not. It's just not getting enough to. Let's take this cap off. Come to think of it, I'm just gonna remove possible sources of fuckery. Okay. No capacitor. Charged battery. God, that's hot. Oh, that was hot. That was very hot. That was very, very hot. Oh, that was a surprise. Yep. It was that fucking capacitor. Wow, that's weird. You still hot? You fucker. Alright, now we're good. It was totally that capacitor. What the fuck? What? Like, for real. What?
And so I'm running that on my other one.
Yo. That is very Oh, where's that other capacitor? Give me another capacitor. I'll quick doink it to these little guys. I'm not going to leave it like this because it looks ridiculous, but... Oh, come on. Just... I don't need you to be pretty. I just need you to go on there. You jerk. I think that's enough. Nope. Popped right off. God damn it. How come, like, when you just want to half-ass quick solder something, it's always a fucking nightmare? Wait, yeah. Here. Let's do this. Told myself I wasn't going to do that. Negative and positive. Okay. Okay. I guess like internally that capacitor might be fucked. Okay, so now we've got a 35 volt, the standard capacitor that we're used to seeing, and I bet you everything's fine. Yep.
They're a low SR, right?
Wow. Green. Who's it made by?
It's
Klong. I will be god damned. 100% the capacitor. That is crazy. I've never used one of the non black and golds or black and grays, but wow. That's insane. That is absolutely insane that did that. I don't want to, with this put together, I'm just going to leave this like this because there's just not quite enough room to comfortably remove that. But, wow.
They do need to put some heat shrink around.
Yeah, good
help.
call. Good call. Thank you, lady.
I'm gonna go grab it though, because it's gonna take.
Cool.
It's literally right there.
This is gonna be the jankiest looking shit, but you know what? It's gonna work. It's gonna work totally fine. Oh yeah, it's like a little pull tab. That's all. Got a pull tab, battery pull tab. This is my contribution to the FPV community. The battery pull tab. Jesus. Alright, Quad, are you gonna fucking fly now, you son of a bitch? Or are you gonna find some other fucking electrical component to act like an asshole for no reason? Jeez. Okay. Wait, no. We'll put the propellers on it because we're test hovering. And that's how confident I am. That's not going to chop my face off anymore. There's no reason for it to chop my face off. Everything's fine. Wow, dude. Green and gold capacitor makes rigs not work. File that one away in your impossible scenario memory bank. Oh, look at me now. I'm putting red on the left side. Ooh, that is frustrating. But it's the way it should be according to the crazy government's laws. Or you know what? We just start looking at shit from the front. I wonder if their philosophy is looking at shit from the front.
Yeah.
Right? I'm just gonna tell myself that's what it is, because otherwise I won't be able to fucking sleep. Test hover. It's gonna be great. Okay. So thus far, all the problems have been electronic related. None of the problems have been us. That's important. It's important to maintain some semblance of control over these fucking things.
Frank, this was just a quick as I walked in the door type thing. He decided to stream. It's a good call, Dave. He said, "I bet your tracer will work now."
It's this
whole
it's this
connection.
fucking PCB. Yeah, it's just being a total douche. What the fuck? Okay, so maybe it's not the capacitor. Maybe it's just this PCB. Fuck it. Let me try to do it here. Let me see if I can get this off of here without having to rip this further apart. Well, I'm gonna need more solder anyway, so more solder. All right. What the fuck, man? I mean, I guess that PCB is just broken internally or something. Is the only thing I can think of.
Well, isn't that where the
Very
air gap
strange.
was, too?
It
Was
is,
on the
but
wire side.
I dumped a shitload of solder in there. Yeah, who knows? Who knows?
Just put a new cap on right there.
I'm thinking.
Or you.
I don't know. Maybe. Oh god. Maybe we'll go to the. Yeah, let's just put the new one on.
New pigtail.
I do not love dealing with these XT60s. They're always kind of subtly a pain in the ass.
They're so big, they take so much
Yeah.
juice. Or
Heat! Mad heat! Alright, there
well,
we
it's
go.
like a heat and solder.
Oh,
You gotta put
I
so much-
see what they did. They didn't strip enough. They didn't strip enough of the wire off.
They just tagged it right there at the very end.
Yeah. Whoever's in charge of installing these fucking failed. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's like no fucking wire. Come on. Alright, I'm not going to touch that. So in theory, maybe this is okay. But, fuck it. The one with the lights is cooler. Yeah, so what they did is they cut these guys so short that when they added this PCB is hot. This PCB is the same thickness as the amount that they stripped there. So there was like no well, no, no, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense because it goes through those little jib jabs. I don't know. But I should be able to salvage this off here and reuse it in the new one. So let's try that. Jesus.
Do you need me to do something?
No, I don't think I'm going to have any luck. We would need like a second soldering iron to get this out of here.
You had to do one in each hole.
Right.
Ooh.
Hey! Wow. I genuinely didn't think that would work. PCB looks fine. Dude, what a weird set of problems. Is this guy okay? He looks fine. Weird. Weird! This isn't going to work because it's got all that solder on it. Do you have another one of those by chance? I have a million.
Just the end? No, I got wire with one with the wire.
One of the flat ones? Yeah, I do. Gotta be in here somewhere. Hey! Here we go! This is gonna do it. I can feel it. What? There it is. So, there is a directionality to these. And the directionality is like that. Oh, I can't use this one. This is one of the flat ones without the cups. Where'd that one go? Let me see. Can this... I'm assuming there's too much solder caked up on this fucking thing. Yeah. Why you No, that's going to take forever to remove all that solder. This one's dead to me. I have a black one.
They just cut it and put this one.
So those are fucking... The ones that have these little protectors are a little bit different. They're not flat. Just take my word for it. They're not flat on the bottom.
Well, I was going to say just solder it onto the ESC.
Or that.
Just get rid of the hole.
If we go capacitorless.
Yeah.
You want to just do that?
That'll work for me. That's good with you.
I mean, if you're only going to run it on 4S, it should be totally fine.
Yeah.
And I have an extra one of those, so... Okay, here we go. Cement Kid's been on the water since birth. Have you really, Cement? Do you live on a boat? There are people that live their entire lives on boats. It's crazy to me. I think it's nutty. But to them, the fact that I've lived on land my whole life is nutty. So, you know, who's wrong?
I think cement would sink.
Which side is positive again?
I got some. There we go.
Positive is the angled side, right? Yeah, angled side is positive, so that goes down. And okay, so I'm gonna strip a little bit more from these so that they actually get a good bit of connection in there. A lot more, just a little bit more. You don't need a lot, but you certainly need more than what I'm seeing here. As evidenced by the fact that, oh, I don't know, shit didn't work. Ah! There we go. Get out of there. Get off. Silicone. Come on. Rip nicely, please. Nope, didn't rip nicely. Ripped like an asshole, if I'm honest. Silicone jerks. You jerk! You silicone piece of donkey shit. Dude, just cooperate. Come out of there. You're non-conductive, and I need this to be conductive. There it is. That's the piece that was being a jerk. If I can get this without pulling this top plate off, it's going to be a goddamn miracle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm also the solder on here is like very, very dark. So we are going to put a little bit of fresh solder on these guys before.
And that's probably your acid free.
We ran them.
Or lead free.
Could be, yeah. If it was done overseas, yes. If it was done stateside, maybe not.
No, it's got China printed on it.
Does it?
Yeah.
Alright, so there's some fresh solder. I'm trying to push it through, but it's kind of fighting me. I'm also trying to not put so much solder that it won't go into the goddamn connector. Which I might have already fucked up. Let's see! This is not the one. This is not the way. This is the way. Yeah, I put too much on that one. No, that's fine. Okay, little cover piece. And let me check again. Positive, no, negative is the angled side. Okay, negative is angled. Here goes nothing. Literally nothing. Alright, and I take a two-phased approach to these as well. Get it tacked down, and then come back and dump solder into it. So we are going to get this tacked down here first. Basically, once both of them are tacked, the connector won't try to pop off anymore. So get one tacked. Ah, you bastard. Didn't get it quite enough. Didn't quite get it good enough. That should have it though. Yeah, and it's going to be fragile at first, but that's fine. Same exact idea as tacking in welding. You tack stuff in place, and then you come back and you get it right. With electronics, it's not always great because you want to put as little heat into it as possible, but there are just certain situations where this works really well. Alright. Get out of here, solder ball. Okay, I didn't get that one quite good enough, and it popped off. Well, actually, you know what? Now I can do this one for real because the other one's holding on. I can pour solder into this one. With these XT60s, like, you really have to, like, on your little solder setup, make sure you have a bunch ready because they take a ton of solder on the inside. So, alright, that is in half decent spot. Let me try to get it a little bit better though. There we go, that's where I want it. That's the ticket. Okay, so that's sitting exactly where I want it. I'm going to apply heat and just pour solder into this thing. It'll kind of ooze out when it's filled up. So for the most part, you can just kind of keep adding it, and it'll tell you when it's good. When it's achieved its happy space. There we go. And it just started to kind of fill up and come out. And that is how you do those properly. You have to add a bunch of solder to them. Now we can come back in and do the ground. we go. Now we're talking. Yeah, basically when they added the solder, it didn't penetrate into that. Like you got the exposed wires and you got the little cup, and their solder was like all out here. You got to get solder up in there. That's where all the things are happening. Let's take a quick look at it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Add a little bit more on the ground side. Just a little bit. Just add a little bit more.
Nathan, what Ciotti's been saying is just get as high KV as you can and scale it down in Betaflight. That's about what's high KV for 6S.
Yeah, and I talked to Joshua yesterday about it, and he said, what did they change in 4.2? Because like I've been telling you guys, I didn't think it was really working right in 4.1, and I said, well, it's because you. I said you tested it on 4.1 and it didn't work right, and he goes, oh yeah, that quad wasn't working right though. I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, you didn't catch that. I tried to like insinuate that in the video. I was like, no, I didn't catch that at all, dude. I've been waiting. And he's like, yeah, I don't think they changed it between 4.1 and 4.2. I was like, oh fuck. So in theory, even if you're still on 4.1, you can use the motor scaling in the PIDs tab. I am happy with that. Let's see if the ESC is happy with it. Ah! Oh!
It's hot.
Oh! So the plastic isn't hot, but the metal things are, and I pushed just hard enough to get in there, and I think I'm gonna have that for life, maybe. That's fine though.
A little memento.
Yikes! All right, let's see. Yeah, baby. Keep beeping, you bastard. And now I can move it all around, then it doesn't randomly reset or do any other of the bullshit that it was doing. Oh. Although it just did. What the hell was that about? I mean, it's not really plugged in even remotely. Oh, what the fuck? Is it this cable? This just gets weirder and weirder. What's going on with that ground wire? Is that ground wire okay on there? Yeah. So I think it's either the wire or my solder pads, my solder joints rather, on the ESC. So at this point, we pretty much need to take it apart. Wow, what the hell is going on here?
Nathan, we've used 2 different batteries. So.
Yeah, it's not the battery. For sure not the battery. This battery's got tons of juice in it.
I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
You got 3.5.
I'll try.
Here we go. Don't run, you'll fall. Alright. I mean... Huh. I looked at both of those goddamn solder pads in the fucking 5X loop and it was totally fine. Oh, see, they're solid as shit. What? I mean, they're like fucking steel. Okay. I can't do it. I can't do it with the props on. It's just such a bad idea. I can't believe I put these props back on. Like, oh yeah, I'm sure I mean, it certainly seemed like that. That was the reason, though. Chump mistake. Chump mistake. The puzzles. Rizex likes the puzzles. Well, that makes one of us. Especially once this fucking pizza is here, then I'm gonna be really ready for the puzzles to fucking end. But I mean, it certainly seems like we're getting to the inevitable conclusion. All right. Safety. Check. Problem. About to be found. Okay. So, if I hold this still, ish, so it's not the connector. Great. There it goes. Okay. Who the fuck is unhappy? Give me a second, guys. Let me see if I can catch, like, any kind of a spark. I know you can't see, but... Oh, okay. Tell me it's the negative. Do it one more time, and then I'll be pretty sure it's... Yep, it's the negative.
Yeah.
What's interesting about that is the negative is the one that had more solder on it. Alright, do it one more time for me. Because now they're not even touching. Oh, now it's not doing it. Is it the fucking positive one? What do I have that's thinner and non-conductive?
Hold on, grab it from my wallet.
Wow! What a... Man, I have not had this be an issue in a long time. I keep fucking with the ground one. I'm starting to not think it's the ground one. I'm starting to think it's the positive.
To me, that would make more sense.
Or by pushing on the ground one, I fixed it. Which is very annoying. Well, fuck. Now it's not doing it at all. Come on, do it again, please. Don't leave me here. There it goes. Okay, good. So it's still doing it. Well, the safest thing to do is going to be to reflow both of these. So I'm just going to do that. Perfect. In order to do that, I need to pull the CADDX, I think, because it is just completely in the way. But I'll betcha I left enough. I bet you I can just lift it right off and move it out of the way. Let's see. Dirt, 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 dirt. Okay, now it's time to reflow. If this will come up and off, and it won't.
I don't think you can.
Because the camera cable's a little bit too long, so we gotta take these out. Blarg. Or I can maybe lift the ESC up just.
I'd say that'd be the easiest. Yeah.
Maybe. Nut grabber. Grab that nut. Whoa, boy. Alright, let's get this out of the way. Can you fix that so I have a little bit of sanity? Because sanity is rapidly leaving my my brain.
I thought I fixed it about, 30 minutes ago? And then
That means nothing. Could have fixed it 3 minutes ago and we would have wrecked it by now.
Let's see here. Don't need hardware kits anymore.
Nut grabber! Grab it better. There it goes.
I guess we need to keep that close.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to reflow each one of them individually, and we're going to test in between. Because I'm very curious as to which one it is. It also could be the ground wire that I put onto the to the negative lead after the fact. Technically, that could have caused the whole thing to go cold.
Yeah.
But I really doubt it. I mean, I've added wires to those pads like that 1,000,000 times, and it's been completely fine. There we go. All right, let's see if there's enough slack. There is.
We're not doing wrist wires.
There kinda is. Yeah, I should be able to get it in there. Let me put something in between there, though. Let me kind of try to boost this up a little bit, just so that it stays.
Is that a GPS?
It is. GPS that I may never use.
I was thinking about doing one for that build.
Yeah. I feel like it's good to have, but at the same time, like, I don't know.
I just never
Seems
did
like
get
it's a
around
lot
to
of work.
ordering one, and I was like, well, I don't know.
Patrick keeps telling me to do it. But other people telling me to do things tends to make me not do them.
Well, my thing is, like, I really don't fly far enough for it to barely kick in, you know?
Yeah, it's
like
true.
I hang close, so.
Nathan, there's 1,000,000 other channels on YouTube, man. If you're bored, I don't feel like I'm keeping you here, brother. Sorry you're not enjoying the content, but it is my job now. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is take this, because I can't really get to the positive lead. I'm going to take this extra ground that I put onto the to the negative pad off, which shouldn't make a difference, but I've thought this shouldn't make a difference about 1,000 times before taking something off of a rig and then having it magically make a difference. If this fixes it, I'm not going to be pleased. I guess maybe, is this maybe putting a delay of some sort into the ground loop? I mean, I don't know. Doesn't make any sense, but I don't know shit about electricity, so.
So that's all that is an extra ground for the CADDX, right? Is
Yeah.
what we've kind of figured out.
And somebody said it's a ground specifically for the RX and the TX, I think.
Feels that.
Okay. That is now off. And out of the way. Technically, I did just reflow the negative, so if the problem's gone, we can't specifically pinpoint it. But I don't know anymore. Alright, let's see. Fuck you. Really? Fuck you. Really? Okay, oh, let's do this. I'm gonna put it back on. How about that shit, world? Fucking teach you to trick me into... I don't know. Nobody's tricking me. And I'm gonna put it, I'm like barely gonna connect it, so I don't put any heat into this. Wait a second. No. That can't be the problem. It was a physical problem. It can't be related to this ground lead at all. It can't have anything to do with the ground lead. It has to be the fact that I just reflowed it. Wow, that's crazy. That joint looked absolutely fine.
Double A just got a commercial.
No shit.
What are we going on here?
I didn't think I turned anything on. Wow. So it was the negative. I'm going to reflow the shit out of that negative lead in a second here. Matter of fact, I'm going to do them both. Because, I don't know.
Damn, your battery looks like shit.
One up. I know, right? They all look like that, dude. They look like that after like 2 or 3 flights.
So my battery that caught fire yesterday,
Yeah, it
didn't look near this bad.
Yeah, they get the shit beat out of them. Let that solder go.
I guess it's just on the right corner at the right.
Yeah, exactly. I sniff my batteries a lot. You can smell
Oh shit.
the stuff, the lithium, if it starts to leak. Okay, so this, I'm just pouring heat into this, and I see that it connected to the pad, and it also pulled that extra little ground wire in there really nice. So I can't possibly imagine a world other than the one that I just lived in where this looked fine, where this is no good. Yeah, I mean, I can see the goddamn... this has to be fine now. My confidence is ruined in my fucking battery pad soldering jobs. My God. Big pads, I have the least experience on big pads because I come from micros. 99% of my soldering experience is with 30 gauge wire. I mean, seems fucking fine to me now. I don't know how else I can move it around. I think it's good. My guess would be when I added the ground, I put a little bit too much heat into this, and then it formed a cold solder between this and the pads. That's the only possible explanation that I can think of. Because when I first did that and we looked at it, it looked completely fine. I refuse to believe that was a cold solder joint or a flawed, failed solder joint the first time I did it when we looked at it with a 5X loop. And we both looked at it. No, you only looked at the red one.
Yeah. No, I looked at both of them.
Did you?
I didn't look at it when you added the CADDX wire.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Yeah.
Because I forgot and I did it late. So there's a good lesson. When you forget and do shit late, it's gonna fail. And here we go. Let's see how fast I can zip this back together to do a test hover, because there's pizza here.
Yeah. Food's here. Y'all have a good day. See y'all.
I mean, that's what I'm going to do as soon as this thing hovers. I love you guys, but I love pizza more.
Yeah, my frosted mini wheats from about 9 o'clock this morning is wearing off.
Yeah, right? I don't think I've actually had anything today. No, I had a bagel. I've always had a bagel.
And I get to pick up dog food on the way home.
Sounds about right. Here we go! Last one! Come on, nut grabber! Do your nut grabbiest. Oh god, it's stuck. Stuck! Yeah! Nut grabber is stuck! Now it's unstuck. Oh my god, it's stuck again.
Really, dude?
Get out of there, you little shit! I do need to get another one. This is a 4-prong. I need to get a 3-prong. How are you so stuck?
Does that have rubber tips on it, or is it metal?
No, it's metal. Gotta be careful with it. Okay, tight, 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 tight. The other way to do it is just to use your fingernail on the flat nut faces. Like with one fingernail, you can't over tighten these, so you can just kind of use your little single nail action, and now they're good. CADDX needs to get bolted back down. That is important.
So I just use, when I'm tightening those up, I just use a pair of tweezers.
Right.
And
the locking tweezers work because then you can just spin the damn things. But my locking tweezers are 45-degree angle, so you gotta like.
Yeah.
And all right, here we go. Where is Senior Nutface? There he is.
Toolbox looks like it's from like the 80s.
This one is a little older, yeah. Although the new ones look exactly like this.
Yeah. I'm just thinking the color and almost looks rustic.
Right. Yeah, this is like Kennedy's color. All the Kennedy toolboxes are this awkward, like dark, poopy 80s brown.
Yeah.
Why is that not cooperating? Can you? Oh, there it goes. Make sure these guys are all tight down here. Yeah. Okay. And this was the last one, and now he's tight and happy and good to go. All right, all the double checks because I'm working on somebody else's stuff. Where'd that top plate go? Where's that confounded top plate?
Throw these on.
We didn't do anything else, right? Oh yeah, good call. Good call. Second one. Yeah, when you put them on the top, they just vanish. Which is kind of working for us since they're orange.
So that's kind of my original thinking, was I'd have those orange 20-inch standoff, or 20-inch, the orange 20 standoffs.
Yep.
And then have bottom, put the spacers on bottom and top to give me my 22, and I was hoping I could get it.
Yep. Yeah, those skinny in the middle standoffs, they must be thicker. The knurled part must be thicker. Because it won't drop over those guys.
And I've actually got some of these at the house in the mailbox.
Good spot for them.
Yeah,
that's where all my best parts are.
So
I'm also not putting grip on here. I'm going to leave that to you. Everybody tends to have their own sort of grip layout. No. Extra
it's right
Chronicle.
here.
Where'd you go? Trying to run
It's
away.
okay.
Jerks. Trying to run away from us. Shorties were for here. Longies were for the front. And away. Ah! Keep thinking about buying one of those little electric screwdriver things.
I've heard good stuff about them and
Go.
bad stuff. I'm in the same way. It's kind of.
I just don't know how much time it would actually save. Because, like, I don't know, that was pretty fucking quick there.
Yeah.
It's good wrist exercise. We all need that, right?
Not
all right.
going there.
Top plate. Done. Battery. On. Straps. Strapping. Sound. Speeding.
So is there a reason you put both the brackets on one side, or?
When I'm holding it, it's a lot easier for me to tighten them like this. Whereas when they're on the other side, there's like this shit in the way, and it's like you gotta kind of come up here. It just, for me, like especially with a GoPro holder, you can just grab like the whole shit like this and just manhandle it and just strap it down. I think you're gonna be best off though running this through here and then strapping it down like that.
Yeah.
Okay. So apparently right now it's in the configuration that gave it the hardest time. So. Alright. Found the problem. Pyro Drone, I'm sorry. You weren't the problem. Although, man, that looked like shit. I gotta be honest. Even if that wasn't the problem, I think that might have become a problem in the future. I could totally be wrong. But that did not look great. They did not strip enough of that wire.
I didn't like that cap staying charged as long as it did.
That was fucking weird. That was super weird. Yeah, is it still doing that? Let's see.
No.
Yeah, it comes right down. Props. Required for things.
Unribbable.
That, and that.
So I've gone from an orange and purple rig to a black and blue rig.
Black, blue, purple, and red. Your hopes of color coordination are fucked. Give you a reason to pull it apart though at some point.
I'll say my other one's completely purple.
It really.
Yeah.
It's also good. It's good to fly a bunch of batteries on a rig and then pull it apart and look at shit because like, God knows what the hell's happening. You're gonna find like loose bolts and shit. Yeah. First teardown always takes some extra time, guys, and give the rig some extra looking over to see what might have rattled free, or is there a wire that's getting blown, out of place so that it's kind of sticking out of under the ESC, or any number of weirdo things. Weirdo with a skateboard says how much it's gonna set me back when you make me make my piece of shit quad fly. Weirdo, I'll be able to give you an idea once we talk about like why it's fucked up. If it's if it's something that I think it could be easy, I'm gonna tell you, 2 hours, and then for the most part, like if I tell you guys 2 hours and then it takes 3, like I already told you 2, so I'm just gonna kind of suck it up. If I tell you it's gonna take 2 hours and I get to like the 4th hour, we're gonna have a conversation. Especially if it's still not working in the 4th hour. So there we go. All right, that goes there. We go into the living room where we're safe. Take that in the living room with you. And hopefully it hovers.
Good.
Oh, God. All right, give me this. Let's see. Where's arm? All right, here we go. Okay, it didn't kill us yet. Ready? All right, so hey, guys, this is the safe way to do it. You arm it and disarm it super quick. Next time you do it for a little longer. Next time you do it for a little longer. All right. It doesn't sound horrible. It sounds nice and smooth. So now what you do is you just give the right thumbstick a little bit of love. Forward, backwards, left, right. At this point, we know all the motors are spinning correctly, all the propellers are on correctly. You can't really test yaw because it's on the carpet, but the fact that pitch and roll didn't send it into the goddamn nether realm of Tasmanian devil quads is enough. At this point, though, I am going to turn it around. I want it to be tail in because I'm terrible with line of sight. So now that it's tail in, we're actually going to hover it. Now we're pretty safe, to be honest with you guys. The only thing that can really fuck us up now is if the tune is crazy and it gets a big oscillation, but we would have probably already heard that. So let's try to test hover it. Success! I'm trying to. I think it's on angle. Yeah, where do I put it, get it out of angle mode?
That's Horizon. That's
Acro? Cool, now we're good. Oh God! So it hovers, and that's probably just enough time for us to check motor temperatures, and they're ice cold. And that's all you want to do inside. I'm staring at the transmitter.
My hands are in my pocket.
Well, that wasn't great. Hold on. Was it because I was just wiggling the shit out of the plug? Yeah, it's because I was just wiggling the plug. Okay, cool. That's Flying Quad, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. There's food here, so screw you guys. I love you all, but not as much as I love pizza. Any last minute questions? Nope. Okay, bye-bye! Everybody go to FPVExchange.com or I'll beat you to death. Thanks to TBird for bringing this river and hiring me on Fiverr, which you can find on CiottiFPV.com. And then there's a button that says Fiverr. And there's a bunch of different ways that you can give me some of your hard-earned money, and I will save you frustration and life and time and all kinds of other things. That's about it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Sim Sunday. And Monday. Oh, hey, Monday. Now that my human body is functioning again, we're gonna do our the last Monday's giveaways this Monday. So yeah, we'll do giveaways this Monday, and then again the following Monday, and then we'll be caught up. Thanks for hanging, you goddamn bastards. Sorry I couldn't participate much in the chat. I was being paid to work, so if I'm being paid to work, I'm going to pay attention to this instead of paying attention to you guys. But I'll talk to you a bunch tomorrow and Monday. Goodbye! Oh, I'm not ready to end the stream. Hold on. Let me give you guys something. I gotta give you guys something. Here's something. Give you some music. I'll give you a... this is a flying free... a non-flying stream. How can I... make up for that? Here you go. Don't tell me what to do, RiseX. That hard drive, and then this. Weirdo with a skateboard says, "Stop being creepy." Oh, there he is. Here you guys go. Here's something. I don't know what this is.
Pizza before him.
Yeah, right. Enjoy this. Fire? Why is it called fire? What the hell does that mean? What's fire? Oh, fire. Yeah, maybe you guys haven't seen this. Here. Oh my god, computer. Please. Just work. Once. Here you guys go. Here's fire. I just called this fire on my hard drive. Oh, you know what? It's not going to play right. When this refuses to play... I'm going to chop the stream, but maybe it'll play a little bit. And then if you like it, you can go look up the actual video because it's on my YouTube channel. Goodbye! Love you guys. Got it? Tell me when you're ready. Good. Hold on, that's not the... where'd the fucking finished edit go? Why is it called fire if that's not the finished edit?
This is every day. This is when he's not streaming. This is his life. Aww. Can't figure it out? There's pizza.
What's funny is that
Goodbye.
send him a message.
I give up. Never give up.